We only have one now window that has a view of the other side. Filled up with the PG cameras. The window was completely filled up with the PG cameras. Then an actual car would not be able to get between the camera and the window. And it obviously down here is darkness. It becomes difficult to walk beyond the glass camera. How it after all operating the camera, we asked to connect my antenna camera. This is a sense that there is what we need to do. Even if the government's destruction of communism, and it's not working. And it's what? And that's the secret of real conscience. The more is good. And says that we should all pray what comes is one of the things concerning the 2017 presidency assassination plans. They want to be open to the law that results in being circulated over. Bringing expertly self-certified and continuous on the side of president. Whoever believes the finish, too immature for this country. I'm too immature for power. The truth will always
Excellent. Now, there's something else you have to see. This is if you think that is something, this is straight up in your face. You have to see this. You're like, okay, what are you showing us now, Rabbi? No, not really. No, what we're watching is Astronauts Gone Wild. This shit is the coolest fucking thing. I love this so much. So what is this? You'll see in a moment. Go into the playlist. This is Kennedy. This is the Zapruder film. But basically, what Bart Sibrel is saying here is the same powers that could kill a president in broad daylight, November 22nd, 1963, could fake the landing on July 20th, 1969. There you go. There's the headshot. Okay, so did you see in that video that we watched that those guys were faking the moon landing and that they were, or not faking the moon landing, but faking that shot?
I'm saying that could be a probability so they could delay the fact that they were there first and kind of have their own kind of like dismay about how long it takes them to acquire to get to the moon.
I don't follow, but that's okay. This part is the cool thing. So here, the next thing we're going to see is another video by the same person, Bart Sibrel, and it's called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he asks all these astronauts to watch the video that you just watched, and it's absolutely hilarious. Elle, have you seen this?
I've seen Women Gone Wild. I haven't seen Astronauts Gone Wild.
Hell yeah, my man. Well, now you'll have both. It is. Somebody gets punched in it. An astronaut punches the filmmaker. So here we go. This is very cool. And I want to just thank my man Jacob for watching this. So he's going to get punched. Boom.
Oh, it's like, what's up?
That's right. So check this out. Look at these guys' reactions, and you tell me if they're innocent. This is a phenomenal documentary. The guy runs away. Here's Neil Armstrong. Here's Buzz Aldrin running away. Ed Mitchell kicks him in the ass. Literally. There you go.
Well, he did have a title on it,
Not one of these guys acts normally. They all are aggressive.
The implication though is that we never get to the moon, but it doesn't implicate that at all. It just simply says that we delayed the Russians a period of time before we actually went there.
I don't follow that, but that's okay.
I mean, there's arguments on either side.
I can agree with that. So just watch their reactions. Elle, you're going to love this one. It's very confrontational. It's phenomenal.
Partial collapse of a highway bridge in the northwestern part of the country heavy storms and flooding. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warm, lows in the mid-60s at the beaches tonight, low to mid-60s for Metro LA and Orange County. Weather is brought to you by Allstate. We're going to check the 210 when we come back.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use the iHeartRadio podcast preview. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
We need to tell them that's I get the concept.
All the good stuff. Keeps you on top of pop culture. Based on the Chinese novel series Powers First Pass, which documents humanity's first meeting with an alien civilization. The show's had a bumpy ride making it to the screen. Began production in late 2021 for 2023 release. Later pushed back to January and then March of this year, receiving solid 79% certified fresh ratings. And audiences on Rotten Tomatoes. Now the plan appears to be season for each novel in the trilogy. Producers say we'll time to tell the story the way we intended. May see the second season of Rabbi next on Netflix, and season 1 is streaming there in the meantime. Alright, that's what's poppin'. Yes, on iHeartRadio. So, the simplest ways to share hope with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he got to start off first? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes will make your kid laugh today. Brought to you by the
However, it's human beings, even though we got a lot of good
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio. Big screens play while you enjoy your favorite stations and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control with your remote voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. Sync with your iHeartRadio for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV. On Fire TV and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Means to curriculum conduct has become unsolved. We highlight another cold case or challenging case that needs just that one little piece of evidence or witness to step up. It's the only show in Southern California that gives investigators a chance to go deep on a case. Unsolved with Steve Gregory tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 6.5 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Maywood, in Canyon, in Bear City. This is Soul Cast. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, and I am so mad I'm not going to be able to attend Rock Hall seminar or panel at San Diego Comic-Con. I love San Diego Comic-Con. I mean, for how many years did Mo and I get to broadcast live at Comic-Con? 7 times. You know, but I was going nonsense. I think my first Comic-Con, maybe 87. But going down to San Diego Comic-Con for the longest time, and it is just, again, it is nerd. And just a gathering of some of the greatest nerd minds, comic creators, authors, pencilists, actors, back in the day, and just some of the panels that they have on creating comics and teasing some of the projects that are coming out. It's a spectacle. It is something to see all the books that they have. They're previewing things that are coming out. Vendors, they're selling some of the most hard to find collectibles. It's the greatest event for all of nerdkind, and we haven't been down there to get it.
I'm with you in solidarity when I say I'm here geeking out myself because I am also a huge Comic-Con fan and nerd. I am also very sad to see this year. So I'm with you in solidarity, my friend.
It is. Thank you. And we gotta stand together because, man, it is. I love broadcast live down there, and I know it's been such a hard time just organizing broadcast again, but we will be going down. And I think now, more than ever, one of the great things about Comic-Con is we really don't have bad numbers coming on. Just what's going on in the convention center right now, the Comic-Con Plaza. It's just, it is full of activations that pretty much anyone can go down and take part in. Right now, they have what's happening now for the 28th. They have Julian's Auctions, the Spotlight Series, Harry Potter and other series, where if you are a collector, you can register for Julian's Auctions, Harry Potter and other heroes auction, get your hands on one-of-a-kind swag. And 2131 and the auction is $25. They have the first fashion show on July 25th. It is at the Mansion
Yeah, but there's no way to pass through the firmament. Sure, of course, technology, you claim that no one has ever been to space or to the moon.
So this is just free first come, first serve. Again, you don't have to have a Comic-Con badge. There's an art show happening at the Manchester Grand Hyatt on the 25th and 28th. The show is from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Thursday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday, and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday on Marketplace in San Diego. Just all types of original sculptures, painted jewelry, and all of our favorite comic property. There's a cosplay repair station. So if you were down there, okay, you're a cosplayer, goes to Rick's Tear, or that breaks the 25th or the 27th at 330 Park San Diego, the cosplay repair station will open there. Help you supplies, adhesives, 3D printers, and even more. And that's open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thursday through Saturday and on Sunday. So much happening now at San Diego Comic-Con. Again, don't love it. Need a badge. I'm going to have some producer Kayla post some of these things on the website because it is something to see. It is something to see. That you're absolutely right. It is painful not going.
Let me ask you this: are you a wait outside college guy? Are you one of the ones that gets really wait in line?
Oh, no. And every time we broadcast down there, we broadcast right at the restaurant, right across from Hall Eats, like right in front.
Yeah.
And so we see the people lining up, and all we think is shoot. Yeah, so they're out there all day just full of nerds funk, and that is a nasty, stinky funk. Oh, nerds funk is so nasty. It's dirtier than this SoCal beach water. Oh, nerds. We're also like filthy bunch because days on end, no way. Cosplay, costumes on.
Just headed to costumes in the heat, walking around, and they take it into the floor, and there's like, you're just shoulder to shoulder with like all the nerds. Like, honestly,
There's nothing like it, nothing better. This break you're talking to our SoCal Saturday, Small Business Saturday Spotlight guest. You're going to be speaking with Aria Elon and find out what Aria products are and more. So don't you go nowhere. But right now, let's head over to the Campfire 24-hour newsroom with
the brush fire burning near Glendora has burned 338 acres and is 30% contained in the Angeles National Forest. The fire started around 3:30 yesterday afternoon near Glendora Mountain and East Forks Road. Highway 39, East Fork Road, Glendora Ridge Road, and Glendora Mountain Road are all expected to be closed throughout the weekend. A woman has been killed in what may have been a samurai sword attack at a home in San Dimas.
Deputies found the woman suffering from lacerations. This man who lives a few houses down says he and other neighbors are shocked.
It's a very, white neighborhood, usually safe. It's crazy, so that's pretty shocked.
Video footage from Thursday shows deputies ordering a woman to put a samurai sword down. She was walking while holding the sword and bleeding. Investigators say the woman led them to the home where they found the other woman who had been stabbed. In San Dimas, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
An apparent bad patch from a cybersecurity company has knocked out computers running Microsoft Windows around the world. The patch from CrowdStrike caused systems to crash.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration. Since it was established in the 18th, there have been 2,500 I'm Malcolm Mallow, known as podcast. This is Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, on American podcast. When you're free, my heart app, and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Alexa for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you. On your Alexa smart speakers, Alexa-enabled Fire TV, or anywhere you use Alexa. smart assistant, your favorite AM/FM stations, artist radio stations, podcasts, all from iHeartRadio. All you have to do is ask, Alexa, play the Stuff You Should Know podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account so you can pick up podcasts where you left off, listening in the app on your smart speakers. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Amazon Echo, Dot, Show, and any device that uses Alexa. iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. Get your stream on. Starting us off this week, once again, is the new season of From Kingstown on Paramount Plus. That's followed by season 2 of Interview with the Vampire on AMC Plus. Staying at 8 for the second straight week is the new British superhero drama Supercell on Netflix. The Star Wars series The Acolyte on Disney Plus falls back to 7 this week, while Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus hangs tight at number 6. My Lady Jane, the new fantasy romance on Amazon Prime Video, stays at number 5 for a second week, followed by House of the Dragon on HBO and Max, falling out of the top 3 back to number 4. The top 3 starts with the debut of the new Apple TV Plus drama Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by another Apple TV Plus drama, Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. And for the second straight week, the new season of The Bear on FX on Hulu is your top stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Would you like to get a $220 ACT number just $88? This is with
Aaron here, the founder of California Deluxe Windows. A lot of companies get their windows shipped from all over the globe. That means inflated returns and inflated prices. At California Deluxe Windows, we design, manufacture, and install our own products, so you get fantastic windows at an affordable price. And our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stuff. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and you will cry.
Deluxe Windows, they've deflated their prices too. Right now, get 30% off every order.
It's California Deluxe Windows deflation sale.
Get 30% off your entire order. Call California Deluxe Windows at 800-956-8800. 800-956-8800. That's 800-956-8800. Certain terms and conditions apply. See so universal.
Together, we are limitless.
KFI is the only station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground
And in the air 24 hours a day. Local driver KFI in the sky.
I can't tell you how many times you roll up on an accident scene where the app says it's open and it's still closed. There's no way some computer can replace a pair of human eyes giving you the information live over the air. Well, I have a bus station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies.
When Southern California's only airport traffic report, local driver KFI in the sky.
KFI, AM 645 everywhere on the iPark radio app in Malibu, Lakeview Terrace, and Baker. This is SoCal Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, welcoming you to another SoCal Saturday, Small Business Saturday Spotlight. Today, I want to introduce you to Aria Elan. Aria Elan offers beautiful artwork created by her daughter, Grammy Scholarship recipient Eden Edwards, on various merchandise like baby onesies, children and adult t-shirts, shirts, phone cases, and everything else you can imagine. And 10% of all sales of Ariana product goes to the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and Katrina's Club to promote peace and feed children. Welcoming now to the program the owner of the company, is Ariana herself. How are you doing today? Well, I am glad to do it. It is my absolute pleasure. And tell me, what got you into creating these specially crafted pieces of work in the first place? Like, what drew you to doing this?
Well, all praises to the Creator for gifting me with my I am a singer-songwriter, award-winning poet, and a lot of people believe erroneously that artistic children and people are somehow or being viral words like stupid. But I'm here to tell you, I have lived experience and a meaning that we just have to find out what they have to ask for to encourage them and guide them. So, yeah, she is what got me involved. So, what is her?
And you know all too well that when it comes to autism awareness, that holds a very special place in my heart. And while I am not here, I do work with children with autism at the Autism Academy. And I know for a fact that children with autism are just children who process the world differently. They process the world at a pace that is unlike you and I. And some children may process information at hyper speeds, and some may have to all over information at a slower pace, but it is literally just a process of learning and expressing themselves differently. And I love that you have found a way to bring your daughter Eden's work to life through these products. How long does it take from the point when you receive an order with all of that said about how children with autism process the world? How long is it from the point when you may receive a customer order for something to the point when you're able as original as your daughter herself. This is something that is coming from her. These are not products where you all have printing press or something like that, like you said. These are handmade works of art that can be worn, that can be carried in, as you said, go to very, very worthy causes. And my understanding, you have a couple of events coming up where you will be sharing not only some of your daughter's artwork and some original pieces, but you will also be performing as well. Tell me about some of those.
Oh, gotta think about that.
I absolutely love it. I love you. I love your daughter. I love what you are doing for us here in Southern California to not only help provide us with something that is increasing the awareness of autism ability, but it also benefits such worthy organizations like the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, Caterpillars, Gloves, and Leather. And I just thank you for joining us today to take us on this journey and letting us know what you do with Aria. This is K516 everywhere on the internet. Now let's head on to for our news to get the latest.
Two people have been critically injured and 3 were hurt after a food truck exploded in midair. It happened near 67th and Greenleaf Avenue just after 9 this morning. The Rothschild has burned 330 acres and is 30% contained in the Andes National Forest. The east fork of the San Gabriel River is the largest remain closed for the weekend. In a statement on X, U.S. Representative Mark Takano talked about Veterans Affairs Committee and President Biden to pass the torch to Vice President Biden. Sounds like mother from K5 said more. Lows 160s at the beaches, low to mid-60s for Orange County. It's brought to you by check the 105 might
This is fucking beautiful.
I wouldn't want anybody chasing me around the fucking Bible.
Dog, if I was on the moon, I would sit around and tell everyone about it.
Jehovah's Witness vibes.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. James Addiction is back on the US this year. All four of its 1986
This is Robert. They're walking the street. Hell yeah. The guy's holding his own.
10% of companies lost for the year. No wonder they keep jacking up the price of lot more. This isn't unique to entertainment as a CEO. Stepping down by the end of this year, it's another round of high-profile failures. Cash dividends between $24 and $33 last year, selling by that company. The word is 2024 compensation of the bonus payments as most executives are gifted or indeed.
Taking home this morning,
Discover one of the CIA's endless Cold War initiatives on iHeartRadio, podcast, Operation Midnight Climax, and Undercover. Dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong. Elvis Presley shows him.
I wouldn't do either, man. That's harassment.
What are your thoughts on this so far?
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I believe in all day long. I'm not talking about after dark.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Soul Gal Saturday. I'm the host of On the Show. Wrapping up the show with a few things that you can get into this weekend and beyond. You already know the Orange County Fair is here. Yes. I love everything about the fair. Some of the things
Village Explorer was a fast journey.
this year. There is the Exploria, which is an exhibit that teaches guests about the Orange County coastline. It returns to the Ocean Promenade with new activities. There is live band karaoke in the Plaza Pacifica, which allows fans to live out their live band fantasies. Kids can watch and participate in the magic of great Thurston. Ooh, I love magic. Guests also in some of the fair's themed costume characters like Strawberry Jam, Olivia Moore, Sunny
Very suggestive. I like it.
Rebellious Corn. What?
Keeps your mind going.
I love it. There's an all-Alaska racer.
Jacob Rothschild is talking.
Games racing. I love it. Racers can also be showcasing their talents in the hopes of winning a coveted blue ribbon in categories like photography, fine art, woodworking, floral arrangements, table settings, and more. It's fantastic. And of course, the $5 takes fair rate also returns daily until 4 p.m. where you can try some of the fair's most exotic, insane, and cool crazy foods. Love the fair. Also, this Tuesday, we'll be giving tickets away to this event on Labor Kellywood Barbie the movie in concert featuring the Barbie Land Symphony, Symphonietta, and Symphonietta. Saturday, July 27th at the Hollywood Bowl. Barbie fans of all ages are invited to dance the night away with the groundbreaking live-to-film concert experience. Going from midnight early to the wall famous album, all horse and dance and scoring songs of last year's record sharing film. Produced and illustrated by celebrated Tony Award conductor Macy Schmidt, Barbie Land Symphonietta, and all the majority of tickets will Barbie will come to life with an immersive color outdoor experience like But again, you will be able to win a pair of tickets this Tuesday, 23rd at Council Big Show. And next week, we have another small business Saturday guest joining us,
We have teacher from She Is Hope LA. It's a nonprofit that helps single mother families get back on their feet through education, jobs, and growth opportunities. She Is Hope LA.
Coming up next is Unsolved with Steve Gray. So you don't know where you right here on AM 640 live
Spotogramma, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. I sent you an invitation. Come to my Discord. We're watching a movie. Excellent. We'll see you there. Check your direct messages.
Prosecuted for starting fights at crowd protests in 2017 because a judge ruled members of a
Never sounded so good.
Program. I'm sending you a message.
Disney has engaged in unfair labor practices that are being investigated.
Excellent. Okay, do you see that we're in the BC?
Disney had planned in 40 years. A jury has convicted 2 men of a 10-day liquor store robbery spree in LA that ended
No, you can't. I'll get it to you.
crashing into a tree. U.S. Attorney Mark Estrada says Anthony Flores and Ivan Sanford robbed 5 Venmos to sell expensive movie on social media.
Yes, go in there.
Estrada says during some of the robberies, the men threatened to kill employees who were just trying to make a living. Churchill Downs has lifted its extended suspension of trainer this hearing failed a drug test. ABC's Chuck Severstein says the Hall of Fame trainer can now resume racing his horses.
Statement in which he took responsibility for the Dean of Spirits Bay drug business. Kentucky racing stewards disqualifying the horse winter after the 2021 race.
Track notes that Bowser has completed the penalty and promises to comply.
Sproda, did you find it?
Another House lawmaker calling President Biden to withdraw from the 2024 election. Nancy says Representative Amy Lawford is a close ally of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Biden, Lawford said, quote, "Your candidacy is on a trajectory to lose the White House and potentially impact crucial House and Senate races."
Biden issued a statement yesterday saying he would be returning to the campaign trail next week as he spends time in Delaware recovering from COVID. The Israeli army says it has hit several Houthi targets in western Yemen. The attack comes after a fatal drone attack in Tel Aviv. Houthi spokesman said the attacks will only make the people of Yemen and its armed forces more determined to support Gaza. Today's attack in storage facilities for oil and diesel at the port. The San Diego Air and Space Museum is celebrating the 55th anniversary of the
Sproda Gremlin, what does it say when you try to join?
museum honored astronauts Edwin Buzz Aldrin.
It doesn't say not to join it.
Okay, let me.
I'm in the smartphone and the join voice. That's it's your voice.
Is that you?
Let's take a look at the traffic this evening. Looks like we've got a crash on 101 in Hollywood.
Yo. No way. Hold on. Okay, so the movie's over. I want to thank everybody for watching it because you guys are really good friends. Because most people be like, I'm not watching that bullshit. Yes. Yes, but I was watching it on my phone. Sprotogrammer. Sprotogrammer. Okay. Oh, okay. Sprotogrammer, can you hear me? What happens when you try to join the chat or the VC? Okay. Send me what it shows. Hey Jacob, thank you so much for watching that. You're an amazing person for doing that. And I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. While we may not agree on the subject, you can now see the evidence that we have.
Sure, that's extremely compelling.
Excellent. Sprotogrammer. So we're going to get you in next. You're going to send me what it says when you try to get in, correct?
Warm lows in the mid-60s at the
Jacob, why is the interior of your cabin made of plywood?
Oh, it's like a garage. Actually, it's a car garage.
Oh, I have to turn up your volume. Say that again?
It's a two-car garage.
You live in the garage? Yo, is that your crib?
It's a garage. I don't smoke in the house.
Okay. How far are you from Arizona, Jacob?
Well, I'm in Kentucky right now. West Kentucky. West Kentucky strong, baby. We got rattlesnakes, panthers, and bears and shit.
Oh, you have bears in Kentucky? You hear that, Mr. Rabbi?
Yes, I do.
I seen one like 2 weeks right after I moved in 2019, 2020.
Damn.
But it was actually, I mistook it for a dog wandering wounded because it's kind of hot. And then like I got close there, took off to a tree like, no, dogs don't do that.
Me and Michael Rothschild are working on a product called the Bear Scare. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a revolutionary bear spray product that not only shoots longer distance to combat strong winds, which negates the effects of typical bear spray, no protection for
Can you hear me?
Bear sprays, you can get it at Walmart.
Yep, but you can't get a bear scare at Walmart, which incorporates sound deterrent and visual deterrent and bear spray. The strongest bear spray on the planet, all in one device.
Sprotogramma.
It scared me, so that was good. They just ran up a tree.
Sprotogramma.
They don't stay out there, man.
Bears in Louisiana. Louisiana is the fucking
What are you doing?
bayou. You should be dealing with alligators.
Wait, just join it first. Just join it. Just join. Fall asleep in there. Hold on. I'm going to walk you through it. So what happens when you click that link that I sent you? Oh, okay. Let me look. Oh, it does nothing when you tap join. Did you start and restart your the Discord app? Oh, you know why it doesn't let you in? Because you're in the video chat, perhaps, of the Telegram. Leave the Telegram and come in.
No, that for me.
Are you drinking today?
I drank the rest of my Long Island margarita mix. I had like 6 or something. Shots in it.
6 shots. Holy fuck. How do you sustain like life and positivity taking that many shots? Like, does alcohol not make you depressed?
Water.
Yeah, you don't feel sad the next day? Like, it feels like I lost a bunch of brain cells and I'm just sad the next day. Yoshi, why are you putting on a Jill Rogan episode, Rabbi?
Why not? I mean, you can still talk over it. Just mute it if you don't want to watch it.
I appreciate Joe Rogan, but I don't really believe in everything he says. It's more or less than catered for satire than anything else.
Sprotogremlin, are you there?
What would it take for you to join the UFC because if you're in the UFC, I feel like you fucking have potential. Me and Rabbi as your coach, you're fucking up whoever walks in the octagon with your fucking crazy ass. Am I right?
It's like an MMA challenge.
Yeah. What would it take for you to convert? Do you have a job right now?
I currently take care of my brother. He has to have constant 24 around the clock watch. My parents don't really have the physiological capabilities to take care of them.
I'm going to count that as a job, but what would it take for you to convert to MMA fighter? Because you look jacked from the photos, or from the video, it's like you got some muscle mass there, so. I imagine with some margaritas and 6 shots of vodka in it, you would go to town on whoever the fuck walks in the ring.
Or just think about me.
Have you been in a fight before?
Yeah, but it was kind of like a forced fight, you know? People just start throwing fists. It's like, okay, we're doing that now.
Rabbi looks like he's been in negative 5 fights in his whole entire life.
Weird dog. I've always been able to use my mouth to be able to get me out of it.
You don't want to, like, obviously encourage any of that. I don't like violence either, for sure, but there's money involved, I suppose, I could get violent. That's some potential. That's the whole theory behind it.
Would you do an MMA fight, Rabbi?
Yeah, I have to be able to fight Mark Zuckerberg and whoop his fucking ass, though.
He's pretty good, though. He's fucking talented, that guy.
Dog, he's like 5'1". I'm gonna destroy him.
That'd be wild. I would definitely cost. I would for that one. I'd like to.
I'd be swapping out Rabbi's mouth guard in between rounds. I'd be that guy squirting water in his face. Wake the fuck up, Rabbi. It's game time, motherfucker.
Dog, all you'd hear is just that fucking mouth guard in my mouth. It would just be like, and you'd pull it out and it'd be like, I eat pussy, motherfucker. I'm the best motherfucker of all time. Go fuck yourself. There ain't never been anyone prettier than I am. And then you'd have to put it back in.
Yeah.
MMA, I like MMA too. Because you can use more than one technique.
I want to see Rabbi hopped up on adrenaline when he's in the midst of a UFC fight. Let the chirps come out of his beak or whenever I take out his mouth guard. There's got to be some unfathomable level of chirps coming out when he's all adrenaline up.
Let's try to visualize this. We've got the 2 guys that are walking out from this house. We've got Demetrius and his relative. They're walking down a sidewalk. Someone comes up on them. This is not on from the street.
But of course, he changes it from Chinese physicist to Joey Diaz.
Word.
Who's the fucking king of the fucking, like, Brooklyn or whatever.
New Jersey.
Is he from New Jersey?
Well, he technically was born in Cuba.
He's a Cuban, right? So then he fucking lived in New Jersey forever. So
He lived in Manhattan for some part.
you know what carburetor story is?
Some of them.
Does he have a car dealership?
He worked at a car dealership.
Oh, okay. I think that might change now.
Jacob El Diablo Blanco is your real Mexican name.
See. No peppers.
When we come back, I want to dig a little deeper into you mentioned earlier that sometimes you who the victims were, in this case Demetrius Brackett, and you said you had to kind of peel back the layers of his life. So we'll do that. We'll explore more of the case from 2018 and Compton. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640.
Hey, El, when you're pissed off, what do you say?
I say, fuck you, you little bitch.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear.
You're right now the world's biggest fucking pimp on the fucking planet.
Hell yeah. Wah.
Experts believe it's a sign that Biden's campaign is forging ahead despite continued calls for him to bow out in the 2024 race.
When is the last vacation you took, Rabbi? It seems like you're due for a vacation.
Dog, I've been doing this for so fucking long. It depends how you define vacation. Before this, I took a little trip up to Santa Barbara. I also spent some time in San Diego.
I love San Diego. I love with like Mission Beach over there.
Beautiful.
They got Venice down. It's beautiful. The water is green because of the algae.
You like the city of San Diego?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
El Cajon is like the Navy retirement capital of the world, probably.
Oh yeah, there's a big like Navy base down there, isn't there?
Word. Ever see Top Gun?
Top Gun base in San Diego?
Word. That's where Top Gun Flight School is. Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard? Dog, I'm fucking Maverick. You know I'm Maverick. El, what's your favorite episode of Joey Diaz?
I just think he's a hilarious individual who is just really not afraid to express whatever the fuck is on his life. That's what I admire about him.
Word, dog. How many of those fucking things have you drank? No, L.
What did you say?
We were doing fractions earlier, and you were like, normally I do 2/3 of the amount. So, how many have you done this far?
I don't understand my question.
How many beers have you had?
I'm only on my fucking third one right now. It's only halfway finished, so but I'm a little wavy. I don't know if you can tell that.
You're a little lazy or a little wavy?
Wavy.
Yeah, I can tell it. That's good. I would have picked you at about 3 beers right now.
You're close. 2.5. You're close.
Excellent.
But these are strong beers. It says on the fucking can, strong beer. So
I agree. Have you ever had Colt 44? Wait, Colt 45. Thank you. Have you ever had a Colt 44? So what are your thoughts on Colt 45?
I believe for the safety of America.
Oh yeah, dog.
This is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app, you can send us a tip about a case, a story idea, or a comment about the show. Just tap the red microphone on the app and leave your message. Welcome back. Inside the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau, talking with cold case detective Rich Tomlin about the case of Demetrius Brackens, a 46-year-old black man who was gunned down in front of a home in the 2000 block of North Harley Avenue in Compton back in 2018. So, detective, before the break, we were talking about how you sometimes have to go back and peel back the layers of the victims of those who were killed. In this particular case, what do we know about Demetrius? You said he had gone to prison. He really wasn't a bad guy per se on the surface. But do you know any more about him? Just from the family members that he was more of a loner and that he sometimes would lose touch with his family. But he was, as far as seeing him in person, however, he was consistent in staying through telephone contacts and what have you. Married. Demetrius was not married. He was 46 years of age. And again, because of his age, one would say, again, you have to look at all angles of a shooting. What's a possible angle? Could this be a gang shooting, let's say? He's got no gang ties. He's an older gentleman. Again, the timing of the murder. Of course, violence can happen anytime, at any moment of the day, but this is a Sunday. This is at 1:35 in the afternoon. I don't think, again, I can't say that for sure, but it's kind of shocking, and that's what it is. This is shocking, the time of day it occurred, where it occurred, and that the amount of gunshots that were fired. So, could this have been a mistaken identity?
How you living, pimp?
As people who step forward and give a description of the individual, people step forward and identify the suspect vehicle. We feel very strongly that there are people who actually know is responsible for the shooting, asking assistance to him. Because if it's not safe to walk out your home 30 minutes Sunday, what is it safe to walk? Detective, based on your experience, who shoots a 46-year-old man?
Do you know who David Cho is?
Sounds familiar. Enlighten, please.
Alright, so he's an artist. He's on a multiple season Vice documentary series with Vice, or Vice bankrupt apparently, where he films himself hitchhiking across America. And he's this very famous artist. He has the wonderful podcast, by the way, called BBDASA. More where he interviews various people or just bloggers that whatever he were funny. One of the episodes he interviews Saber, which is a famous CD artist, Cam Sasha Gray. Sasha Gray is the same episode.
No, who's that?
And he's a Sasha Gray, dude. It's like some famous porn star.
Right.
His series on hitchhiking across America, and he hitchhiked across China. Is very inspirational as well as his artwork, and made his money by doing a mural for Facebook for $50,000, and Mark Zuckerberg offered him, you can take $50,000 cash, which he supposedly needed a lot at the time, or you can take stock in Facebook. And so he took the stock, and he's a gambler, and he's been kicked out of various Las Vegas casinos. And then the stock, his little $50,000 of stock in Facebook moves to like $300 million. He's a bigger whale Facebook goat. But genuinely, he's a very likable guy, and he's done interviews with Stevie Weeby, which is Bobby Lee's brother, who's a very awesome, hilarious Asian guy. So yeah, you should check it out. I don't know if you ever considered hitchhiking on a train hopping, where you hitchhike on trains. Entertaining for it.
I've done that several times. The Echelon.
You fucking really? Were you interrupting the radio to understand where their destination was, or were you just reballing it?
She almost got robbed once, so I fucking had a nice little gold piece around my ear, right? And we wasn't connected to my things I used for a necklace. It's kind of strong from there. It's like a good long term, like you not even deep long, so it's pretty cool.
Can you explain that more? Maybe some hobo and have to rob you for
my meteorite, my gold piece, the clamp that held me together.
With some other train hoppers trying to rob you?
There was more else. I was fast. I was coming back from Greek Fest. I was like a half a tag in. It's the entire way there.
Wow. That is admirable termination, and yeah. So how many times have you train hopped?
I used to like the kids of like never gorilla tracks in the park. That's why I grew up.
Yeah, that's really cool. Do you have any crazy stories from your train hopping days?
No, not really. Myself.
Can you explain why the train's moving? Like the loud noise.
It's kind of hard to avoid if you're fucked up, you know what I mean? I gotta stick this off before I get back on the top. When I open.
Where would you be going to? Like you didn't want to take the fucking regular R-rides or whatever?
I used to ride a train back and forth all the time to go from my aunt's house, city to my house. No.
September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu.
Yeah.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
People. The skyline growing up in my background.
Did you ever fuck with graffiti at all? Graffiti, or would you write a moniker on the side of the trains at all?
I'm not really a good artist. So, especially when it comes to like painting, expression, and all that. I'm not a good painter at all. I paint your face. I'm not really a good painter entirely. Maybe by numbers.
Actually, we're gonna watch concerts.
I like shit. That's what we're talking about. Make everything neon.
L. How long does it take you to shotgun a beer?
I don't have a room in the tent to shotgun beer right now, but if it was just like the first one, probably you second.
Would you be ready to fuck shit up afterward? Hell yeah.
I don't think it would work too well now if I tried it. Probably instantly vomit all this shit up.
Have you ever vomited and then ate your own vomit?
Yeah, a couple times. I mean, it's like, why let that beautiful vomit go to waste when I can just eat the vomit?
Right. Regurgitate it. Recycling. You Canadians love that.
I mean, I'm all for the planet, so why would I be recycling my vomit?
That's right. Well, that's nice. Do you like to tell this story to group homes and children's t-ball teams?
Yeah, I absolutely enjoy just stepping in as a part-time coach with the local t-ball team and producing little stories of how I consume my own vomit.
That's amazing, dog.
It really gives them a little pep in their step so they can crush those wiffle balls out of the stadium.
Amazing. Do you know that sometimes I just say dids when I don't want to say ditto? I just say dids.
There are two ways to say ditto.
Right, so I just say dids. I think that's probably the coolest thing ever.
This is a really cool expression, actually.
Dids. It's just like, I'm so fucking lazy. I'm going to make up my own goddamn word, and you're going to know what it means.
Goddamn facts. You have my goddamn fucking. Oh, you know. That's a fucking documentary on the real. We already watched.
No. We're good. We're good. We're going to watch a concert. You want to know what a really cool concert is?
I'd rather watch fucking Hitler giving speeches in fucking German than fucking documentary.
Have you heard those Hitler speeches in English yet?
I feel like there were Instagram clips where they converted it to fucking English, and then Joe Rogan was like, oh, German sounds so angry, but when you convert it to English, it's like, oh shit, the things that he's saying is like really anti-Semitic, and it's totally rational. Do you know anything about the streets of Washington, D.C. and how they relate to the Freemason/Illuminati?
Fuck yeah.
Because apparently the architecture of the streets in Washington, D.C. is very edgy.
Word, dog. The architect was named like Le Petit Filet, some fucking French thing. It's like Le Petit or something like that. Anyway, yeah, it's basically designed in a very esoteric manner, and it's like spokes of a wheel, but also very triangular, so that it doesn't run on a grid. It runs basically out of spokes, with the center spoke generally being like the Congress building. Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard in your entire life?
That's wild.
Word.
Yeah, I interviewed this artist from Washington, D.C. and he was telling me about how the streets are all Masonic and shit.
Word, dog. Dog, we have so many fucking documentaries that could play. I don't even know if this is gonna fucking work. But I'm gonna get a I'm gonna put a little timer on my phone that whenever there's a message that comes up that says, "Hey, are you still there?" And to avoid that little message coming up, I'll just have the timer automatically click it every so often so that it thinks I'm still there. Word, dog. Apologies, I didn't mean to make you watch this documentary again. We're watching the next one, yo. Hey, Jacob, do you know Caspian Sea? Do you know Caspian Sea?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I talked to him a couple times on here.
Excellent. Okay. He'll be back like around August 8th. And I wanted to make sure you knew him.
Yeah.
Excellent. So,
I'm looking forward to that guy's trip report of what the fuck scale was like for 25 days.
right.
I want to know the fuck. I'm sure this guy will come up with some MacGyver hacks to fucking make it
Doug,
horrible.
I didn't tell you, but he called me. And I missed it. Here's why I missed it though, and I can't really be too mad at myself. I have a setting on my phone. It's an iPhone, and it's like the setting is something like don't ring the phone if it's an unknown number. And I used to just take all calls, but I gave out my telephone number on Telegram, and this one guy kept calling me from an unknown number all the time, thinking it was funny. He'd call me in the middle of the night and just to wake me up. So that would piss me off, though I knew I was asking for it. So what I ended up doing was just turning on that setting that says don't ring my phone if it's an unknown number. And obviously I don't have his jail in my phone. So it like called me, but it never rang.
You're telling me that you missed out on some fucking
Jail call.
static level content. Caspian Sea, inside an American penitentiary, you were too fucking skeptical of the Telegram scammers.
That's exactly right.
That's right.
That's really unfortunate. I feel like several famous hosts. Oh wow. Cool bottle of white wine here. Oh my goodness.
That's awesome.
12%. Well, have you seen the trailer park episode, Mr. Michael Rothschild, where they make fucking it's like scale booze out of fermenting orange peel on like a plastic bag.
In jail?
Yeah, have you watched Trailer Park Boys Jail?
No, I've never seen Trailer Park Boys. Is it funny?
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Dude, you have to understand something. You have to understand something. It's Canadian. And because it's Canadian, it's not pushed that hard in the United States. Though I do know that it's a funny show. It's just since it's Canadian, people don't really talk about it that much. They talk about it a little bit on the internet, and I know it's a funny show. But like, if you ask the average American, "Hey, have you seen Trailer Park Boys?" They won't even know that's a show because it's not American.
Oh my god. Alright, we have to go on a Trailer Park Boys marathon because the show's fucking hilarious.
Is it on YouTube?
It's on some fucking streaming website illegally somewhere for free. Maybe you can buy it on YouTube. Wow. I'm flabbergasted that you haven't seen Trailer Park Boys.
I actually sat down and watched it either. I mean, I'm not Canadian.
See?
You guys are missing out. I'm telling you. You guys are missing out. It's the funniest fucking show ever.
Doug, I'm going to look it up right now. I don't think it's on YouTube, but if it is, we'll watch every episode right now.
I do have a podcast which is on YouTube, which I also enjoy. Because surprisingly from the show, the characters in real life are not astronomically different from TV shows. So still very enjoyable. I like shows a little bit.
Yo, Doug, people tell me all the time that I remind them of, what's the guy with the glasses, the Coke bottle glasses? Yeah, they tell me that all the time. Oh, you're just like Bubbles. And I'm like, who the fuck is Bubbles? And they're like, oh, he's on Trailer Park Boys. And I'm like, oh, are you fucking Canadian? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, then we have this whole fucking conversation. Oh.
You definitely are a little bit like Bubbles.
Yeah, so we're going to find out about that guy right now. If episode 1 is on YouTube, we're going to watch it right fucking now. Trailer Park Boys, episode 1. It's at least not available using this thing. Probably be on streaming website. Dog, I know I can get it. That's not the issue. It's about streaming it here. Alright. So in the meantime, you're gonna watch a PBS Frontline documentary on Black Money, and it's not on what you think it is. Not on 50 cents fucking money. Dog, I wish. When I first saw it, I was like, damn, this is a hardcore fucking documentary. They just come out and say like straight up Black Money. I figured it was gonna be like, I don't know, like moguls and like, you know, successful people in the African American community, but it was not. It was on the shadowy world of international bribery, which is still actually really, really cool too. But I would love to be watching this if it was on moguls. Not sure why your mic ain't really Air. It's in an air. It's in an air. Yo, baby, can you hear me better? Yo. Hey, to my man, Riser, you need to understand something. You need to know something right now. You ready for this? Excellent. Damn it. What did you just say?
My name is fucking Al.
Before that.
Lil Wayne.
Oh yeah, Black Money. Yeah. What was it saying? What did it have to do with that? We're talking, okay, we're talking Trailer Park Boys. And did it have something to do with that?
His name is Hell. I think that fucking Bible guy interviewing the astronauts asked them if they fucking believe in aliens.
That wasn't the purpose.
Wow. The real Wild West.
Word, dog.
Could you imagine Rabbi Rothschild wearing one of his red and white fucking uniforms, shooting up fucking left?
Hell yeah, dog.
Civil War reenactment or something? Yeah, let's do it.
I've been through there a couple times. I went to a wedding once in Georgia, and actually I think I've been through there 3 times. I went to a wedding once in Nashville. I went to a wedding once in Georgia, and then I went to Charleston, South Carolina, and I passed through there. I remember being.
I've never really traveled too much on the East Coast myself. That's pretty cool, though, that you have.
I've only really been that I recall. I mean, I remember being there, but and I went to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, that's Lexington.
Louisville. What in the fuck are you saying, Lexington? Get that shit out of here. That's in Louisville, son.
We got caves here too, Mammoth Cave.
Right, Mammoth Cave, is that right?
Yeah, it's the largest.
Right.
Longest, I mean, some such like that. Why was it? I think like West or something.
My friend, I stayed with him when I went to the Kentucky Derby, and he was very smart. He ended up going to Harvard, and then he also ended up coaching soccer at Harvard. was very tight. We didn't have to pay. He just knew people, and we just walked in. It's like, I don't know if you could do that now, but back then, it was like, Kentucky was a little bit different. It was kind of a little backwoods, where if you just knew the right person, they could open a door for you, and then all of a sudden, you're at the biggest horse race in the world. Did you ask if I'm a betting man? It was actually, I put in a bet like the day before, and it hit, and I won, but it only paid like 2-1, so I could sit and wait in line or just hold on to the ticket. And so I think that's what I did.
Every 2 seconds is cutting out there.
Yeah, I hate this shit so much. I don't fucking understand it. It's so fucking annoying. Hold on a second. Yo, dog. Can you still hear me? Yo, dog. Can you still hear me? Yo. Can you hear me? Yo.
I don't know if it'll cut out every 2 seconds, but yeah. You want me to keep informing you if it's cutting out?
No. Can you hear me? Dog. This shit sucks so much cock. Apologies. Okay, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll saying that.
Excellent. So, apologies for the last 3 fucking hours that thing just was like, right. Dog, I have done everything I can to try to figure out the microphone issue. It just turns out if you have too many microphones that are open at the same time in a room, it's just almost impossible not to get feedback.
I mean, you have 3 in the same Discord right now. Is there a reason to that? One is just the lurker, no video stream.
Yeah, let's talk about that one for a second. I don't understand. Let's see here. We got this one. I can see that. Hold on. The lurker. You know, that lurker is a very good question. What is that one even doing? I don't even know where it is. No, it's an excellent question. It's like, okay, you just have a random ass one in there. Hold on a second. Join. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. All right, so even if I just turn this one on. All right. Yeah, there was just some kind of bug with one of my phones. It didn't go away. Can you hear me, L? L.
Like that you're speaking into seems to cut out abruptly.
That's what I needed to know.
I'm not sure why.
That's what I needed to know.
One that's muted.
Dog.
You have one that's muted.
Dog. Okay, so the phone on which you hear me now, it cuts in and out, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, just one moment. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. It seems like the quality of the audio has dropped, which I'm not sure is a good enough trade-off for the fucking either constant sheet quality or on and off.
Exactly.
Which is fucking lovely dichotomy.
Word, dog. Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yo, dog. Hey. Okay, can you tell him to unmute this one and see if it sounds better? Yo, can you hear me? L, tell, Jacob, tell L to unmute the fart camera. Yo, L. L. Yo. No, one of them you do. Can you hear me? L, unmute that far one and see how the microphone goes.
I have the volume. I need it now.
All right, can you now just one moment? Let's see how it is. All right, now I know I'm gonna sound far away, but does it cut in and out?
It sounds like you're talking from really far away.
Well, that's because I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but bring the mic in closer, maybe on the third one.
Dog, you want me to do so much fucking shit? Okay, I'll do it, dog.
Just trying to improve your live stream.
Just for you.
Okay, don't shoot the messenger.
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
Okay, I just unmuted one.
I'm just trying to fucking make some mic.
No, you're good, dog. You're good. I appreciate this. I need your help. That's why I'm giving you shit, but I do need your help. All right, here we go. I am doing all this for my friend Al and my friend Jacob. Here we go. This is fucking amazing shit. And if you're like, oh, Rabbi, what makes you say it's so fucking amazing? Check out how athletic I am. Look at this. People can't wrap their heads around how fucking athletic I am, how much athletic prowess I have, how much I'm like poetry in motion. Yo, dog. L, can you hear me?
I can. It still sounds a little, or not really even a little, like, I feel like this one you're going to have to talk, like, really close to it.
Dog, you don't even know what I have in store for you. Just calm down. It's going to be fucking amazing.
Fucking Rabbi walk around working him like a dog.
Wow, dog, do you know how much fucking work it is for me to fucking unplug one of these fucking devices, shut off the fucking microphone to that device, re-plug in another phone, and plug that one in, and the fucking chargers aren't even the same chargers? You know what kind of horseshit this is? Yo, dog. Can you hear me?
Oh, wow. Loud and fucking clear.
For the first time ever.
I mean, the other mics were atrocious. This one is fucking crystal fucking good.
Oh, that's what I needed, Al. We've only been dealing with this bullshit
we have
for fucking
on the
months.
fucking video none other than the most fucking gorgeous person ever fucking created in this universe. Michael fucking Rabbi Rothschild.
Hell yeah.
Otherwise known as the biggest pimp to ever fucking roam the earth.
Dog, you're
Otherwise
so
known
right.
as
Oh my word, you know my nickname. Biggest pimp of all time.
What's up, you little slut?
Oh, dude, that's amazing. I'm glad that this fucking thing works. So you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It doesn't appear to be cutting in and out.
That's tight as fuck, dog.
Gosh, what device is this on?
It's just like an old Android
phone. Okay. Well, the audio is actually tolerable, and it seems to have a consistent stream. It's weird that how different devices connected to the same internet would have different consistencies and latency for the stream.
People are going to study this at a university level. We'll leave that up to them to figure out all those nuances.
University of Vancouver will be studying this for decades.
Dog, you're absolutely right. Hey, have you told Jacob about University of Vancouver?
Jacob,
hold on.
What do you know about
Wait,
Before we
do this, Jacob, how many people do you think attend the University of Vancouver?
25,000, 30,000.
That's a great guess. L, how many people attend the University of Vancouver? Go.
Goose egg, baby. Fucking goose egg. You hear that, Jacob? You hear that number? It's a fucking goose egg, bud. 0.
It doesn't exist. Not yet.
But it will.
Dog, doesn't that sound like a really good university? The University of Vancouver?
I was completely unaware that they didn't have a university there.
Exactly. It'd be like the University of Toronto, the University of Chicago, NYU, UCLA.
They have a University of Saskatchewan. You know what goes on in Saskatchewan, Jacob? They fucking plow fields of fucking wheat. That's what happens at the University of fucking Saskatchewan.
Man, fuck Saskatchewan.
Yeah, fuck Saskatchewan.
Donate to the University of Saskatchewan.
Fuck the entire province of Saskatchewan.
Dog, Saskatchewan sucks so much cock, it should get on its knees and start sucking off Manitoba.
In Montreal.
What are your thoughts on Nineveh?
Nineveh is fucking based. Are you out of your mind?
Dog, I love Nineveh. That's why I mentioned it. I think it's the coolest fucking place in Canada. Maybe.
You know, I'm starting a fucking university called University of Nineveh. Are you aware of that?
Good idea. Are you going to ensure that indigenous people who are what do you call them?
Underprivileged get an education.
No,
yes, I am ensuring that.
There's a word you can't use. These people are known as. Dude, it's like a short word.
Eskimo.
No, you can't use that word. That's not the right word. Doesn't it start with an N? Yeah.
Niggas of the north.
No, it's like the Nina people or something.
Nina.
Dog. I'm gonna look this up. You don't want to say the E word anymore. It's like a hate term.
Yeah, the E word is Eskimo, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to say that. That's not what they're known as.
Inuit's more like
Inuit.
That's close.
You call them Inuit. You don't call them other things. That's a hate term. That's like the bad word for Inuit people. Can I tell everybody? There's a certain group out there for whom I am looking out. For whom I'm looking. Those are milks in society. In addition to milk, there are there's a certain
There's a
group
certain
of
group of
people
people
in
in
Nepal
Nepal
that are known
that
as
are known as
Sherpas.
Sherpas.
And
And
these people have gotten really good at climbing
at
mountains, but
but
they are
they
not
are not
all mountain climbers. There are some Sherpas that do other things. But the term Sherpa has just been colloquially used as anybody who's like a pack animal person to go climb fucking Mount Everest. And I am standing up for them. They're not all fucking pack animals. Some Sherpas do other things. Don't you think that I will be seen in the future perhaps as a great trailblazer for Sherpa culture?
I did not know that. I thought that Sherpas were specifically designed to carry the white people's luggage up Mount Everest while doing a large fraction of the work that it takes to escalate those high elevations.
Right. So
what other duties do they have, these Sherpas, other than attending to the yaks?
Well, here's the thing. Some of the most famous people who have done this are not Sherpas. They're like Chinese people. And those are two separate groups of people. So the proper term is a porter. P-O-R-T-E-R. Someone who takes things from one place to another. So I want people to know, don't call these people Sherpas anymore. Sherpas are a group of people who live in Nepal. The people who carry shit on the mountain are known as porters. A lot of Sherpa people are porters, but it's offensive by you saying Sherpa and assuming that everybody who's a Sherpa is a porter, because that's not true. Also, I want you to know that the steepest and also the highest altitude airport is located in and around Kathmandu. Do you have any other questions about Nepal? Because I think at this point, I'm a fucking Nepalese expert. No other motherfucker from Nepal is over here saying, hey, I'm standing up for the Sherpas.
Yeah, I've watched an Everest documentary or two in my day, and you're right on there.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Dog, do you like the sound that you're hearing out of this phone?
I have no problems at all. I mean, no echoing at all. Perfect.
Well, I have to ask Elle, because Elle complains about everything.
I don't complain. I'm just giving you valuable feedback. And the quality of this microphone, so far, it's been sublime.
That's phenomenal.
Let me say that. It's been sublime.
That's fucking phenomenal news, dog.
You're damn right it's phenomenal news, Rabbi.
It's phenomenal. Yo, welcome. We got Halo here. Halo, you are wonderful. We got Halo here. We've got Nicolo. We've got Dante Sucre. We've got Valentino. How you doing, friends? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Welcome.
And the greatest event in global history.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm very well.
How are you?
Que no te entiendo, negrito. No hablo.
Wild. All right, well, I'm live on YouTube right now on 6 different streams, so you can check me out. Type Bible Rabbi in YouTube, Filter by Life. It's the biggest event in global history.
Sí, ¿me puedes traducir lo que está diciendo?
Do you know about Kit?
Retros, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
that's cool.
that's cool.
Well, we're
Well,
watching
we're watching
this
this
little
little
documentary.
documentary.
Do you know who
Do you know
Joey
who
Diaz
Joey
is?
Diaz is?
Dog.
Dog.
Joey
Joey
Diaz is a
Diaz,
stand-up
stand-up
comedian
comedian
based out of North Bergen, New Jersey, and he's hilarious. Everybody loves
Everybody
him.
loves him.
Everybody
Everybody
loves
loves
his
his
podcast.
podcast.
I have a
I have a
feeling
feeling
that these
that
people
these
either
people either
speak
speak
English,
English,
not
not
perhaps.
perhaps.
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
How are you? Hey, my name is Santino Buco.
Yo,
Yo,
welcome. I'm
welcome.
Rabbi
I'm Rabbi
Rothschild.
Rothschild.
I stream my
I
life
stream my
24
life 24 hours a day,
7 days
7 days a week,
365 days a year
365 days a year
for
for
One
One Piece.
Piece.
Habla más lento que yo inglés nada. Habla más lento de flaquito. Speak low, please.
Speak low,
Speak low,
like
silently,
like a whisper.
Speak low, carajo.
L, can you translate?
Here's a somewhat foreign language speaker asking you to speak low, Rabbi.
Oh, okay.
Start speaking
Welcome,
low.
everybody.
Welcome, everybody.
We love that you're
We
here.
love that you're here.
We watched a
documentary
documentary tonight that had Spanish subtitles, and we want you to know that we love you. We're happy that you're here.
Happy that you're here.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you for coming.
I love that
I
you're
love
here.
that you're here.
Watch
Welcome.
whatever you want. We're watching documentaries. We got Joe Rogan. You guys know who Joe Rogan is? It's amazing. Check this out.
Have done all of that. He would have taken all the bribes. And in India, he just kind of knew that's how he knew the culture. He knew how to navigate. He knew how to grease the wheels and all of that, how to talk to people to get what you want. Here, he's not charming because he doesn't know English well enough.
Right.
There, he can get anything he wants. Here, he's just struggling, trying to figure it all out. And so I've become keenly aware of, like, I don't know if we as immigrant kids appreciate everything our parents had to go through to get here for us. I'm not here without that.
Well, if my grandparents, it was actually my grandparents' parents that moved here, but if they weren't the type of people that were so gangster they were willing to get on that boat,
Yeah.
I would be in Europe somewhere.
Yes.
I'd be in Europe hanging out in a cafe, smoking cigarettes, talking shit.
Yeah, I would be a fat, spoiled piece of shit. And it would have been fun. I'd have been a rich kid. But growing up in India, I wouldn't have been what I am here. I know that.
Yeah, you want your own ability to carve a path, and there's a lot of countries where that's not an option. You can't really carve a path to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That's not available to everybody everywhere.
Yeah, man. Hopeless poverty. I'm not saying there's not extreme poverty in America. There is, but I've seen hopeless poverty in India where it's just like, I don't know how you'll get out of this in 3 generations.
Yeah, when you fly into Brazil, one of the things that happens when you fly into Rio, we would do UFCs there. You go through the favelas, the airport, and the drive from the airport to where the beach where you're staying. You drive straight through the favelas. So all to the right of you is shanty towns, and you see extreme poverty. And have you ever seen that movie, The City of God?
Yes.
My friend Eddie Bravo said that makes Boys in the Hood look like Sesame Street.
Truly, I remember thinking it was going to be an uplifting film, so I was horrified watching the whole thing. But yeah, it's crazy, man.
And my friends from Brazil say that's exactly what it's like. That's exactly what it's like in the favelas. It's bad.
The runts, the kids that take over, like 9 years old, and they end up killing people. Yeah,
they have no respect for life, no understanding. I mean, the frontal cortex isn't even beginning.
Yeah.
They're not. You're 25 before you figure out what the fuck you're even doing with yourself.
I remember riding the train in India with my mom. My mom has like fibromyalgia, all these joint issues, and then we had to move train stations, all this stuff, or like platforms or whatever. And everybody's just rushing, and people are like screaming, trying to get off the train. So many people are getting on. People are like screaming, like, "Please just let me get off." And I'm like, "Yo, people are gonna die doing this." And then we talked to family in India, and they might have just been saying it flippantly, but they said the cheapest thing in India is a man's life. They said that in Hindi, but like the idea that you just grow up around so much trauma and whatever that it is what it is.
When there's a billion people, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
A billion
on a land a quarter the size of America.
So a quarter the size of America, 3 times the population.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Dude, the 0.4 of India's population, 1.4 billion, is bigger than America.
That's nuts.
So bigger plus a billion.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
You have to think a quarter the size of America and 3 times the population. If you really put that all together, you're just
crazy.
like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
It's madness.
And I love India, and I love going back, and I also just understand how privileged I am that I was raised here, and I feel like we as immigrant kids take that for granted sometimes.
Isn't it interesting how like some places just, I guess it's the older ones, right? Like think about high population places. It's China, which is like our oldest civilization.
Yeah.
China has thrived economically for 4,000 years.
Yeah.
4,000 years.
Yeah.
So of course they have a billion people.
Yeah, true.
Obviously there's serious poverty and all sorts of problems in China, but the point is they've been a unit for 4,000 years. So people have been fucking.
Yeah.
They've been fucking for 4,000 years, so much that they had to say you can only have one kid.
Yeah.
And then they ruined everything. That stupid idea. They ruined everything. So there's so many more men than there are women. So now they have a real problem.
Yeah.
And then they realized that they were going to have a real problem, so they started changing it so you could have more kids. I think you can have 3 now, right? Is that what China's policy is now?
Are you not worried about China as a threat to America for global dominance? I guess I can't think of a better way to say it. But are you worried about China?
They already won.
Yeah.
They've been infiltrated all of our universities. They give grant money. They pay for things. They buy up farmland.
So smart.
They've been buying up farmland around military bases. They sell America cheap cell phone towers and internet routers. They sell them cell phone towers at a discounted rate, so that they can have their cell phone towers around military bases so they can listen to everything that everybody fucking says.
I mean, yeah.
And then they get caught using like third-party access to like Huawei got kicked out of America.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I forgot about this story. Yeah.
I was ready to buy a Huawei phone because Huawei at one point in time had the dopest phones.
Really?
Bro, their phones are so dope. Their phones are incredible. They had cameras and batteries that were so much better than iPhones or anything that was available in America at one point in time, and they were just making these insane phones. And I remember they made a Porsche design phone. It was a Porsche design Huawei phone. I'm like, this is the craziest phone I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they put a ban on them. And I'm like, there must be some real shit going down if the United States government.
Yeah, we let them get away with a lot.
What does it say here, Jamie?
Fine, or there was a social upbringing fee or a social maintenance fee.
Oh, in China, if you had more than one kid.
And then it says the Sichuan province abolished the 3-child policy, making it completely
allowing parents to legally have as many children as they want. The real problem is the lack of women. It's the different. What is the population difference between men and women in China? I think it's like 60-something% men.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah,
that's a real problem because the reality, at least in America, America has a very high level of men who are single and have no sex.
Yeah,
it's pretty high.
I was one of those for a long time.
Here it is: 720 male inhabitants and 689 female. That's not too bad. Yeah. That is, what is that about? That's not 60%.
No, it's a little over 50. I think like 54, probably 53, if I had to guess.
Okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
China's total population decreased for the first time in decades in 2022, and population decline is expected to accelerate in the upcoming years. And that's because of the population of women versus men.
Yeah, and then the gap in genders could increase because the older people that didn't have the 1-child policy, they're going to start dying off.
Exactly. And so in America, like there was some study recently that they were talking about the amount of single men and men who don't have girlfriends.
Yeah.
And it's crazy high.
Yeah.
Because everybody's got super high standards.
Yeah.
A chart that shows the distribution from China from 1950 to 22, and it seems like it's almost the same the whole time.
Interesting. Even after they had the 1-child policy?
I don't know exactly.
Didn't change at all? So it's only 51 to 48?
Pretty much the entire time, yeah.
Interesting.
I would think it would continue to go down.
You're getting this data from China. Yeah,
That's fair. That's fair also.
No, we did it perfect.
Yeah, that's fair. Nobody died
Child
from
policy was fine.
COVID.
It was
Yeah,
perfect. Nobody died from COVID. We didn't create COVID.
yeah.
Why are you calling it the China virus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no one's even mad at China for killing a billion people.
Yeah, the idea, there's this idea that if I criticize a government, I'm criticizing the people. Like the idea if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, guys, let's let go. I criticize the Chinese government, Israeli government. I have no problem with you as groups of people. Y'all are wonderful. Government, y'all are a little nuts.
Of course.
Yeah.
Even with America.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like if you have an American flag, you're racist. Sure.
Yeah.
America is all of us. You can't let the corrupt government take your fucking flag and decide that that's a colonizer's flag. That's so stupid. That's all of us, the children of immigrants.
Yes, 1000%. And if I go to Europe and they make fun of America, I don't think they're making fun of me. I don't think they hate Americans. I'm not like, how dare you?
Meanwhile, you're probably accurate. I'll probably laugh along with you.
Yeah.
Tell me more shit.
Yeah, you're probably right.
What do you guys think is funny about us?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're killing everyone with our food. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
We are definitely doing that.
Yeah, I hate to become that guy, but I've become that guy.
Well, Russia doesn't allow GMO foods. They don't allow it.
Yeah.
You have to, everything has to be organic in Russia.
I hate that, but I went to Europe and then I tasted like the food there. And not that they're the best chefs, but the quality of everything is just so much more clean and pure. And then you taste the stuff in America and you're like, oh, they're right. This stuff sucks. It's killing us.
Well, we just have so much fast, cheap food.
Yeah.
Fast, cheap food that's terrible for you. And that you never get satisfied. You want to keep eating it.
But like Will Sylvince was telling me years ago, he went to London in like 07. I just moved to New York. We were talking. And he was like, the chicken in London is actually white. In America, it's called white meat, but it's kind of like yellowish. You ever notice? And I'm like, I guess. And then he goes, if you go to London or France or wherever and you eat the chicken, it's purely white because they don't allow you to fuck with it like they do in America.
What are they doing to America to make it yellow?
I don't know what they're doing exactly. You're the guy that researches. I'm the guy that just talks shit. But my friend Mike Albanese was talking about this exact thing, unrelated. We were just talking. He was like, dude, if you buy frozen chicken breast in America and you look at the ingredients list, it's way more than just chicken and breast. You know what I mean? It's like whatever nitrate, whatever preservative, whatever. It's just like a whole, you can do anything.
The preservatives are what really fuck you. You got to imagine. What is a preservative? A preservative is something that discourages bacteria from eating food.
Mm-hmm.
So what does it do to the absorption of the nutrients in your body? What does it do to your gut microbiome? What does it do to all those things?
Yeah.
And that's something that people don't take into consideration when you eat something that has preservatives in it.
Yeah.
You're taking into your body a thing that discourages living things.
Yeah.
And your food is not supposed to last on a shelf. Like if you eat, I'm sure you've seen those McDonald's cheeseburgers that people take and they put them on a shelf for like
later, it's just sitting there ready to be eaten.
Some dude has one from, what was the oldest one the dude had? From the 80s, I think.
I think so. Like 30 years or something. Yeah.
It looks perfect.
Yeah, it
looks like he bought it at noon and it's 6 p.m. Yeah, it looks like a 6-hour-old cheeseburger. It doesn't look like a cheeseburger that's 30 years old.
And I hate that is a thing I think about. If I'm like, where do I want to, God willing, we have a kid, my wife and me, where do I want to raise them? I'm like, oh, at the foundation, the food here is fucked. Do we need to leave just to get better food?
You can get good food here. You don't have to.
Do I have to hunt?
1995.
That's bonkers, dude.
That's so crazy. It doesn't look that bad.
Yo, it looks fantastic. That's this 29 years ago.
Look at that dude. He's all happy with himself. Look, I got it saved.
Oh, is he eating it? Is that
Bro,
second
he looks
picture
like
of him
he
eating it?
only eats that.
Yeah. I think he's going to eat it.
No, he's
crazy,
faking it.
dude.
He's faking it. He's not
Yeah,
going to eat
okay,
it.
but that's
He's being
crazy.
silly. He looks terrible.
Yeah.
That poor guy, he's been eating McDonald's his whole life.
Yeah, but you know, it doesn't look terrible, that hamburger.
Doesn't look bad.
Looks perfect.
Especially for that old.
Yeah.
That's old as fuck. That's a 30-year-old burger.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. A 30-year-old burger should not, a 30-day-old burger should not last.
It should be gone.
Yes.
I mean, it should be gone. Like, how long would it last? Like, if rats never ate it and you left it in an apartment and then, like, society collapsed.
Yeah.
And then,
There's fries and a burger from 96, it says.
Wow.
That's crazy.
What is wrong with these people that they're keeping a burger?
Yeah, that's actually a great point.
Yeah, like what kind of people are these? Also, are they trustworthy? How the fuck?
That's what I was just thinking. They could be from Monday.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bags of shit.
Yeah,
they're probably shit hoarders.
Gotta be, dude. Gotta be. Colostomy bags all the way to the roof.
Have you ever seen that episode of Hoarders where the lady was a shit hoarder?
No, that would make me vomit for sure.
It almost made me vomit. I hosted Fear Factor. But Gillis showed it to me. It's horrific. I don't want to show it because we've showed it before, But watch Shit Hoarders. This one lady was a shit hoarder.
I'm gonna be honest, I will not watch that, but yeah.
She was eating the shit.
Oh, dude, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm getting a little.
Oh,
If you watch it, it's really.
She wanted to have one last meal in there.
Yeah, she wanted to have one last meal when they were about to clean out the place. She's like, I've been eating poop for 20 years. You think
oh
hurt
God. Oh my God.
Yeah, what is her gut microbiome like? Probably better than that guy eating McDonald's. That's the thing.
I'm gonna throw up. Just hearing about it, I'm gonna throw up. Unbelievable.
It's rough.
Oh God.
There's something about eating shit. Like your body is just like, no. Like, have you ever done Your Mom's House?
No.
Okay. Your Mom's House podcast, they do a live pay-per-view show multiple times a year where they show things on camera. They curate these things and bring comics on and they do sketches. It's really fun.
Yeah.
They show you things that you cannot see any other way. You would never be able to show it on YouTube. It would be illegal. You'd go to jail.
Yeah.
But you could do it in this thing because everybody's agreeing. And these people eating their own shit, shitting into a plate, smearing it on their dick and jerking off.
Did he ever send you the thing they made for you? I think.
I'm not watching it.
Yeah,
I was curious if you saw it. I heard them talk about it. I think I don't even remember what it was, but
yeah, they wasted their energy.
Someone to make you like, especially in a cameo type.
Yeah, fuck off. I'm not watching that.
Yeah, shitting on yourself for Rogan is crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure it exists, and good luck. I'm not seeing it. I don't need to see that. I'm busy.
It was for you.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, dude, because he knows I throw up.
Yeah.
Because when he had me on the show, I almost threw up like 3 or 4 times. Like,
Yeah, I can't handle it.
They're eating pizza and shit. They're so desensitized to it. It's like it's nothing.
That's weird.
Yeah, Your Mom's House has been like highlighting some of the most fucked up human beings that they could find on the internet for quite a long time.
Oh, dude, what a misleading title.
Yeah, I know.
My Mom's House is such a comforting place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why they came up with Your Mom's House. Where were you? I was at Your Mom's House.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
It's a talking shit podcast. It's a fun podcast. Yeah. It's a really good podcast.
Maybe.
Tom and
next
Christina
time.
are both hilarious.
Yeah.
But that pay-per-view show that they do is rough.
Yeah.
It's rough.
And then the normal pod is not like that. That's just a pay-per-view.
Yeah, but in normal pod, they'll show you some fucked up things, though.
Okay.
They'll show you some fucked up things.
Okay.
Yeah, they talk a lot of shit. Yeah. But it's
crazy thing, dude.
Yeah.
These subcultures are so funny.
Well, there's so many humans out there that are out of their fucking minds that they can gather together and get a community now.
Yeah.
Where, you know, if you're a guy who ate shit, good luck finding your peers.
Yeah.
Who's your colleagues?
Yeah, you hide that. Yeah. Now there's Reddit and you just find a guy who's like, me too.
No, you want to go on 4chan to get the real shit.
That's true.
Yeah, you want to get the real shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I put it on a plate.
Uncensored.
I tuck a bib in, I get a knife and fork, and then
Dude, I mean, shit, and cutting it up and scooping it with choking on it while it's going down.
Okay. Yeah.
You see it stuck in between his teeth.
Oh God,
just chewing the shit.
Dude, please. Let's move on. I can't do it.
But meanwhile, for some guys, they're like, oh, anybody uploading new shit eating content? I'm really excited. They get home and they're pumped for it.
Yeah,
the variability of human beings is so extreme. There's so many different kinds of people. And that's one of the things that you realize when you do a podcast, for sure.
Yeah.
Because you talk to so many different people.
Yeah.
So many different conversations.
Yeah.
And you realize, oh, this guy thinks different.
Yeah.
Oh, she just has a different upbringing. Oh, she has a way of looking at the world that I didn't consider.
Yeah.
And then it adds to your palate. You know, it adds to your understanding of people.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you just live in a small town and hang around with the same people and you don't like to go online, you go to the same bar or whatever the fuck you do, you don't know how much people vary.
Mm-hmm.
People vary so much, man.
Yeah.
There's so much variety on what it means to be a human being.
Yeah. That's actually, that's very profound. Yeah.
You could be some amazing person who is out there like Jose Andres going to these crisis areas and feeding people in Palestine. And you know that guy, Jose Andres, the chef?
No.
Amazing guy.
I know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He owns my favorite restaurant in Vegas, which is Bizarre Meats. I don't know if you've ever eaten there before.
No, I have not.
Next time you go to Vegas, that place is insane. It's a full honey pot because when you walk in, they have those Argentine grills. You know what a Grillworks grill is? It's like these Argentine grills where they crank them and they raise and lower over live hardwood.
Yeah.
So they have fire with real hardwood.
Yeah.
So the coals and the fire's crackling, the steaks are searing, and they raise them and lower them depending upon like what point in the cook it is. At the beginning of the cook, you start off high, like way above the flames, and you slowly lower it down to sear it. You walk in, the smell. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's so good. Well, that guy who runs that place is this incredible chef, and he went to Ukraine. He was feeding people in Poland when the Ukrainian refugees when they were trying to flee Ukraine during the beginning of the war when Russia invaded. And he's over in Palestine right now. Where is he now? He's not in. Is he in the West Bank? But anyway, so this guy goes over there and feeds people. So you have this guy who is this incredible chef, who's this beautiful human being, who's like really doing something that's selfless, really doing something that's just real charity, feeding people delicious food because he's an incredible chef. And then you have shit eaters on your mom's house. You have people that are punching ladies for no reason.
Yeah.
You have chaos.
Yeah.
You have like the wide spectrum of humans. And there's so little thought and engineering in society of trying to figure out a way to mitigate all of our problems.
Yeah.
Instead, we just put Band-Aids here and Band-Aids there and spend more money and hire more government workers and spend, and nothing gets fixed.
Yeah.
No progress at all. If the government was the private sector, like the government was a business and other people could compete to be the government, if if iPhones sucked, Androids would just take over.
Yeah.
They would, but
1,000%.
the reason why Androids are so good is because iPhones are so good, and everybody for it. But if you had to have a fucking iPhone, bitch, you'd have an iPhone 1.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even. They have no reason to innovate.
Exactly.
If everybody had to buy an iPhone, our phones would suck dick.
Yeah.
They would be terrible.
Yeah.
The reason why they're good is because of competition.
Yeah.
And government doesn't have competition.
The
only competition they have is other government, which is horseshit.
Yeah.
Because it's fake. It's all like funded by the same people.
And it's not even profit driven. Like I worked at a not-for-profit organization for a few months, just as I was a comic trying to make money, and I was like, oh, no one works hard because there's no bottom line. There's no fear of losing your job. The government is the same. Government employees, they just take whatever time off they want. They don't get fired. It's the cushiest job. Every holiday off.
Super evident during the lockdowns in Los Angeles because the government was so flippant about closing people's businesses because they didn't lose any money.
Yeah.
My thought was like, listen, if you're managing a city, how about this? You want an incentive? How about your income is based entirely on what the GDP of your city is?
Oh, that's sick. Yeah,
entirely.
Like that. Yeah.
So if you go in and whatever the GDP is, let's say the GDP is, $1 billion, whatever. I don't know what it is. Let's say it's that. If it dips below that, you lose money. And if it goes above that, you probably get a little piece. You get a little taste.
Yeah.
Get a little taste.
And you're not allowed to make speeches for $250,000 when you're out of office. That's done.
No, Hillary. Nobody wants to hear you talk for $250,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's bribery.
No.
You guys made deals.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a said deal, it's an understanding.
I don't know if this is a reason. None of these I don't know they're reasonable, but the idea of getting reelected, I was like, at some point I was like, oh, they don't care about making the city better. They just want to get reelected. So I'll go to these special interest groups who I know will vote for me, this voting block that I know will vote for me. I'll make them happy and I'll get reelected. If you just gave a president or whoever 1 6 to 8 year term, but one term and then you're out, I think it would help mitigate a lot of the useless stuff that they do.
Slightly, but you would still get the vice president taking over afterwards. They would set that person up. They would make sure they maintain power. They'd try to keep the same staff. The thing about Biden right now, people are like, why does Biden want to run again? Even if he doesn't really want to run again, his staff wants him to run again. Because if he doesn't run again, if he doesn't win, they're all out of jobs. So if you're that lady who's the White House press secretary, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Because who the hell's going to hire you? The next person's not going to hire you to be the White House press secretary.
Yeah.
You're terrible.
Yeah.
You have to stay there.
But you
have
can
to
get
keep
a
those
job doing something. From White House press secretary, they're not going to be like, hey, Walmart is hiring greeters.
There's a lot of them female admirals, those fucking fake female admirals. A lot of those people that you see in the White House, the head of health, whatever the fuck that person is, like that person ain't getting a job after Biden gets rid of him. You think Trump's going to hire that guy?
Yeah, I just figured there's something maybe outside of government, but something.
They got to keep that job. They want to keep that job. All those people that are working in the administration, they're working very hard to keep that job. And that's why you see all this crazy pressure on Trump. That's a big part of it. Big part of it is because he's going to crack heads. So there's a lot of united people trying to keep him out.
Yeah. I think I was saying this, I don't know, on stage or something, but Trump, I didn't have a problem with Trump, but the noise that Trump brought, I was like, I don't want it anymore. It's just too much infighting. I feel like he's learned. There's like a Trump 2.0 as of now where he's like, let me just not say the race baiting shit and let me just keep it here. And I think most people, casuals, are like, I could get on board with this guy.
Well, also the race baiting shit is a little bit more effective now that they let in 30 million people.
Oh, fair enough.
If you want to talk about the fears of immigration, now people see it. They see the real consequences. I mean, they're letting murderers out with no bail. The whole thing is wild. People are getting accused of murder. They're getting arrested, and then they let them right out.
Yeah.
This is a wild fucking time, and no one wants to be in law enforcement. No one wants that job.
Yeah.
It's a hard job. Nobody cares about you. They treat you like you're the fucking enemy. Nobody respects you.
I'm taking your word for all this.
People respect you.
I'm very blissfully ignorant, so I'm just taking your word for all this right now.
Really?
You're selling me. I don't know.
Well, you know that the defund the police thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
and
crazy.
So then there's this attitude that the police were the problem.
Yeah.
And it crazy, like one instance captured by one person in the camera, and it just starts a fire keg.
Yeah, well, look, I've been with I was with a Damian Lemon, black comedian friend of mine, and he got, like, I was with him when we got racially profiled. He was going, they pulled him over, they're like, you're doing 24, searched the car, brought other cops, they were searching me, like, do you have any drugs? I was like, I've never done a drug in my life, and he was like, you better be honest right now, this is your chance. They sit us on the curb. We go home, and then I look up. I'm like, they kept saying we're doing 24. What's the thing with 24? I looked up, just Googled 24 miles an hour in New York City. The speed limit was 25. So he was under the speed limit. And they still pulled us over, whole thing. Now, he had one of these.
Wait a minute. They pulled him over for going under the speed limit. There's not a 20. There's not a 20 zone.
Apparently, it's 25. From what I Googled, it was 25. But even 24 to 20, it's like
crazy.
Yeah, who's pulling you over?
How do you know?
Yeah,
especially if you have a fast car, like you got to look down every 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And so the one thing I think they were bothered by is a fan of his who was a cop gave him like the New York City vest that you can like park wherever you want to, and so he was just parking, and they were upset about that. But like 24, and then calling backup cars and all that, I was like, there's something here racial going on. I've never had this. I've had a racist thing after 9/11, maybe one or two, but like that, I was like, oh, I see why this is. And he was just, this was not that unusual for him. I was like, this is crazy. And he was like, what can you do?
Racial profiling is 100% legit.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
So I think when you see these stories, Philando Castillo, I think was his name, and or George Floyd or whatever, I think black people are like, I've been through that, and I've been trying to tell you that happens, and y'all don't want to listen to me. Now you're seeing it.
Yeah,
and then the storm comes.
Anybody that denies it happens, you're denying humans. You're denying human nature. You know how people are.
Yeah.
The real root of that is poverty and crime and gangs and drugs. And no one's doing anything to stop that.
Yeah.
They're not doing a goddamn thing to stop that.
Yeah.
And hiring more cops is, train them better.
Yeah.
Do everything you have to do. Make sure that the cops are taken care of. But gotta fix the problem. If you don't fix the problem, it's just going to keep happening over and over and over again.
Yeah.
We had this guy on a long time ago that was a cop in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was a cop in Baltimore, and his whole thing was about understanding the systemic racism involved in policing. And he didn't really realize it. He was pretty honest about it. I was one of the bad guys until it kind of dawned on me what was going on. I was the cop that didn't give a shit about the people. I was the guy who would chase people down and yell at them. But then over time, one of the things that they found a police ledger. Like they found a report of crime in the area in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
It was like some old file.
Yeah.
And he's going through this old file. I was like, oh my God, it's the same crimes in the same place, but it's 40 years ago.
Huh.
Like, this is fucking insane.
Yeah.
This is insane. Like, how is this possible?
Yeah.
How is it like 1970, the same crimes are here today? This is nuts. And then he realized, like, oh my God, this is a broken system. And then there's the whole redlining thing where you wouldn't, if you were black, you couldn't buy homes in certain areas. Like, they had systemic racist practices, and then they never did anything about it. And then they had horrible policing. And then, The Wire, you got fucking gangs and drugs.
Yeah.
And he realized it. It was like, oh my God, like this is a broken system. And so then he just started talking, going on podcasts and talking to people about it.
What was it? Did he have a proposed solution to fixing the system?
I mean, he's a cop. I don't know if that's his thing. I mean, he probably has some ideas. I don't remember. Honestly, I've talked to too many people, but someone's got to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know what you would do to do it, but it would be a long process. If you think about, like, you got to go all the way back to Jim Crow. So you go to slavery, and then what happens after slavery? Well, they don't have slavery anymore, but you know what they do? They lock up black men for almost nothing and then force them to be slaves in prison.
Yeah.
And they create things. They work on the fucking chain gang.
Yeah.
All that shit is slavery.
Yeah.
It's just, and they would find ways to prosecute. Look, we know today. I've done a ton of podcasts with Josh Dubin, who used to work with the Innocence Project, and now he's got his own thing with the Ike Perlmutter Center. But they find people that are wrongfully convicted and help them get out. We had a bunch of those guys come on the podcast, including one guy who came on who was actually guilty. He was guilty before, and we knew he was guilty, but he got 50 years.
Right.
And then he was talking about he turned his life around, and it's like a month after he was on the podcast? Yeah. How long was it after he was on the podcast? 2 months? Maybe 2 months? Cut some dude's head off.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a blonde wig, and the homie didn't understand new HD security cameras. Like, this dude put a blonde wig on. They got crystal clear footage of him with his goatee on, wearing a blonde wig, carrying some dude's head.
How sold were you in the room with him? How good was he at selling himself as this reformed person?
Well, what does it mean? Okay, so he didn't kill anybody in jail. And then he's out now, and he's got this new lease on life, and he's out, and he's trying to do something different with his life. When you listen to his explanation of what happened, why he went to jail. So he was a drug dealer.
Right.
And he had gone to jail before, and some dude owed him money. Some dude, some drug deal, and the guy was like, fuck you. So he found the guy, and he pistol whipped him, and he robbed him.
Okay.
And he got 50 years for that.
Right.
And he was a habitual criminal, for sure. So should he have gotten 50 years for that? Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like when he got out, he was kind of a bad guy.
Yeah,
but was that because he spent 25 fucking years in jail? Because it was 20. I think he did 25 years before they let 24 before they let him out, which is an insane amount of time to be locked up in a prison and then expect to acclimate. And
so you're saying, did prison make him much worse?
Did prison make him much worse? Because it certainly can with some people.
Yeah.
But we've had people on that were innocent, and prison made them amazing. I mean, something about like the constant studying and the accepting your situation in life, even though you were innocent. And then a lot of those guys got released, and it's crazy to see them like they lost 20 years of their life for something that was bullshit, complete bullshit. And then you find out that the cops and the prosecutors who were involved in their case had done that to many, many, many people. Mm-hmm. That's another thing that people need to take into consideration. How fucking dirty some people involved in prosecuting and convicting people are.
Yeah.
Remember that guy in Pennsylvania? There was a guy in Pennsylvania who was a judge who went to jail because it turns out that he was getting paid to have kids arrested and sentence them into juvenile centers.
Wow.
So he was getting a kickback. He was getting kickback from the center. So the state has to pay for the population, right? And then you have private prisons, which is even more sinister.
Yeah.
Because then it's not just the incentive of the people that are working in the prison and the prison guards union, which is a real thing. Prison guards unions work to stop marijuana laws from being
really?
Yeah, because they want people to get arrested so that people go to jail.
Yeah.
So they have jobs. Which is fucking crazy to think.
Yeah.
But private prisons make money off people being incarcerated. Yeah. If you make money off a person being incarcerated, now you have an incentive for incarcerating people. And just like pharmaceutical drug companies have an incentive to give you drugs you might not even need.
Yeah, 1000%.
Because they make money doing that.
And if you're a private prison, you don't even have to treat them that well because they're prisoners. Who's really going to get upset on their behalf? A few people that we're not going to take seriously. So if their conditions suck, it's prison. They're prisoners. Why do I need to treat them well?
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people that complain, but listen, there's some horrific conditions in prisons right now in this country.
Yeah.
And different prisons have different conditions, and people know it, and they try to get transferred to a prison that's lighter.
Yeah. It's not really necessarily a correctional facility. It's called that, but the aim is not correcting.
It's It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you look at the rest of the world, like how many more people the United States incarcerates. There is a business. Capitalism has flaws. And one of the flaws of capitalism is that if you have something that generates income from a specific action, it's going to encourage that action. It wants more of that. And then if it's making tremendous amounts of money, like the private prison complexes, you're going to be able to manipulate things. You're going to be able to
like you said,
that same thing. Yeah, everybody's going to take the drug, and then every other drug, demonize it. Go on television, tell people it's veterinary medicine. I mean, we saw it. We saw it in real time. We saw the devil. We really saw the devil. We saw the real thing. And and now they're forced to admit it. I mean, even the fucking CDC had to take down some insane amount of tweets that they were talking about ivermectin.
Really?
They lost in court. They had to take it down. Yeah. The whole thing was the FDA or CDC.
I also don't. I'm not sure that
they took down a bunch of it.
What are you thinking? What's going through your brain when CNN is doing that? Like in real time, when you're looking at you and being like, "That's not what I look like." What are you thinking in that moment as it's happening? Like the first thought.
My first thought is like, this will work for a little bit until I start talking.
Okay.
Because this is not going to work. First of all, they didn't understand that I had way more people that listen to my podcast than they have. Like way more.
Yeah.
So also
a multiplier.
Yeah. Also, like that's crazy. If you think you're going to make me look yellow, like the video's still on my Instagram, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
If everybody could see what I really look like. I was better in 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, and you're upset, but because one of the medications that my fucking doctor prescribed.
Yeah.
I talked about a stack of medications that I took. I wasn't on TV saying, "Hey kids, you don't need to get vaccinated. Just take ivermectin." No, all I said was, "I got COVID. I can't go to I was doing shows with Chappelle that weekend. I can't go because I have COVID, but I feel great. I took this. We threw the kitchen sink at it, and I feel better." And then I was like, "Robert's taking veterinary medication."
And you were canceling the show, which is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I immediately realized, like, wow, this is how dirty it really is. Because it was the same verbiage everywhere. Horse dewormer. It was something that they were saying it to make you look foolish. They weren't saying a medicine that won the Nobel Prize, a medicine that's been used it's part of the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines, a medicine that's been prescribed billions of times. They weren't saying any of that. A medicine with one of the safest drug profiles known. They weren't saying that.
I didn't even know any of this.
Horse dewormer.
Yeah.
Because they were banking on the idea that the casual observer doesn't understand how corrupt everything is and that they could just feed them bad information. But in the age of the internet, when the government says things and everybody knows that it's not true, or when the media says things and everybody knows that it's not true, it doesn't work forever. It works in the beginning. And there's still people out there that think I took veterinary medicine. There's still people that think I was an idiot for taking ivermectin. There's a bunch of people that they're surface level readers. They read headlines. They watch a quick clip on CNN. That's their consumption of media.
Right.
But most people are not like that anymore. Most people have a real keen understanding that these people are like viciously corrupt and coordinated. And when they coordinated in that way, it was such a dumb checkers move in a chess game.
Yeah.
It's just a stupid move. You're playing tic-tac-toe. This is retarded.
Similar to what people are feeling about the Trump prosecution. Like you're trying to make this guy look bad, and it's only going to make me like him more.
Also, you're doing it in a city that's overrun with crime, where women are getting punched in the face on the street. You've got people pushing people in front of trains. You've got so many real criminals that you're just letting out of jail with no bail. Like this is
so fun because we talk about this on the pod, and I don't. Again, I see what I will see is like I see more people just doing heroin on the street, which is crazy.
You see them doing heroin?
You see them and actively shooting up. I don't feel super unsafe. There's a couple blocks in Manhattan, lower, I guess, like not like 100s and below, where I'm like. I walk around a lot, and I'm like, all right, be careful in these blocks. But for the most part, I don't feel it. Remember back in the day when you go to McDonald's on McDougal, right by the cellar? You'd walk into there, and you'd be like, just have your head on the swivel. Yeah. There's a few blocks in Europe where I feel that way now, but largely I feel okay. I don't. And again, I'm a guy that's like, I'm a mark, so let's have your head on a swivel. But I don't feel it as much walking through the city. It is definitely, the heroin thing is wild.
But it is different, right?
It feels different. I also think maybe I was privileged to move in the safest time New York has probably ever seen. Like I moved in 2008. I would walk home from New York Comedy Club, which was on like 23rd and 2nd, to my apartment on 50th and 8th at 1 in the morning barely even think about it.
Damn, you'd walk that far?
Yeah, it's just
How long did that take?
45 minutes, like a 45-minute walk.
That's a
Nothing
little
crazy.
exercise.
Yeah, a little exercise. You just walk off kind of the adrenaline. You're just whatever.
Actually, it's probably good for going over your material.
Yeah, and then you're going over your set. You're just taking it all in, taking some time. It was a great walk. It's peaceful at night. New York is rarely peaceful, so it's just quiet. Now, I don't know if I would do that, but back then it was just like wasn't even a thought, and it was so safe. I really probably took for granted how safe New York was back then, and now I don't think it's as safe. But it's not the 70s or 80s for sure.
Yeah, it's not the 70s. I went there in the 80s. I went there for a karate tournament in like 86, 87, somewhere around then. And I remember thinking, like, this place is nuts.
Yeah.
We went through Times Square. I was like, this is nuts.
I heard Times Square was just like hookers and
it was all like
drugs
peep shows.
Yeah.
Just weirdos.
Yeah, and now it's an M&M store.
You ever see that movie? What was the movie with Dustin Hoffman and John Voight?
I don't
Was
know.
it Midnight Cowboy? It was about like gay hustlers in New York. Yeah, Midnight Cowboy. But that's like Times Square. When people thought of Times Square, they thought of like these nudie movie theaters and peep shows and just seedy drug dealers, weirdos. Now it's all like fucking. Yeah, there it is. Good fucking movie, man. I haven't watched that movie in forever. Small time, man.
Yo, they made some artistic movies back then that I just didn't realize. Like, what's the movie?
Serpico.
No, it's just Serpico. There's the one where Al Pacino's A Dog Day Afternoon, maybe, where he's robbing the bank or something.
Oh, yeah.
And he's trying to pay for his boyfriend's sex change operation.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Movie being around back then blew my mind. Because I assumed they were so conservative that movie would not be an Al Pacino-led film.
Well, that was actually a true story.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dog Day Afternoon is based on a true story.
In my brain, this was such a puritanical time in entertainment that a movie, even if it's a true story like this, would never get made.
Well, I think you could make that movie today.
Today, for sure. But you think society's gotten so much more progressive and entertainment has gotten so much more liberal. Now this movie makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And it's about trans acceptance and all this stuff. And this was just a movie.
It's not just that. Now it's in vogue.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Hollywood has no soul. They're not like they're not like we're being more progressive. They're just like think this is the wind's going that way. Let's go that way.
Yeah.
Everyone should be trans, like South Park said. Make it a chick and make it gay.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I'm so glad we have, as comics, realized we don't need that validation anymore.
We got lucky, dude. We got lucky because if this thing that's going on right now, well, actually, I think this thing that's going on right now couldn't be going on right now without the influence of the internet.
Right.
The internet has like created this mind virus that's sweeping through college campuses and also the universities and the Marxist philosophies that they've been pushing in universities because of they've all been infiltrated by Russia, by the former Soviet Union, and now by China and Russia together. For sure, they're influencing. They push the wokest teachers, the wokest professors, the nuttiest policies, and they're literally doing it to deteriorate the fabric of American democracy. They have like plans for it. They've thought about it. Like Yuri Bezmenov talked about this in 1984.
I've seen that clip. It's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
When you watch it today, they were right.
It's very prophetic.
He did it.
Yeah.
They did it. They really did it.
1,000%.
But, the internet came along and threw gasoline on all those plans and made it much more chaotic. But in doing so, it also created this other thing, luckily, because I think this other thing that we're doing right now, podcasts being completely unregulated and being on even platforms that are corporate platforms like YouTube, pretty fucking unregulated. No one's in flagrant. No one's sitting down with you guys, making sure you don't say anything wild.
Correct.
You upload it, and if you say something too wild, they'll flag it or they'll demonetize you.
But
that could not have existed in any other time. And so in the time where you have the most extreme polar social issues, and then you also have the most freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And even though like they're trying to crack down on it with I don't know how much you paid attention to the Twitter files. Did you pay attention to any of that shit?
A little bit.
Fucking government was literally trying to censor true information that was on Twitter, and they were successful. And they infiltrated. The intelligence agencies infiltrated various different social media platforms. And if it wasn't for Elon, We wouldn't know. We would not know if it wasn't for Matt Taibbi and all those people that and Michael Schellenberger and Barry Weiss and all those people who went through the Twitter files and were like, look at this. This is crazy. This is crazy. You wouldn't know that the actual government itself is trying to sculpt the way people are allowed to disseminate information and see the world.
Yeah, because they've always been able to control everything. Right. And now it's like, well, we can control a little bit here and there.
Bro,
see what we can do.
Tucker Carlson on the other day and explained to me Watergate.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Like Watergate, there was an intelligence officer who became a reporter, and that's Bob Woodward.
Oh, I didn't know he was an intelligence officer.
Young guy.
Wow.
Became a report right away, first assignment.
Bob Woodward,
which never happens.
Bernstein is the other guy, right?
Which never happens.
Yeah.
Never happens.
Yeah.
The people that broke into the office, CIA agents, CIA informants, CIA employees, and then Gerald Ford was on the Warren Commission, and he was the only one that they would accept for Richard Nixon's vice president. The other guy, Spiro Agnew, they hit him with, I think it was tax evasion. So he's out.
Mm-hmm.
They get rid of him, and then they get Nixon in there, and then they get him with this whole Watergate thing, and then they get rid of him. And then he was the most, he was the most popular president in U.S. history. And he won the election by the largest margin in U.S. history.
Wow.
And they got rid of him in 2 years. It was a complete coup. Like, they took him out.
Nixon.
Yes.
Wow.
And one of the what Tucker was saying, I don't know if this is true, but what Tucker was saying was that Nixon was he was very interested in the Kennedy assassination, and he had said to the head of the CIA, "I know why they killed JFK." Wow. And he said nothing. He just stared at him. Apparently, it's on video, or audio, or whatever it is. You could. So he was just explaining to me. I'd never known that. I thought Nixon was corrupt. These intrepid reporters, these fucking go-getters, they busted him and they printed this thing, and wow, we caught him. He's a crook.
I still tend to believe that one more. I'm not going to research, I'll be honest. I want to pretend I want to research, but
you don't have to research. If you just listen to what Tucker said, just listen to what he actually said about it. We can play it for you. Do we have a clip of that? Is there a clip of that? If you listen to what he's saying, you're like, wait, what? Like, I didn't know that.
I remember watching All the President's Men and being like, oh, I see how journalism was important. These two guys just changed the course of global history.
Bro, that might as well be a Chuck Norris movie. That shit's straight fiction, son.
Yo, I'll break my heart, dude. My wife got a master's in journalism. I'm like, yo, what an important job this could be.
But it is an important job. No, real journalism is very important. And real journalism is critical for people to understand.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the real journalism now is happening independently. It's these people that they publish on Substack, and they have a large following because people like Glenn Greenwald, people know that they can trust them. They're going to give you the straight dope, whether or not it's uncomfortable for you or not. That's real journalism. Yeah. That's really important. But as soon as you start working for a massive corporate entity like the New York Times or any other one, the Washington Post, figure out what it is. And that's where the Woodward and Bernstein, that's what they were working with the Washington Post. Yeah. Do you find it? Yeah. Okay. Check this out.
The New York Times does that all the time.
But bizarre that they didn't have an issue with the government tapping into your phone.
They work for the government. Are you kidding?
Right.
The New York Times? Yeah, the New York Times is a conduit for the rise of government. That's what it is. It's their tool, and they're perfectly aware of that. I mean, I used to write for the New York Times as a freelancer. I mean, I've been around the New York Times a lot, and there are a lot of really smart people there, for sure. Even now, I would think less so now, but there's still, I think, smart people there. There are, I know some. And they know. But they think that it's worth it because they're bringing information. Or I don't know what they think, actually. But no, they're tools of power. And that's like the one thing that you're not allowed to be. Even if you think the power is good, like maybe they all support the agenda of the U.S. government, destabilizing the world and impoverishing their own population. Maybe they're on board with that. Even if they are, they shouldn't do it, because the job of the media, the press, is to keep power in check. You are kind of like the seatbelt, right? You make sure that things don't go too far. So And they're not doing that. They're acting as a willing handmaiden.
When do you think that switched?
I think it's been the case for a long time. I mean, if you look at what happened to Richard Nixon, which I, of course, did not understand at all, Richard Nixon was taken out by the FBI and CIA, and with the help of Bob Woodward, who was a Washington Post reporter, who had been a naval intelligence officer working in the White House, working in the Nixon White House. And then he shows up like a year later, and he's this brand new reporter. He'd never been a journalist at all. He's a naval intel officer, the famous Bob Woodward we all revere. And he's at the Washington Post, and somehow he gets the biggest story in the history of the Washington Post. He's the lead guy in that story. Well, I worked at a newspaper. I've been in the news business my whole life. That is not how it works. You don't take a kid like his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the biggest story. But he was. He was that guy. And who is his main source for Watergate? Oh, the number 2 guy at the FBI. Oh, so you have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI official to destroy the president. Okay, so that's a deep state coup. What else? How would you describe it? If that happened in Guatemala, what would you say? And yet the way it was framed and the way that I accepted for decades was, oh, this intrepid reporter fought power. No. This intrepid reporter, Bob Woodward, was a tool of power, secret power, which is the most threatening kind, to bounce the single most popular president in American history, Richard Nixon, from office before the end of his term and replace him with who? Oh, Gerald Ford, who sat on the Warren Commission. Now, how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him, you must choose him. We will only confirm him when they sent the actual elected vice president away for tax evasion, Spiro Agnew of Maryland. So you have a complete setup, like an absolute. Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in American history, actually sat on the Warren Commission. Something else that I accepted at face value until I looked at it, and I was like, that's completely insane. You didn't want to interview Jack Ruby in your investigation of the assassination? Okay, you're fake. Yeah, he was on the Warren Commission. And so, sorry for the long story, but the point is, like that happened in front of all of us, but the way it was framed cloaked the obvious reality of it. The people who broke into the Watergate office building, from which the name is taken, Watergate, I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them, all but one was a CIA employee. That's real. It's like, look it up on Google. So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1972 election. He was the most popular by votes, which is the only way we can really measure popularity, the most popular president in his re-election campaign. And 2 years later, he's gone. Undone by a naval intel officer, the number 2 guy at the FBI, and a bunch of CIA employees. You tell me what that is. Those are the facts. Those are not disputed facts. That's not crackpot.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I need to look into this.
Yeah, I need to look into it too. He said it. I'm taking it at face value, and I'm just telling everybody.
I'm not taking it at face value. I'm not taking it at face value because he said it. That's why.
It's been confirmed by other people too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's true. It's crazy. He didn't lie. If he lied, he'd be in real trouble, and people would be saying what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of stories written about it.
That's fair.
No, that's actually what happened.
We talked about this on Flickr. We had Vivek Ramaswamy on the pod, and again, he's great. I think he's a very poor communicator of his message.
Really?
Yeah, because he'll talk about the deep state and all these things that if you're like me, who's a casual guy, who I think is a larger percentage of guys that really want to do the research, they're like, this is deep state, and he'll talk about it as if it's this like conspiratorial, dark, sinister, rub their hands together kind of. And he's like, no, basically it's just bureaucracy. There's a lot of unnecessary jobs in the government. I just want to cut the fat out, and we might lose some muscle by cutting it out. But I think these people are just kind of like they're parasites, bureaucrats, just unnecessary jobs, and they are controlling things in a way that is just for self-preservation. And they think they know what's best for us, but they don't. And it's kind of arrogant, but it's like well-meaning, well-intended.
I think they frame it in that it's best for us.
He's like,
really self-preservation.
But he said, I think they truly believe, and it's kind of like an elitist thing where they're like, these people don't know what's good for them. We know what's good for them, which is very snobby, but the intention is we know what's good for them. Let's do this. And maybe at the root, it's self-interest. But if he called it the managerial class or bureaucracy instead of the deep state, I think people would listen more. They'd be more inclined to be like, let's see what this guy has to say. But a president talking about the deep state is a tough sell to the large majority of people.
It is, but it like rings true with Trump people.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep state. Like that's a good statement.
Yeah.
People like that sound.
And if he can get on a platform where he can really put his thought, because I think his brain just functions at a high level. I think he thinks this is how we're going to hear it. He's like, I mean, like, oh, these people aren't as smart as me. They need to hear deep state. That's what's going to work.
Well, he's also, what is he, 38?
Yeah, he's 38, I think.
It's very young.
Yes, incredibly young.
So he's learning this. This is his first jaunt, right? This is his first expedition into public speaking in front of the whole world about important issues.
Yeah.
He's going to learn from that. Just like we were saying, there's Trump 2.0.
Yeah.
Vivek 2.0 in, 2028.
Vivek 2.0, great. Vivek 3.0, that guy's going to be fantastic.
Also, Vivek 2.0 will be in his 40s, which is easier to accept.
Yeah.
He's got a little gray in his hair.
Yeah.
That's what
a little bit of life experience. Because I'm 39, I don't know shit.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
How can a guy your age be president? That's crazy.
Buddy, I can barely run a household. What are you talking about?
That's exactly right. This guy's younger than you, and he wants to be the president of the United States.
Insane. Yeah, but I do think once he put it like that, I was like, oh, that's a guy I would vote for. I just want to get rid of the unnecessary jobs. My wife's both parents work for the government, state government. They don't do anything.
The thing is, if all that stuff that Tucker's saying was true in the 1970s, 1972 or 74, they're still doing that. They're going to do it to him. It's probably what they're doing to Trump.
Yeah.
There's an element of that, folks. Even if you fucking hate Trump, you should be very concerned about this stuff, because if this sets a precedent, if you can prosecute your political opponents and Republicans start doing it, you're going to be furious too. If all of a sudden, so he gets out and then there's a new political guy, and let's imagine that Trump wins and then it's Gavin Newsom, and then the Trump administration starts going after Gavin Newsom and bringing him into court.
Yeah,
and having Republican judges run him up on charges. Like if that and Republican prosecutors go after him, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good for the country. That's not good for anybody.
Yeah, and you're all going to feel the same. The same people who were in 2016, like Hillary got the election stolen because of Russia. In 2020, were like, shut up, Trump supporters. You guys are crazy. And it just flips. And you guys are going to feel the exact same way if whoever you like on the Democrat side wins, and then they do this.
People have to understand that almost every election for the past 20 years has been disputed. There was the John Kerry election that was disputed.
I remember Trump. Bush
and Al Gore.
Yeah,
dangling participles, right? Is that what it was?
Hanging chads.
Hanging chads.
Dangling participles.
Word phrase. That's hilarious. It sounds just as dumb.
Yeah.
The hanging chads. Oh, that's stupid shit.
It's crazy. I think they said Bush won Florida by like 500 votes, and I think about like domino effect, and the domino effect of that is insane. Because 8 years of Bush is what got us 8 years of Obama. I think people were so done with Bush that they were like, let's give a black guy a shot. And then 8 years of that, the white people that were kind of angry about Obama getting elected were like, fuck this, let's go to the guy that's going to piss them off the most. Trump gets elected. I feel like the domino effect of those 533 votes is crazy.
It's also Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's the initial invasion of Afghanistan. Initial invasion of Iraq.
For sure, absolutely. No proof of that whatsoever. Just 533 votes changed history forever.
Yeah, that's one of the wildest ones that's ever been done.
Yeah,
the weapons of mass destruction. That's a wild one.
Yeah,
and that no one went to jail for that. No one got in trouble for that. Like, wow.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
Yeah, none of us questioned.
Can you imagine?
I remember in college, one guy being like, "This isn't real," and then we were all like, "What are you talking about?" He was like, "This is George Bush Sr. What war did his dad fight?" Iraq. And we're like, "Oh, fuck yeah, I didn't think about that."
Right, and then you have George Bush, the one that won in whatever it was with the dangling chads. Then you have 9/11.
Yeah.
Right. So he was a super unpopular president in September, and he gets 9/11 happens, and then all of a sudden everybody's on his side, and the whole country's united, and then all of a sudden we're invading Iraq like a year later. Like what?
Yeah.
Like what the fuck is going on?
And that is, I remember when the election was happening, they were like, no wartime president loses.
Right.
Bush is going to win a second term, and he won.
And when Bush's dad was in office, when the first initial invasion of Iraq, that was a weird one too, because it was like Iraq invaded Kuwait. And then we invaded Iraq, and then we stopped short of overthrowing them.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
We're like, we'll leave you there. We're gonna get out of here.
Yeah. I was just, a term just struck me. Remember Patriot missiles?
Mm-hmm.
I was 5 years old and we got to hear about Patriot missiles and I was like, that's fucking awesome, man. Patriot missiles, we're such good guys.
And they had Scuds, which sound whack.
Yeah, exactly.
Scud.
Yeah, the marketing of
shitty ass missiles you got.
Great marketing though, honestly. In 1990, Patriot missiles. Yeah, we're gonna kill thousands of innocent people, but patriotism, pretty good.
They did a lot of practicing then.
Yeah.
They used stuff that they weren't supposed to use. And one of the things they did was use depleted uranium rounds.
Really?
Which is go right through tanks. They fuck tanks up. But the problem with depleted uranium rounds is it creates horrific radiation. And all these soldiers were like going through the wreckage of these things and picking up pieces of it and bringing it home as souvenirs. And radiation sickness was a giant factor. They called it Gulf War syndrome after the first war, after Desert Storm.
For our soldiers?
For our soldiers. Massive amounts of miscarriages and childbirth defects, and people got sick. And they called it Gulf War syndrome, and they were denied. They were denied, but they were denying that it was real until investigative journalists dug into it and found out that it was most likely the result of depleted uranium rounds.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, apparently depleted uranium is the shit. If you want to like fuck up tanks and stuff, like it just shoots right through them. Used as weapons because it's so dense, it self-ignites at high temperatures and pressures, and because it becomes sharper as it penetrates armor plating, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency. As depleted uranium penetrator strikes a target, its surface temperature increases dramatically, according to Oak Ridge Associated University's Museum of Radiation and Radioactivity.
Wow. That's crazy.
So it's like the ultimate round for like stopping tanks. Just goes through them like butter. Boom. But the problem is it's depleted uranium is like insanely toxic.
Yeah.
And so Google like whatever happened with Gulf War syndrome.
The article I'm looking at is from recent. We sent some to Ukraine recently.
What does it say? Oh, we sent some to Ukraine? Of course. We probably got a bunch laying around when they made it illegal.
Yeah.
The Pentagon said it will send depleted uranium armor-piercing ammunition to Ukraine as a part of its new assistance package, a step senior Russian official called a criminal act. Here's a look at the concerns. Wow.
There's a lot of big gaps in here.
So this is now, but Google Gulf War syndrome cause.
Man, the fallout from just serving our side in war.
Chemical warfare, particularly nerve gas. Okay. Possible causes of Gulf War syndrome. Possible causes include chemical warfare agents, particularly nerve gas, or what's that word? Pyridostigmine bromide, which is given as a preventive measure to soldiers likely to be exposed to chemical warfare agents. So that might have fucked them up too. Psychological factors such as post-traumatic stress disorder.
Jesus.
But what about Google Gulf War syndrome depleted uranium? Just do, instead of cause, just depleted uranium. Yeah. Depleted uranium is both a chemotoxic and radiotoxic element. Depleted uranium may be one of the causes for the so-called Gulf War illness. Proposed effects of depleted uranium may be especially harmful if mitochondrial DNA is damaged. Did depleted uranium cause Gulf War syndrome? Click on that. What does that say? The illness suffered by soldiers who took part in the Gulf War syndrome was not caused by inhaling depleted uranium, according to a scientific study. Instead, researchers believe Gulf War syndrome may be due to soldiers being exposed to the nerve agent sarin. So there's probably a bunch of misinformation that's put out by official people in regards to that, but I would imagine that would play a factor. If depleted uranium was used, and I know that a lot of the people, one of the things that they talked about, there was a documentary done on Gulf War syndrome, and these people that were actually going through the wreckage of tanks wound up getting it, and they were talking about it, they didn't know.
Yeah, the burn pits that Jon Stewart talked about.
That's a big one.
Yeah,
That's a big one.
He's such a hero for like actually bringing attention to that.
The
Like,
burn
that's the
pits
greatest.
That's fucking terrifying that they would burn all their stuff and anybody would be downwind of that, would be breathing in toxic fumes.
Yeah.
I have some buddies who served over there, and they would talk about how horrific it was.
Really? Man, that's what I'm saying. Even if you survive war, you come home, who knows? You're going to have Gulf War syndrome.
But also, like, how little do they give a fuck about you if they burn toxic shit and it goes downwind and just runs through the camp?
Being a government, I think that's why there's like some level of sociopathy involved, is you have to be okay with this baseline level of innocent death, I think. It's just what it is. And that's a crazy thought.
Well, that's the justification for Israel bombing Palestine.
Yeah.
Right? You have to be, this is war, and it's Hamas's fault that those innocent people are there. I'm like, yo.
Yeah, not our fault.
That is a crazy way to think.
Yeah.
Well, hey, this is what war is all about. Like, says who?
Yeah.
So is the only way to do war? Is this the only way that this can actually be done? There's no other way? It takes longer and kills less innocent people? No way.
Yeah.
This is it. The only way.
Yeah.
You want to swat a fly? You got to swat a fly with a fly swatter. That's it.
It's also easy to talk like that when you're on the winning side of it.
Or you're not anywhere near it.
No, we're not.
You're here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're here in America.
Yeah.
I was watching some video footage that I thought was legit, and it's not. And it's I sent it to Shane Gillis, and then I realized after I sent it to him, hey man, I think this is a fucking video game. I think but let me show you, because it's so crazy, because it seems so, it's YouTube, but it seems so realistic. I'm stunned by how good video games are now. Check this out, Jamie. I just sent it to you.
Remember the Ghost of Kyiv we were reading about when the Ukraine and Russia war started?
Video game footage.
I bought in. I was like, this guy's awesome.
Bro, this looks so good. This looks so good. I thought this was like some high resolution government footage where they were just showing you what they can do now. Look at this. Go full screen. Because this looks so dope. Look at this.
Oh shit.
By the way, now looking at it on a big screen,
looks like a video game for sure.
It looks like a video game.
Yeah, I was gonna
on my phone though, with my 56-year-old eyes. It looked. Now look at this. Look at the fucking ripples. Look at this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. It sounds crazy.
This is incredible. That this is a video game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does look like a video game on the big screen.
This makes me want to play video games.
Damn, it looks good. Yeah, I want to play this game.
Yeah. Jesus.
How good are fucking video games now?
It's only going to get better, dude.
That's a real problem, man.
You're going to live in that in 5 years.
100%.
Yeah.
And you're going to love it.
Yeah.
And you're going to be happy. But there was some stuff. Back it up a little bit, Jamie, because they go back and forth from black and white. They show the rockets headed towards it. A little further. Yeah, right there. Back it right there. Well, check this out. Look at this when they show like the whatever sensors that they're using in this video game to track missiles. Check this out.
Oh, this is crazy.
And then they have a camera on the missile.
Wow. No, this seems crazy realistic.
Crazy real. This looks like you're looking at it through. Yeah, look at this shit.
Wow.
So they're going through different filters, different ways of looking at it, and then later on they show the actual missiles headed towards it. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
See if you get where the actual missiles are.
That's crazy.
That's it. Back up right there, where it's black and white. This is crazy. So this is wild shit, man.
Yeah.
The fact that this has been being done through, this isn't the transition that I saw earlier. I don't know when it is. It's a long ass video.
Yeah.
But it's pretty incredible.
No,
but it looks so realistic.
Yeah, we're gonna be the Matrix, where you're just plugged into a thing and you're just living.
100%.
I just hope my life is good in that Matrix. That's all.
Well, it's gonna be better than the Matrix because it's not gonna be like a regular life. You're gonna be on a dragon. You're gonna be in fucking. You're gonna be living in Neverland. You're gonna be living in some crazy Narnia world.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to do anything you want. What is the game? Arma 3.
I don't even. Yeah, I mean this is brand new, April 21st.
Yeah, I don't even know what that game is.
Literally, this video came out yesterday.
It's fucking nuts, man.
Yeah.
It just stumbled across my feed and I thought it was legit.
Yeah.
For like 38 seconds.
So that game is, I mean, it's crazy what video games are doing. There's now, like I watch the NFL a lot. When a guy scores a touchdown, they use like a 6K camera, and you look at that and you're like, oh, that looks like a video game. 6K, the more crisp reality looks like the video game now.
I was watching a video yesterday on YouTube that was a review of the Google Pixel 8 Pro, and apparently it has AI in it that can give a smile for your kid's face.
Oh, that's creepy.
It's correct, because he said, the guy was reviewing, he said, my one kid is never paying attention, never looked. Well, then get a picture of him not paying attention.
Yeah, that's
you fucking weirdo. Like you're changing your kid's personality to be like this smiley guy who stares at the camera.
Yeah, it's a scary thought.
You can manipulate people's faces, so you can swap their face around.
I saw someone, Lex tweeted yesterday this picture.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the response, someone made that. Look, he's smiling.
Yeah.
And it
Wow.
looks pretty fucking real.
Well, have you seen the new Microsoft software where they can take a photograph, just a photograph, and then with your voice have you say all kinds of shit in video, and it looks seamless.
Wow.
I'll send you that, Jamie. It looks fucking seamless. So you see it, you're like, this is incredible. How is this that good? It's so fucking good now.
It's going to be really fun.
Here it is. I'll send it to you, Jamie.
I think, yeah, we're
You
going
got it?
To
Yeah, this is it.
all my attention, all my time on listening. So instead of doing something else, I just listened, and listened. Because I'm a true believer that if you're really bad at something like listening, for example, it only shows you that, hey, you have to practice listening as much.
The sound is not synced correctly in this video. I think
it's going to get better and better.
Yeah, but this is not how it looked on my phone. On my phone, it looked different. There's like a little disconnect here.
Keep blaming your phone for
what's that?
Keep blaming your phone for these wrong things.
Yeah, no. It's going from the computer.
Okay. But also, even if it's not perfect, this is the worst it will ever be.
Right.
That's what I always think about.
Right.
Oh, it's not. You can tell this is the worst it will ever be, and it will get exponentially better and better, faster and faster.
And I think they only need 30 seconds of you talking.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The Mona Lisa's rapping. Look at this. Give me some of that.
Don't call me scuzzy, making money. That's my job, celeb photography. What hell no.
That's crazy.
Bro, that's Mona Lisa rapping.
Crazy. And
it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And you would not have imagined this 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
5 years ago, you'd be like, what is that? How did that must cost $1 billion to do?
I think 3 years from now, you're not going to be able to tell at all.
No. Especially guys like you or I, who had so many hours of us talking.
Yeah.
There's so many hours of you talking.
But the good thing now is we can just say whatever we want to, and be like, that was fake. That's crazy, hateful stuff, but that was fake.
I wonder if there'll be a way to tell. I think eventually there won't be. I think there's probably going to be a way to tell for a little bit, but then eventually there won't be.
Yeah, and then we just don't take it that seriously, hopefully.
Because there's a lot of other things you could edit on a phone now. Like with the Samsung phones, you could delete things from the background. It has AI.
Yeah.
So, like, if someone's in the background, fuck that dude.
Yeah.
Just put a circle around him. The guy goes away.
Yeah.
Now he's not in your picture anymore.
Yeah.
And then they can literally move the position that you're in. So if you're in the center of the thing, you're like, I want to be behind that park bench. They just put you behind the park bench.
Dude, for my special, luckily we got Prize Picks to help me pay for the cost, and then we did like an ad read in the middle. The background, we filmed it on a green screen, and my guy Kev created that background in like 30 seconds, and you can't tell the difference. It looks like maybe slightly different, but so many people are like, did he stop the middle of his taping to do an ad read? It looks so good.
It just added this stuff into, which is probably before your guy got to it, but this has just been added to video editing software. Some of the AI stuff we've been talking about. It's not built into the actual editing software. It's like what just happened on screen was they changed the small amount of diamonds into a large amount of diamonds, and it now like works in the video that they're using.
Wow.
I mean, like just changing things, deleting things right out of there. That would take hours before.
Wow.
It might take a few people to do it.
And now it's instantaneous.
It took 10 seconds.
Didn't even know it was supposed to be there.
There's videos now. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this video is entirely AI. The whole thing is a sci-fi trailer for a movie. It's entirely AI, and you would never believe it. And again, what you just said is only going to get better. This is the worst it's ever been, worst it's ever going to be.
Yeah.
It's gonna get better real quick. But this whole trailer that we're gonna watch is entirely generated by AI. There's no actors. There's no scenes. This is all done on a computer.
This is not a sci-fi movie. What the fuck?
Dude, close-ups.
Dude, the people look completely real.
Look at the ocean, the Amalfi Coast.
That's beautiful.
It's a drone shot from the Amalfi Coast. Look at the people moving.
Yeah.
Everything looks real.
This is not a snippet from a Natural Geographic documentary.
I mean, what the fuck?
That
Look
looks
at that
crazy.
dog. Look at the dog, man. That's crazy. Do you remember how bad the dogs looked in I Am Legend?
Yeah.
The tigers, the lions, rather. Remember that scene?
Yeah, I do.
There's a scene when Will Smith is going through New York City and the lions are out, and the lion takes out a deer in front of him. And see if you can find it.
It looks so CGI.
It's so corny. They shouldn't have even put it in the movie.
I wonder if at the time you think it looks real, and then you go back and you're like, this is the worst.
No, I remember at the time I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Because I watched the movie like 10 years later.
Does deer look fake? Dope Mustang. No, look at that Mustang. Fuck yeah. Driving around a Shelby.
Yeah.
So watch this. He's hanging out here, and he sees this deer, and he's about to shoot this deer because he wants some food.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch this line. Look how fake this
looks. It looks terrible.
Look at fake.
That looks so bad.
It looks so fake.
It looks almost as fake as his marriage. Almost. Not quite. Not quite. Almost.
Some people live in hell. They really do. They stay living in hell.
Yeah. Oh, what a sad case that was, man. He meant so much to me as a kid. And now it's just...
all with one moment where he couldn't take a joke.
Yeah.
Or she couldn't take a joke.
Yeah.
One moment. And the whole guy's reputation is gone now. All they had to do is just laugh it off.
I know.
Mild
He was
shit.
laughing.
G.I. Jane. Mild shit.
Not even remotely. And this is dude, it would have been one thing if she wasn't trying to be famous and you just brought her into a joke if she wasn't a celebrity. But he's not making fun of your wife. He's making fun of a celebrity.
Not only that, G.I. Jane was a badass movie.
Yeah. Also, she's fucking awesome in that movie.
Yeah.
She's in like Navy SEALs she's training for in that movie?
Yeah.
Okay. God
She's a
forbid.
beast.
Yeah, God forbid you compare my wife to a Navy SEAL. How dare you?
That was like a big thing in the movie where Demi Moore said, suck my dick.
Did she really? That's fire, dude.
It's in the movie.
That's fire.
Yeah, she's a beast.
Yeah, I would love for my wife to compare to this Navy SEAL saying "suck my dick."
It's hilarious.
Also, she's still hot in the movie.
Yeah,
I remember
she's still
that.
hot, bald.
Yeah,
she looks great.
Yeah,
like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, Jada still looks great.
Whatever, alopecia.
Yeah,
It looks pretty uniform.
What drove me crazy is I saw a video when we were talking about it on Flagrant. We were looking at stuff, right, and researching, and there was a video of her being like, "All I can do is laugh about it now. That's all I can do." So then someone made a joke. That's your opportunity to laugh about it, but you just took it so poorly.
Well, she just rolled her eyes, gave sideways face, and then whatever's wrong with them.
Yeah,
that's what it was. Like whatever's whatever he's trying to prove to her. Whatever chaos is in that relationship, or maybe it is alopecia. Maybe it's like he's just so sensitive that he realized, fuck, I gotta go slap him. It's like the hot button topic around the house. She's losing her hair. I don't know, but either way, like what a terrible decision.
Yeah.
And also it showed you how vacant Hollywood is. That they gave him a standing ovation just moments afterwards.
Insane.
Yeah.
For playing a guy who there are abuse allegations around.
Yeah.
Richard Williams.
Yeah. Crazy.
Just what a crazy fucking thing, man.
Yeah. Just the whole thing was nuts. And it just showed how insane Hollywood is.
Oh, yeah.
And how disconnected they are. And then it took the next day or so for the rest of the world to be like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then it all fell apart.
Yeah.
But those dummies were willing to go along with it. Like, clapping.
Yeah, that was crazy.
They just smacked a guy and ruined the Oscars.
Yeah, assaulted a guy who's, what, half a foot shorter than you maybe?
And weighs 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Chris Rock said he's the least intimidating guy that's ever held a mic.
Well, I have something to say about that.
I think you might fuck him up.
Really?
I think so.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know.
I don't want to find out.
I don't know. Maybe he'll get you. But the point is, it's like this is not a threatening guy, and to go up and physically assault him, it's just crazy. But it's just, people lose their minds, man. They lose their minds.
I remember thinking about this in like 2007. I did like a student film. Obviously nothing. I barely got paid anything. But I remember I went to go get Chipotle. And then the people freaked out. They're like, hey, if you want something, you just tell us. We'll go get it for you. You don't need to. And I remember being like, I could just ask for anything I want. Would get it. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, that's crazy. So imagine actually being famous. Imagine being Will Smith.
Right.
No one says no to you ever. If Will Smith was like, fly to Colombia, buy me coffee beans every day before I shoot, they would find a guy to do that.
Right.
How do you come out normal?
Yeah.
There's no way to be normal and healthy and all. It just, I can't see it.
Well, you have to not participate in that. You have to not be that guy. You have to recognize that that's a dangerous road to go down. You lose your humanity.
It's hard, though, I imagine. And the one good thing about comedy is you will get humbled. I will bomb at some point eventually, and it will remind me, oh, yeah, I'm not better than anybody else.
Yeah, comedy's a different animal. It's very hard to be that cocky to be a comedian.
Yeah.
You get humbled. That's one of the reasons why fighters are so nice.
Dude, I hung out with Henry Cejudo and Kelvin Gastelum that came to my shows in Tempe. Just the best hang. Every fighter's great. Yeah. Henry Cejudo's hilarious, by the way. Like, he's giving you shit. He's taking shit. He has 5 minutes of stand-up. It's actually not that bad. I kept telling him, I was like, dude, I've seen more of your stand-up than I have your fights, and it was pretty good. Kelvin, just the nicest guy. But, yeah, there's a humility to... Maybe Chris Rock got a lot more humble. I mean, maybe a lot of people are hoping that happens to me.
Well, Chris Rock woke up. For sure, because Chris Rock's stand-up got better.
Yeah.
Like, everybody that saw him after that, like Tom Segura went to see him when he did the arena in town. He goes, bro, he was on fire.
Really?
He goes, it was like Bring the Pain, Chris Rock. It was he was like markedly better than he had been before.
Really?
He goes, it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And that's what it was. It was like he realized, like, fuck those people. I was trying to get those people to like me. I was trying to do movies, and I got slapped, and they applauded that guy afterwards.
Insane, dude.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
He's too good for that gig anyway. That gig sucks.
Yeah.
And then he had to try to go do jokes after he got smacked, which was the worst.
Saying I'm not going to address it.
I mean, that is the worst. When he tried to like do material after he got smacked, the whole thing was crazy.
We're not talking about anything else, Chris. You're my hero. We're not talking about anything else.
Well, you didn't know what to do. You probably never would have imagined that would have happened.
There was a moment where he goes, Will said something. He goes, boy, I could. And then he just goes on and finishes giving the award. Mm-hmm. I know why he didn't, and that was the mature thing, but I wish he had just unloaded.
Yeah.
I wish he had just gone it, because I'm positive a thought crossed his mind, and then he decided against it. And I would love to see Chris Rock just...
I think the best thing would have been to do would be to say, no one's going to do anything about that? Like, someone could just come up here and hit me, and you guys don't do shit?
Yeah.
And you want me to host your awards?
Yeah.
Like, say something real in the moment like that. But how... That's a Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah.
Who knows what?
And you risk looking like a bitch, being like, nobody's going to help me. Which, true, Will Smith's a big dude.
Yeah.
You're not. But it's still, you look like a bigger bitch getting slapped at me. Like, are you guys not going to do anything about this? You look like a Karen or whatever.
Well, you can't. I mean, it's like
Jim Carrey said he should sue Will Smith for like $50 million. And I was like, yeah, you're on board with that. This guy's career is forever altered because of that.
Yeah.
This guy made some of the greatest comedy specials in the history of the world. And we're going to talk about the slap right there with that, if not before that.
But the comedy, like his audiences went way up. His ticket sales went through the roof.
Oh, that's good.
They went through the roof.
That's good.
I was talking to the people that handle his shit, and like, dude, it was crazy.
Really?
Everything was just selling out immediately.
That's great, at least.
Because everybody wanted to see him, and they wanted to see what he had to say.
Yeah.
And for a while, he wasn't even talking about it.
Yeah,
because Chris is smart, right? He's not going to just come out with material right away and start talking about it. People are going to film it and record it and tell everybody. So he waited. He waited until he really developed the material.
Yeah.
Really figured out what to say.
Yeah. He is my comedy. Him and Chappelle and Patrice, I found when I got older, but I remember being kids and being like, oh, fuck, this is what stand-up can be. And that's a big reason I even entered stand-up in the first place.
Yeah, his first 2 specials were insane. Bigger and Blacker and Bring the Pain are 2 of the best of all time.
Dude, Bigger and Blacker coming a year and a half after Bring the Pain, it's unbelievable how good it is. To have come out with all your best stuff that you've been doing for however long as a comic, like 12, 15 years at that point. Bring the Pain, historic, and then a year and a half, you have a special that's arguably better. Insane.
Yeah.
Like, I think about that all the time.
Yeah. Those are two of the bangers. Two, like, if you go and look at like all-time greatest specials, those two are definitely up there.
Yeah.
But to see a guy like that just get smacked. Also, to see a guy like that hosting the Oscars, like, you can imagine Sam Kinison or Richard Pryor hosting the Oscars. Like, get the fuck out of here! Like, why are you doing that? You shouldn't be doing that anyway.
I mean, that was the path back then, right? I think this is a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking. Where back then it was Eddie Murphy. Do stand up, be a legend, go do movies, be a legend, do whatever you want to after that. And Chris was doing the stand up was still insane. I think even Never Scared, fantastic. You watch that, you're just like, wow. 4 specials that are just like, what was it, his 3rd special, but they're all just historically great. And then you got the movies and you got that, and now you're just like, I do whatever I want. He was right there. That was the path.
But the thing is, they all wanted to be in with Hollywood. Everybody wanted a movie or a television show. They all wanted that Hollywood money because that's the only path that existed before the internet.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is a very interesting time for media. It's a very interesting time for what people consume.
Yeah, I think now we might not have as much fame or power, whatever, and that's fine because we get to kind of do what we want. And that's great.
I don't know. I think people are more famous now. There's more guys doing arenas now than ever before.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, stand-ups had a real boom.
Hinchcliffe sold out Madison Square Garden 2 nights in a row in an hour.
I mean, Kill Tony. I did Kill Tony after I did Rogan the first time. It was like, I think the last time I was in Austin, but I remember watching him. And Tony and I started around the same time. And I'm watching him in Kill Tony, and I'm just like, holy fuck. You are amazing at this.
He's the best ever. He's the best host of those kind of shows ever. He's so quick.
Yeah.
I took Tucker to Kill Tony.
Yeah, dude, that moment with him and Cam Patterson was so good.
Tucker didn't even know he was going on stage. He had no idea.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wasn't even going to bring him on stage. I showed up with him. I'm like, we were having dinner.
Yeah.
And I said, me, him, and Lex Friedman. And I said, do you want to see the club? And he's like, yeah. You guys got nothing going on tonight? Let's go. Kill Tony's there tonight. It'd be awesome. It's a crazy show to watch. It's like one of the best live shows you can go see. So we get there. We're backstage. And I text Tony, hey, I'm coming. I'm bringing Tucker Carlson. And so we get backstage, and he texts me, and he's like, come on stage. Wow. And I was like, really? I go, all right. I did it once before with Post Malone.
Yeah.
Post Malone had no idea he was going to be on Kill Tony. I just brought him to the club and then brought him right on stage. And he was like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And that's what we did with Tucker, too. Just brought him on stage. And he goes out there, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson.
Wow.
And the place went nuts. And he was great.
Yeah, he seemed really good. The way he handled the camp thing, both of them handled that so well.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Post was amazing. Post is amazing. He was great at it.
I've heard he's the nicest guy, too. I wonder how he is in that
sweet.
Yeah.
He's so sincere. David Lucas said he looked like an unemployed crocodile hunter.
That's good. That's good, dude.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And he just takes the jokes, and he's good with it.
He was great.
Yeah.
He's a sweetheart of a guy.
Yeah.
Him and Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll's going on.
Jelly Roll is my favorite, man. I love that guy.
Such a beautiful human being.
Truly, like a beautiful soul.
Yeah.
Him and that Mexican OT are like kindred spirits to me.
Mm-hmm.
We had them both on separately on the pod, and I said to OT, I was like, you need to collab with that guy.
Oh, yeah. That Mexican OT and Jelly Roll would be amazing.
Yeah. And that Mexican OT's manager and I are fairly cool. Greg, get a Jelly Roll, dude, because that guy.
That'll happen.
I got Mexican OT as my intro for my special, and I didn't realize what a pain in the ass that can be. And luckily, OT's manager, Greg, was like, we're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. That's the only reason I could get it cleared from, I think, UMG or whatever the label was. So, yeah. But OT was also like, he hit me up afterward, like, hey, man, I love the special. I love the dance. Thank you for using my song that way. Just like so sweet.
Yeah.
Like, you did me the biggest favor.
Right.
Ever. And then to thank me is just like, what a sweet kid, man.
Yeah, he's a dope guy.
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
I also got the Texas manners, yes, sir. I remember he asked us a question, he said, may I show you something? And I was like, what a well-mannered, sweet kid, man.
Yeah, who sings gangster rap.
Who will probably beat the shit out of you.
It's like a country flavor. A country flavor to his rapping.
Yeah.
He's very unique.
Yes. And
Cowboy Killer was the first song that I ever heard. Tony played it for me.
Really?
He's like, you got to hear this. You ever heard of that Mexican OT? I'm like, no. He played it for me. I'm like, oh, shit. I was like, this is good. And then I started listening to his other stuff. They're all bad.
Fantastic. Like an artist.
Yes. Yeah.
Who just grew up in rap, and that's what he knew. And now I think he's going to expand more and more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that kid.
Yeah, he's great. And he's young, too, man. He's got a massive future.
Yeah, truly. Mega talent. Him and Jelly both.
Isn't that a cool thing about doing a podcast, too, that you get to meet all these interesting people?
Dude, yes. The Brian Johnson guy was fascinating. And you have these ideas of these people, and then you sit down and talk with them, and you're like, oh, that was completely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's probably most human beings, but
Without
you
a
get
doubt.
this idea of a person and then you talk to them, you're like, wow.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's also like other people get that too. Like you're doing a service for other people,
Yeah.
and it kind of like informs other people. Like, hey, maybe I have misconceptions about people because I see this public image, and I think that's who they are.
Yeah, it actually ties into what we were saying earlier, is about like letting other people's opinions affect you. I was listening to some podcast, I forget what it's called, but the guy goes, most people are very flippant with their opinions. They just throw it out there. Oh, I hate that guy. I love that guy.
Yep.
They don't really think much. And then we take it so seriously, good and bad.
Mm-hmm.
But most people just throw a thing out there, not really being informed, and they don't really care. It's not a big a deal.
Yeah, it's just talk. Louis C.K. told me this once. He goes, it's just talk. He goes, but when it's written down, it seems like it's more than just talk. But it's like kind of the same way people have always talked.
Yeah.
But if you see it written down, or if you see someone saying it in a video, like, oh, what did you say about me?
Yeah.
It's just talk. People talk shit.
Yeah, Louis was another one. I even said this to him when he was getting so much love. I was like, oh, fucking Louis. And then we had him on the pod. He was great. He's obviously so smart. But I remember I told him that. He was like, a lot of the praise was like overdone. And I'm sure some comics didn't like me. I was like, I was one of them. He was like, I don't blame you. And I was like, what a cool, honest moment we had where I didn't have to pretend. And yeah, it was just, I think that's one of the best things about the podcasting is talking to people and being like, oh, I had a preconceived notion of you, and you're very different than what I thought.
Yeah, we get informed the more people we talk to.
Yes.
The more people we talk to, the more conversations we have, we get more informed as a human being. I think one of the things that limits people is the access they have to other interesting people. And I think that's also one of the things that is really exciting to people about podcasts, why they like it so much.
Yeah.
Because now they can listen to interesting people talk. They can listen to cool people talk.
Yeah.
And they kind of get in on these conversations and they see a real conversation where it's not planned out. You don't know what you're going to talk about. You're just talking.
Right. Yeah. How much prep do you do typically for interviews? Because sometimes I'll prep for days and it's just like endless. And then sometimes I'm like, I think I'm okay.
It completely depends on the subject matter.
Yeah.
You know, like if there's been people that I've had to read books on astrophysics, and string theory, and try to understand what the fuck they're talking about, or AI. And, you know, it depends. You know, some people have read their entire book, and I knew they were coming on months in advance, so I prepared for it. And then other people, I'm just like, I can't wait to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
You know, like that Mexican OT, zero prep. What's up? I love your music. You know, it was easy. I want to just get to know him in the moment. I don't want to like, I heard when you were a child. No, I want it to come out like organically. I want to have a real conversation with him.
Well, you know, I'm sure you've heard this. Larry King did no prep for any interview ever.
Really?
Yeah, there's a clip of him and Seinfeld talking. It's so funny where he clearly doesn't know who Seinfeld is. This is at the height of Seinfeld's fame. And Seinfeld is like, yeah, my show is going off you've never watched an episode? It's kind of a big deal. And Larry's like, no, I didn't know. And Andrew Schultz always like, that's just his excuse to be lazy. But I truly think he's like, maybe. But he was also like, I know the best, most organic conversations if I learn all about this guy right here, and my skill set will allow for the best interview to happen that way.
Well, the worst conversations are conversations that are canned, right? Where when someone's talking to you, they don't really care, but they're pretending they care and asking you these things because they have like bullet points that they want to hit.
Yeah.
Those seem canned. They seem bullshit. You're probably better off doing it the Larry King way with some stuff. But Larry King didn't interview theoretical physicists.
Yeah.
You know, like I need to know something about what you're talking about to be able to have my own questions.
Right.
I can't, because there's some things that are so nuanced and they're so complicated that you should have some understanding of them before you talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
But then other times it's like, oh, guy's a comic.
Yeah.
You know, like, let's talk.
Yeah.
That'd be easy.
Yeah.
I love comics.
Yeah.
Come on, let's talk some shit. How do you write? What do you do? How do you do it? You know, where'd you start?
Yeah.
I want to know. You know, it's like, and having genuine curiosity. I think that's a major key.
Mm-hmm.
It's like actually be curious. And some people aren't really curious. They really just want to wait for their turn to talk.
Yeah.
They can't wait. When's it going to be my turn to talk? You know, like
yeah.
But you ruin your own show that way. Even by being selfish, you're actually going against yourself. You're not realizing it at the time, but you're actually poisoning your own show by being selfish.
Yeah, the best thing that I've learned in life is try to actually listen.
Mhm.
Especially and the more nervous you are, like even this pod I come on, I'm like, just try to listen and respond to what he's saying in the moment and just stay in your own body and do that.
With everything, man, with other people too. Like when I'm, hanging out with someone, just a regular person, I'm so much better at talking to people now than I was before I did a podcast. Because I'm so much better at not talking over someone, waiting for them to talk, trying to get the most out of what they're trying to say, instead of just listening and then just me talking, trying to figure out how did you come to that conclusion? Did you always think that way? Like what did you learn? How'd you learn this stuff?
Yeah.
Like what inspired you to start doing that? It's like that's interesting to me. So now when I have conversations with people that suck at having conversations, like I can't wait. I got trapped at my fucking club by a buddy of mine brought one of his buddies from high school, and his buddy from high school was drunk and he's rich. And he kept wanting to tell me about this business that he started. It was, blah, 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 and I this and that, and I turned it into $100 million business, and this and that. I'm just telling you, just so you know who I am. So, like, oh my God, he was so bad at talking. It was just the clunkiest, shittiest, braggiest. And then I eventually go, I got to go.
Yeah.
I wasn't even talking. I was like, you're just talking at me. Like, I don't care about any of these things.
He just needed to impress you that bad.
Yeah, he needed to let me know that he was successful.
Yeah.
And I mean, within seconds of meeting him, he's telling me all this stuff. It's exhausting.
So I used to get really irritated at that stuff. And then I think it was Schultz said to me one time, because this kid at a diner started interrupting our conversation and telling us about his education and how smart he was. And then I was like so annoyed when we left, and Andrew was like, yeah, but you got to feel good about yourself that guy, for whatever reason, felt insecure around you and felt he needed to impress you that much.
Right.
So then
when someone knows someone from something, right? If they know you and you don't know them, they need to let you know they're a big deal.
Yeah. And it's just insecurity. And it's like, I used to take it as malicious, and now I'm like, oh, that guy, I'm not great at it, but I try to remind myself, oh, that guy is meeting he's probably listened to you thousands of hours in his head, and he wants so badly for you to like him, and he just doesn't know how to do that, and he doesn't know, hey, if I just have a real conversation with Joe, he'll walk away being like, that's a nice guy, and then he just overcompensates with, let me impress him because I did all these things and show him what I've done. And there's like, oh, okay, well, I feel bad for that guy a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not great at it by any stretch,
You
but that's what I
definitely
try to
should feel
remember.
bad for him because it sucks to be that guy.
Yeah.
It has to do that, and it doesn't feel good. Like that never works. Like no one ever walks away going, that guy's amazing.
Yeah.
Like you walk out and go, ugh, I feel like that guy just jizzed all over me. It's really what it's like.
Did you know that guy's worth the $100 million?
You know what else doesn't work that people still do is name dropping. Does that shit work at all?
No, that's
Who's
a rough
that?
one. That's a rough
We
one.
were partying with Leo. And, like, what? What are we doing? What?
Yeah, please don't do it. Please don't do that to me. I couldn't care less.
Does it work on anybody? It might be one of the least effective strategies for getting people to think you're cool. Name dropping.
No, yeah, it's truly. I think it works on like people who don't know anyone, and they're like, "Oh, this guy knows so and so." But even after about the third name, you're like, "Oh, he doesn't know anybody."
Yeah.
The more names you name, the less those people like you.
Yeah, people turn on you too. If you're that guy that name drops like on podcasts or name drop, like people like, ew.
Yeah.
Ew. If you're the guy who talks over everybody, ew.
Yeah.
I used to do it way more. I used to like early podcast. I just wasn't good at it. So you have a thought in your head, you just want to get it out.
Right.
Even if you're not even being selfish, it's like you just looking for a chance to. And then it took me time to just look at the big picture of it and go, this is not smart. And then that's when I started using pads too. This is big too. Because sometimes I have a thing. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to forget this.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's on this rant. So I just look over here, scribble, and write it down. And if I do that, I'm good.
Yeah.
You just got to learn how to, it's a skill. It's a skill like any other skill.
Yeah.
You learn how to negotiate a conversation.
Yeah.
And get the most out of the person. I want that person to shine. I want them to have the most interesting thing that they could say.
Yeah.
I want to help them say it.
I think about that because sometimes I'll get them because I don't feel nearly as confident in podcasting as I do in stand-up. And then I just remember, stand-up is something I've been doing 17 years now or whatever. Podcasting I've been doing 5, 6, whatever. Like it's going to take a while.
Also, you guys have a unique setup when there's a lot of folks there.
Yeah.
There's 4 of you.
Yeah.
and then there's a guest.
Yeah.
When you got 5 people talking and no one knows when they can chime in and when they should chime in, it's hard.
Yeah, being a team player is big. It's like I could try to get my thought. I could try to get my thought out now, but is that if I'm just going to be talking with everybody, is that going to add the best podcast, or do I just fall back and wait?
Headphones.
Yeah.
Headphones are a huge key.
Yeah.
Because then you don't talk over each other. Over talk is terrible to listen to.
Yeah.
You know, like Ari, when he comes on the podcast, we do Protect Our Parks. As soon as he gets drunk, takes the headphones off, starts talking over everybody. I'm like, Ari, you can't have 2 separate conversations. This is a podcast. Millions of people are going to hear this.
Oh, I need to give Ari his flowers too. Jew is
amazing.
It was one of the big like impetuses. I looked at that and I was like, oh, this guy didn't shop this at a streamer. He just put it online and it looks better than pretty much anything I've seen on Netflix.
It was cool because all the candles and shit.
Yeah, a gorgeous special. Yeah. I told him this. I was like, once I saw that, I was like, oh, this is the bar now. That's it's set there.
Well, it was also for me, it was very important to see because Ari had been telling me these things for decades and had never figured out a way to do it on stage and decided to do it all in one special.
Yeah.
Because he was telling me all the stuff about his upbringing. Because he had a crazy upbringing, man.
Yeah.
Like super religious, went to Israel, stayed in a kibbutz or whatever the fuck it was, and reading the Talmud all day.
Yeah.
He was all in.
Yeah.
And then he's like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
And then becomes a comic, which was wild. And when I met him, it was like, I guess it was the 90s, and he was like, maybe, when did Ari start working at the store? It might have, I think I was on, it might have been Fear Factor days. I don't remember. But it was like, he was a young guy who was just starting to do stand-up. And then the more I got to know him, I'm like, what did you do?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm like, why don't you talk about that on stage? He just didn't have the chops.
Yeah.
And so it took a decade plus, 2 decades, before he developed the chops to be a real solid and I'm glad he did because then he became a great comic and then he realized how to do that material as a comic which was perfect.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. I used to try to push myself to do this material that was personal. Like, I hope I can make my dad's story into a bit or something to end the special with or whatever. But now I realize I don't need to push. I wasn't good enough to do that back then. And now as I'm getting better, I think I can dig deeper, be more honest, be more personal, tell more personal things or whatever. And then I'm ready now.
Yeah, you can figure out a way to make it good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a tricky job, man.
Yeah.
It's a tricky fucking
especially
job.
Like somewhat potentially painful things that you're trying to make funny. I remember I would see some comics come up and be just so awkward, say all these horrible things they went through, and they'd be like, I don't care if y'all laugh, this is therapy for me. And I know you're just saying that because you're nervous because you're not doing well, but you got to understand how fundamentally wrong. This is not therapy. We're not here to help you through this. Go to therapy, make it funny, and then come bring it to us.
I remember there was some dispute at Just for Laughs, and some comic yelled at some other comic that if you're not using your comedy to promote social justice, you can go fuck yourself.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like, that is the way. That's a person that can't possibly be good.
Yeah.
There's no way you're good. You must be terrible on stage. Your comedy must be awful.
I think you also, that's probably a young comic, because I know I had these ideas of what funny was, and I remember watching, I think it was called Talking Funny or Funny People or whatever, with Ricky Gervais, Chris Rock, Louis C.K., and Jerry Seinfeld. And then there's a moment where Ricky, who's the youngest comic in the room, is talking about these jokes and like, I don't want to do those jokes because those jokes are easy. I want to impress guys like you. And then Jerry goes, you know what would impress me? Leave that joke in. Don't take that joke out. Leave that stupid joke in. I'm impressed.
Just kill.
Yeah.
I like stupid jokes.
Yes.
If stupid joke, like Attell's brilliant and silly at the same time.
Amazing.
These aren't like super complicated jokes where you're like, oh my God, this guy's changing the world.
1000%.
But amazing.
1000%.
I just want to laugh.
Just make us laugh. That's your job. Just make us funny. Laugh. And then if you can make us laugh on your terms the way you want to, God bless.
Yes.
That's a better level, sure.
Sure.
But eschewing laughs just because I don't want to, no.
You're
fuck that.
only
Get the laughs.
doing that because you can't get laughs.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Anybody who's like trying to educate these people, bro, you're 28 years old, you live in a duplex. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You're not going to fix the world. I know you think you're gonna, but also like that was a thing that Hicks brought to comedy. There was like a real problem in the 90s.
Yeah, I hated Hicks for a long time because of this. I still won't listen to Hicks just because the ripple effect of Bill Hicks is like, buddy, you created a monster.
He did create a monster. There were so many fucking people that wanted to be Hicks.
Yeah.
It was so much so that Punchline in Atlanta used to have a green room, and on the back of the green room, people would write on the wall, and it said, "Quit trying to be Hicks."
Oh, thank God.
And when
That
they tore
message.
that down, Jamie kept saying he was going to, Jamie, the owner, kept saying he was going to get me that fucking, because they took the wood down.
Yeah.
So I'm like, get me that.
Yeah, just the plank that says "Don't be Hicks."
Just quit trying to be Hicks. Let me put that up here. Because I remember that. Like, there's so many guys who wanted to be that guy. You know, because he just left you feeling like, even Richard Jenney, who's like one of the all-time greats. I remember Richard Jenney saw Hicks, and he was like, God, I watched him. I was like, I got to do more stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, you don't.
Yeah.
You really don't.
I actually remember, though, God, who's the comic? His name is escaping me. He's a clean comic. He's massive, super funny. Brian Regan. He was saying, he was on somebody else's podcast, and that guy was saying about Brian Regan, I remember Hicks was really dying to go see you at X, Y, and Z. So Hicks loves Brian Regan. So you don't need to be Hicks. Just be funny, and Hicks will be looking down at you being like, that guy's funny.
Well, Hicks really was that guy.
Yeah.
Like, Hicks was talking about stuff in the 90s before the internet. Right?
Yeah.
So he's talking about all these really esoteric subjects and interesting things because he was just reading a lot.
Yeah.
So it was like he really understood what he was talking about.
Yeah.
That's actually that guy.
Yeah.
If you're not that guy, don't be that guy.
Yeah.
It's just be who you are. But people like that, like, you know, occasionally someone will come along and they influence everybody. You know, Kinnison for sure did that. They come along and they're so mind-blowing. Like, Jesus Christ. You know, Joey Diaz influenced everybody around him. Because everybody, like, he was so quick with his punchlines. The setup punchline was so fast, rapid fire. You got to it so quick. Like, God damn, I got to pick up my speed. I got to pick up my game.
Yeah. Is that what you picked up from him?
I learned a lot from Joey, for sure. I learned a lot from also having to follow him. Because I would bring Joey on the road with him because I couldn't follow him. So I was like, this is the best way to figure out how to follow this guy. Just bring him with me everywhere. So he was fucking killing. He was killing. And also, I wanted to laugh.
Yeah.
You know, and when you're around Joey, it's just a party.
He's unbelievable. He's awesome.
Best.
Yeah, we had him on the pod once, and I was like, this guy is awesome.
He was just here for 420 weekend. It was fucking glorious. It was amazing. He's on fire. Because he comes to the club and he gets so much love that he's so free and loose.
Oh, yeah.
The moments when he went on stage, it was incredible. Because the audience didn't know he was there unless they had paid attention to the Instagram. So Friday night, they definitely didn't know he was there. When I do those Joe Rogan and Friends shows, I don't let anybody know. So Schultz will pop in, Shane Gillis shows up, you know, Gaffigan shows up. No one knows who's going to be there. And they go up there and everybody's like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's fun about it. And so when Joey goes up, they didn't know who it was going to be. And then Joey Diaz, everybody like,
Is he thinking about moving here or no?
Yeah, we're working on it.
That's great.
We're working on it.
That's great. He's going to love it.
He's just too happy here. And the problem with New Jersey is it's like there's too much road bullshit, hacky fucking comedy there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's good comics in New Jersey for sure. There's great comics. Boss lives in Jersey. Bonnie McFarlane lives in Jersey. There's great comics in New Jersey, no doubt about it. But there's also a lot of scrubs and a lot of like just dumb comedy, just dumb.
I was at the mothership yesterday, and I'm watching this open mic and just seeing all the comics. First of all, I remembered I don't miss open mics at all. I just remembered that pain of sitting there waiting. Horrible. But I was thinking, I was like, yo, Joe fucking did it, man. He made this. I was thinking, if I'm a young comic, Austin wasn't even a place I was thinking of in 2007 or 8 or whatever when I started. Now, LA is not even a place I'm thinking of. It's either Austin or New York, and Austin is easier to survive. It's better weather. It's nicer people. I think I would come to Austin.
It's also a more supportive environment because the environment, especially at our club, is specifically designed to foster talent. It's designed that way. There's 2 nights of open mic nights. It's designed. Kill Tony's there. It's designed for that.
Right.
So from the ground up, you have a chance to go. You have a chance as a person who's just getting on stage the first time ever to go up in the best club in the world.
Yeah.
And you have a chance to go and work the same stage that Joey Diaz goes up in, that Dave Chappelle went up in.
Yeah.
You get to go into the little boy, that room is amazing.
Yeah.
That is a tight little room, man.
Yeah.
And you could get that itch.
The little boy felt like the belly room.
It's like the belly room and the OR had a baby.
Yeah.
And the fat man is like the main room and the OR had a baby.
Okay, I see that.
That's what it is. It's a perfect place.
Yeah, I mean, I I've always said Comedy Works is the best club in the country in Denver. Still love it. I just got back from there this weekend.
Amazing.
I am excited to kill tonight, and then I'm excited to see. This is my first time in Austin since you built the club, so I'm excited to see the whole thing.
It's a wild. How many days are you in town?
How many days you want me to be in town? You know what I mean? You decide.
Come by tomorrow. Do a set tomorrow
Okay,
night.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Done.
I got a show tomorrow at 7 o'clock. But we got, we have big name headliners are coming in every weekend, which is great. So the local guys get to see the people that are there. And all the door staff, they're all comics. They audition with their act, so it's like a development process, like the store was, but more organized, and not as chaotic, and run by a comedian.
Yes,
and run by a comedian that doesn't have business partners. They don't have anybody else.
And you're not. You don't rely on that for income, which is like it's a mitzvah. What you're doing.
It had to have happened the way it happened.
Yeah,
I mean, there had to be this crazy moment in history where the whole country gets shut down except Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so we move here, and all of a sudden I'm doing shows with Chappelle. We're doing these outdoor shows. Everybody's getting tested. And then we started doing indoor shows. And then we started doing indoor shows. I'm like, I gotta open up a club. And like, we need a hangout. We had the Vulcan, which is a great place.
Yeah.
Vulcan's a great club.
Vulcan's awesome.
Oh,
I did the Vulcan right after you came on Flagrant the next day. That was the last time I was in Austin.
It's a great club.
Yeah.
Vulcan's great. It's a great club to kill in too.
Yeah.
But I was like, this isn't ours. They have like techno music there, EDM some nights, and it's like we need to set something up, and I had that Spotify money, and I'm like, listen, if anybody's going to do it, it's got to be me. And if any time there's a time to do it, it's now, because people were willing to move so that they could go on stage.
Yeah.
Because LA shut everything down for so long.
Yeah.
That so many comics, like, you guys are doing shows, and then guys like Derek and Hassan, they came out there early. Brian Simpson, he came out there early.
Derek Poston is so goddamn funny.
He's getting so good, dude. He's getting so good.
I saw him before Mothership because I saw him host Andrew's show. He's a good host. He's a good host. And I was like, oh, I'll bring him on the road. And then I thought, one thing I try to do to pay forward how Schultz helped me is that once I get to know you and I think I know how you're funny, I'm like, hey, well, let's watch your set if you want, and I'll see if I can give you some advice. I'm not the end all be all, but I'll try to help you how I can. So I had Derek feature one show, and then I watched the set, and I was like, buddy, I got some tags for you. Yeah. But I don't see like structurally, oh, you could do this, you could do X, Y, Z. You're so fucking funny. Unbelievable.
Well, the level of the guys coming up is very high. And there's also, in Austin, there's so many places to perform.
Yeah.
Just on the block where the Mothership is.
Yeah.
So you have the Mothership right down the street. You have the Sunset Strip Club. You have Brian Red Band's Club. Right over there, you have the Creek and the Cave. Right over there, you have the Vulcan. You have the Velveeta Room. There's some place called the Green Room. Then you have Cap City. You have a bunch of different clubs on the east side. There's like hipster clubs and lesbian shows, and there's like fucking comedies everywhere.
Dude, you have made this a comedy hub. It's a marvelous, like an insane thing that you've done.
It's pretty wild.
It's insane to move LA over to Austin is crazy.
But make it better.
Yeah.
Make it better. Make it better, and make it completely disconnected from all those people that'll poison your act with their fucking Hollywood bullshit.
And I said LA. To be honest, I meant New York. This is what I heard New York was. When I went to New York, it wasn't friendly, but it was, you'd have to pay to go to most open mics. $5. And the free open mics, this is when the alt scene was kind of running things. So if you talked about anything that wasn't like a video game or anime, they would judge the fuck out of it and be brutal. There was no support built in. So you've taken the best parts of New York and brought it to Austin. And again, a city that's much cheaper and much less harsh. Being poor in New York is rough. Being poor in Austin, it's not that bad.
It's not bad. You can get around. Traffic's not bad at all. It's very light. It's very easy. And the people are cool.
And the traffic, the clubs is all this little, like you said, all this little radius. LA, if I want to hit 3 spots, I'm driving 3-4 hours.
Well, you can go to the Improv. You can go to the Laugh Factory.
If you're
doing the store, Improv.
If you're in at all 3, but when I started in LA, open mics, you're driving all over the place.
Yeah,
it's all spread out.
Yeah, if you're doing open mics, you're fucked. There's not a lot of open mics in LA, but there's a good amount, but not in comparison to the amount of comics.
Yeah,
there's a lot of comics and a lot of wannabe comics, and there's also in LA you have those people that really want to be actors, and they think that like
this is their platform. Yeah.
Anyway, brother, great to have you on.
Thank you so
tell
much.
everybody about your special,
Oh.
where they can get your second special.
Second special is Gaslit. It's on YouTube right now. I'm very proud of it. I think hopefully this is my next evolution as a comic and just making the things I truly believe funny instead of just doing contrarianism. Yeah, dude. I try to do it big. That's
Oh, look at this.
So this is traditional Indian dance called Bharatanatyam. It's a South Indian dance. And then it's to that Mexican OT.
Oh, that's amazing.
So yeah. 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 So check it out on YouTube. Please
Check it
support.
out.
Thank
Check
you
it
guys so
out.
much.
And
Thank
tell
you, Joe.
everybody, my pleasure, brother. Tell everybody your social media. So
it's Akash Singh, AKAASH, Akash Singh Comedy on TikTok. Everything else is pretty much Akash Singh. Oh, and YouTube is Akash Singh Comedy.
All right.
Thank you so much, man.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it.
See you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Did you see the U.S. government just released, apparently by accident, the Project Aqua stuff? Did you see this?
No. What's that?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I guess we're rolling.
Are we rolling?
Yeah.
No. You can. This is just someone just sent me this. This is
Project Aqua.
Yeah. Hold on. They just released, I think, by accident.
How's that happen?
It's Kona Blue. You familiar with this?
No.
Kona Blue is a. It was a program. Dude. I'm gonna send this to you. Homeland Security just released this.
Send it to me. I'll send it to Jamie.
And no, I got it right here. I'll just. I don't do email. I don't know how to drop anything.
You don't do email?
No. I haven't done email in many years.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you exist?
I do text.
Wow. Just text?
Yeah, I don't do email. I don't go on the fucking internet. I don't have a TV. I'm not into that. But anyway. No, that stuff is bad, you know.
Yeah, I guess.
That's my isolation tank. I just stay away from that shit. But anyway,
that's smart. Did you text it to me?
Yeah, I did. I think I did.
It didn't get to me.
Yeah, I just sent it. It's a big thing. Okay, so this is so amazing. So this is in there. They're talking about this, and this was just released. We're talking about setting up this program, Kona Blue.
I didn't get it.
This is like a UAP program.
Yeah, the medical division will have a small team of medical analysts under the direction of the chief physician and deputy administrator. They will organize data into a threat analysis based on medical findings, including but not limited to A, deaths and injuries as a result of interaction with advanced aerospace vehicles.
Here it is.
B, medical injuries as a result of other anomalies. C, collateral injuries, psychological effects to family members. So they're admitting that people are dying.
It's just like a tweet from yes. Oh.
Is this it?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Do you ever wonder if stuff like this is just disinformation?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wonder a lot of things.
I'm sure you do.
But
I would always assume that a lot of this stuff is nonsense.
Yeah. Here's what we know is that U.S. servicemen have died as a result of contact with or being in the proximity of these vehicles. And we know that because there are a lot of suits working their way through the VA system.
Yeah.
Where families, can't get compensated for the deaths or injuries to loved ones.
Because it's all under wraps, top secret.
Well, that's just a fact, okay, that is happening. So if there's, I guess, when there are measurable physical effects of a phenomenon, we can say conclusively the phenomenon is real.
Right.
And so, yeah.
But
it is real. I mean, I guess we're sort of past the point of like, is it real? Yeah, it's real.
it's real in that there's these things that are moving in very bizarre ways, and they have these propulsion systems that violate what we know about propulsion systems. Retrieving data across dimensional space-time, develop remote viewing, comms, and countermeasures, determine baseline for physical transport across dimensional space-time barrier, rapid response medical teams for UFO interaction events. So how did they do this accidentally? Study conscious interactions with and control of technology.
So I got this from someone in the U.S. government who's well, look, let me just start by saying I don't know anything, but he sent me this. The above is 100% legit. I was read into this program but told never to tell anyone. It's now been released. As you can see, it began as a result of my old program, AATIP. I signed a document saying I would never talk about Kona Blue and similar efforts. I can't believe that AARO would have released it. Look, I mean, here's what we do know is that there's enough going on in the skies, but not just the skies, underwater, that the U.S. military has been forced to respond to it. So, like, move aircraft from one place to another because there are too many of these objects in the sky. That's actually happened. Chris Mellon just wrote a long piece about it. So it's real. The government is not controlling it. In fact, it's forcing the government DOD to respond. And we know that there is a real effort and has been underway for a long time to keep the public from knowing about it. But that's all known. That's established. I don't think any rational person would deny that. The question is, like, what is it actually? I mean, now is sort of you have to ask, like, what is this? And so that's
how much of it do you think is ours?
Well, none of it's ours.
None of it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, clearly, the U.S. government is huge. It's the largest human organization. I think there are 2 million federal employees and another 10 million federal contractors, so who are effectively government employees but don't have civil service protection, for example. So that's 12 million people in a country of 340 million working for the federal government. So it's kind of hard to overstate how big the federal government is and how well funded. And so to say the government this, the government that, no, of course, it's people within the government. But yeah, they're working on all kinds of things, obviously, that are classified. But in general, no, they can't control these objects. So no, it's not American technology.
Well,
or Russian or Chinese. It predates, all of that.
Well, some of it does, right? Like, for sure, the Kenneth Arnold sightings, that was really early on. That was like the early 1950s. He was seeing these flying saucers, these discs that were moving over mountains.
Well, right. I mean, the prophet Ezekiel writes about it in the first chapter, Wheels in the Sky.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. Boy, when you
it is crazy. If you read it, it's like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
And so, and not just, the Hebrew scriptures, like, it's all over every
the Vedic text.
Of course. Mm-hmm. So these are spiritual phenomenon. There's no evidence they're from another planet. I mean, I think that's the that's the lie, that they're from Mars. Look, space, the atmosphere is really well monitored, right? Both for military defense reasons, but also because, like, it'd be nice to know when asteroids are coming. And there's no evidence, there's never been any evidence that lots of these objects, these vehicles coming into our atmosphere from somewhere else, some other planet. There's no evidence of that at all. So they're from here, and they've been here for thousands of years, whatever they are. And it's pretty clear to me that they're spiritual entities, whatever that means. They're supernatural, and which is to say, supernatural means above the natural, above the observable nature. And they don't behave according to the laws of science as measured by people, and they've been here for a long time. And there's a ton of evidence that are under the ocean and under the ground. So, like, with that fact set, what do you conclude?
When did you start having this opinion that they were spiritual and that they've always been here. Like when did this?
Well, I didn't know anything about the topic until 2017, and
was that after the New York Times piece?
No, it was before. It was before, and the things that I saw. I mean, I was and am still a very conventional person. I mean, I'm 54. I grew up in this country in California, which was like every assumption about America I bought completely, just completely. And I thought that everyone who questioned those assumptions was bad. I just bought into the system completely without even thinking about it. And I imagined that I was like some kind of free thinker and, I'm going against the grain. But like my core assumptions were the assumptions fed to me by the culture and the government. And I didn't even realize it. But anyway, I'd never really thought about UFOs at all. And I've been in journalism since I was a kid. So, of course, I'd run into a lot of people who had crazy views on a lot of different topics. UFOs, 9/11, circumcision, like every whack job in the world you run into when you're covering stuff. Fluoride. Right. I just brushed with non-fluoride toothpaste this morning.
Me too.
Exactly. But probably unlike you, I didn't have any opinions like that. I was like, fluoride, come on. 9/11, shut up. Yeah. UFOs, you're fucking crazy. You know what I mean? I just I had this reflexive. I'm ashamed of it. I'm not bragging about it, but it was 2017, and really it was the Trump campaign. It wasn't that I was like so in love with Trump, though I've always liked Trump because he was like hilarious and charming and all that. But I wasn't like a Trumper or anything. But it was watching that campaign, and particularly his claim that they were spying on him, and I was like, really? The intel services and federal law enforcement, FBI, do not spy on presidential campaigns. Like, that's so out of the realm. That's so crazy. Like, that could never happen because, of course, there's no democracy in a system like that. And fundamentally, we're a democracy, an imperfect one. It kind of lumbers along, but like it's not fake. And then that turned out to be true. And I knew it was true. And that just blew my mind. So I began a process still ongoing of reassessing a lot of other things. Like, okay, well, if that was not true, what else is not true? And what else that they told me was a conspiracy theory might actually have some basis in fact. And then someone from, a DOD employee reached out to me and said, actually, there's a ton of evidence that this UFO thing is real. And really? And so I started doing segments on it when I worked at the TV channel. And there was like a lot of mockery, but I was like, I don't care. I'm just going to do this. And then, of course, the second you start, as you know better than anybody, you start talking about something, then people reach out to you, and some of them are deranged, but some of them aren't at all. So I just started getting a lot of information from people and meeting with people, mostly in private. Come to my house, let's talk. And I decided on the basis of what they told me, and then I talked to a lot of people about it, that actually this is really a very heavy-duty question. Actually, it's not the little green men question. It's like a much bigger question, and it's really bad. It's really dark. And then I stopped. Then I was like, I don't want to know anymore because it's not helping me at all as a person. And
what information did you get that made you feel like it's dark?
What's so dark? Well, first of all, the deception is always bad. Like lying is bad in it. And it's bad not just in a legal sense in that it can be illegal to lie, but it's bad. It's like bad for you. Like it rots you. Like being a liar makes you a bad person. When you lie, you are serving evil. There's a moral quality to it that's inescapable and very obvious. And only like advanced civilizations ignore that. Lying is bad. And so if you have lying at scale, which we have on this topic, it's inherently bad. Okay, so that's the first level. The deeper level is so if they're spiritual beings, which I believe they are, like it's a binary. They're either, if you're on team good or team bad, you can assign any name to it you want, but like, what are these things? Are they good or bad? And I think some of them are bad. And if the U.S. government knows that, or elements, the people within the U.S. government know that, then they're serving a bad force.
Well, when you say spiritual, like what makes you draw that conclusion that they're spiritual?
What's the obvious? I mean, spiritual may be the wrong word. Supernatural. They're beyond nature as we understand it. I mean, obviously they are. I mean, just chart their physical behavior. It doesn't, it goes outside of what we understand about physics. no visible means of propulsion, coming at an indescribable speed, hitting the ocean, continuing at speeds that are impossible undersea. I mean, in other words, if I take a 9mm round, 7.62 by 39, and shoot you at 50 yards underwater in a swimming pool, and it's even more intense in salt water because it's denser, you could catch the bullet if it even makes it to you, right? So if you have a craft, any object underwater that's traveling at 500 knots as measured by sonar, right there, you're challenging our understanding of physics. Like, what is that? How can that be? So
they've tracked that. They've tracked things going 500 knots under the sea.
Yeah, really. Yeah, much faster than any object can actually go undersea. For sure. Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on underwater, and a lot. And there's video of these things coming out of the sky into the water and also emerging from the water.
Right.
Yeah. So
blurry though.
I don't think it's that
transmedium video.
Yeah, I don't think some of it's that blurry. I think some of it's crystal clear.
We just don't have access to it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just we haven't seen it.
Correct.
So they have some stuff
for sure. So, but there's just a lot going on underwater, and it's measured. And so, whatever. I mean, these are all, again, this is like the most obvious observable level of it. But then you just ask yourself, like, what is this actually? And if there's been extensive knowledge of this for decades, like maybe 80 years at least, if not going back to the 30s, 90 years, to what end? So there are two possible explanations, obvious explanations. The first is the one you often hear, which is this is so heavy that if the public were to know about it, it would be just disruptive. It would be too scary. Like, you don't want to scare people for no good reason. There's nothing we can do about it. And you also don't want to suggest that, the U.S. military isn't capable of protecting the country, the homeland. And it does suggest that. If you can't control these objects in your airspace, and that's known, if they can't, that's known, okay? Then that suggests a limit to the power of the U.S. military, and you don't want to tell people that because then they won't believe that they're safe. I get it. But then there's a deeper level, which is like, okay, what's your relationship with these things? What is the U.S. government's relationship with these things? And there's evidence that there is a relationship and that it's longstanding. And that raises a lot of questions about intent. And so what is that? And I just personally decided, and people have been hurt by these things. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a knowable fact. It's a provable fact. And killed. And I'm not saying millions of people have been killed by whatever these things are, but people have been killed, and it's known because it's working its way through the courts out of the VA. So, I don't know, an object that is by definition supernatural, it's above the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has resulted in the deaths of people. We don't spend enough time thinking about what that adds up to. Not good. Actually, not good.
And how many people do you think have died from these things?
I don't know, but I mean,
And is it radiation sickness? Is it what's the
so
cause
the person that I talked to, I interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical school professor who's out there and worth talking to, by the way. And
talking about Gary Nolan?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He was effectively an expert witness in these cases, so he's an expert in brain injury. Do you know him? Yeah. Entirely credible person. Checks all the boxes that I care about. He's got patents, so he's like a lot of Stanford University professors. He's independently rich. He flew to. I live in a remote place, and he flew to my place at his own expense because he wanted to tell the story. So he's got no profit motive here. He's the most highly credentialed person at the university, practically. Stanford Medical School. We consider that a big deal. And he's worked on this for over 10 years. Assessing the injuries to U.S. servicemen from being in close proximity to these objects or having contact with these objects. And his conclusion, as you know, because you've talked to him, is that there's some kind of energy coming off here that scrambles people's brains or kills them. And it's not exactly radiation, at least in his telling to me. So anyway, but the point is, people have died.
Yeah.
And so, it does raise a lot of questions about what the hell, right? What the hell? American citizens have died, and you're hiding it? Why are you hiding that? Why would you hide that?
Perhaps because they don't have any explanations. Because it's so beyond our comprehension that they're still trying to piece it together. Like, I would wonder how much interaction they really do have with these things. Like, if I was from another planet, or if I was some interdimensional being, I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the president. I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the government. I would probably look at this infantile race, this species, this bizarre territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, this very weird species. I'd probably look at them as very chaotic, and I wouldn't really have much concern for who's running it, especially if they have the ability to travel at insane speeds and go undetected. And
well, it depends. Like that. Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is a spiritual one.
Mm-hmm.
There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, a supernatural world that's acting on us all the time for good and bad. Every society has thought this before ours. In fact, every society in all recorded history has thought that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and all of a sudden the West is just officially secular. We're God. There is no God but us. And that's the world that we have grown up in, but that's an anomaly. Like, no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations, and the details differ, but the core idea does not differ, never has differed from caves until now, that we're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times. And so to someone born before or living before 1945, I think it would have been much more obvious that this is the thing that every society has written about. And in fact, that battle, that unseen battle around us, that spiritual battle, has like been the basis of every society, of every religion, not just Christianity. So like, it just, once you discard your very, very recent assumptions, relatively speaking, about how the world works, you're like, well, that kind of seems like the obvious explanation, right?
It's not that obvious to me.
So what's more obvious, do you think?
Well, I don't think there's an obvious explanation. I think if I had to guess, some of this stuff is ours. And some of these things are propulsion systems that they theorized way back in the 1950s. Anti-gravity propulsion systems, things that can operate without igniting fuel and pushing something out, that they operate in some completely different way that utilizes gravity and almost can instantaneously transport to new places, essentially fold space-time. I don't know. So there's things that the government does where they have these programs. And the people that are sworn into these programs, whether they're the physicists or, you know, the metallurgists or whoever these people are that are working on these programs, they don't tell anybody. All their phones are monitored. Everything's monitored. There's a culture of secretism that's pretty intense. And it's not inconceivable that over the course of the last 70 plus years of them theorizing and then eventually implementing some of these things, that they've developed drones that can move in ways that the people that understand conventional propulsion systems could not imagine. And that they've figured out a way to do this and to keep it secret. And we're probably not the only ones working on these things. But where did they get that information? And you know, Diana Pasulka, do you know her work? Yeah. Like, they describe these crafts, these crash crafts, as donations, which is fascinating. Like that, they're left there. The crashed retrieval program, the crashed UAP retrieval program, is essentially they're going like, figure this out. We're going to crash this thing here. You figure this out. And the question is, if that's true, okay, where are these things coming from? Are they, if there's something that is so advanced that it's decided to leave us a little trinket for us to back engineer, is that from another dimension? Is that from here? Is that from some realm that we just don't have access to? Is it from another planet? We have drones that are on other planets right now. We have a drone on Mars. We have, the lunar rovers. We have satellites that we send to observe and photograph other planets. We just got really high detailed photographs of Jupiter. They're pretty amazing. But if something was like us on another planet but lived uninterrupted with technology advancing for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years more than us, what would that be like? And how much would we be able to understand of what we're seeing? What would we be able to see? And this idea that we monitor our skies, sure, but if something just appears and disappears essentially instantaneously, if something literally can fold time, can fold space, and just traverse between immense distances almost instantaneously, what are we going to see? What are we going to see? And also, what kind of detection systems do we have? We have radar, we have visual, we have a bunch of different military-based detection systems to look out for enemy crafts and airships and all that stuff. But if you're dealing with something that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us, how much would we be able to detect?
Well, so I think we're pointing to the same question. I mean, I have no doubt that the U.S. government has technology that we don't know the details of. That makes sense.
Sure.
But, where did it come from?
Right.
I'm not even sure if this is a separate question, but related. I'm not sure we really know where nuclear technology came from, actually.
Really?
Yes.
The Manhattan Project?
Yeah, we know the Manhattan, we know something about the Manhattan Project, but where exactly did that? It came from Germany. German scientists were okay. The one separate conversation, but the one person I know who's really pushed it is writing a book on it. Who's a trustworthy person, a friend of mine. I know you know him. Said to me, actually, I spent a year working on this, and the closer I got to okay, but what's the genesis? Where did this? What was the Isaac Newton apple on the head? Oh, gravity's real moment for fission. Not clear. Weird. I don't know the answer. But here's the point. Clearly, government has technology that we're not read in on.
Right.
Of course. But so that doesn't answer the question: why have people seen these objects in the skies for thousands of years, confirmed, and what are they? And maybe they're from another planet. My only point is there's no evidence of that. There's a huge amount, a massive corpus of evidence that they're seen by people in our atmosphere, on Earth looking up, or in a submarine looking out. And what is that? And by the way, to your point, we can't see them coming into our atmosphere because they don't want to be seen. Well, then why do they want to be seen by people on Earth? If the technology is that advanced, and clearly it is, why do they make themselves visible in the first place?
Well, when we study primates, one of the things that we do. Did you ever watch Chimp Nation on Netflix?
I don't have a TV, but
you don't have a
the
TV.
Sound of it. Yeah.
It's an amazing documentary on Netflix that details these embedded scientists in the Congo. And what's really fascinating about it is that this group of scientists or related scientists have been there for 20 plus years. So these chimps have become entirely accustomed to having human beings near them. So there's very specific rules. You stay within 20 yards of them. If they come closer, you back up. You never have food, ever. You can't bring any food there because they'll fuck you up and just steal your food. If they find out you have food,
and they're formidable,
you're in real trouble. Oh yeah, they'll tear you apart. And they kill each other, so they'll definitely kill you. And so when they have done this, the chimps have become accustomed to them being there, and the chimps behave completely normally. The chimps see them as just an innocuous part of their environment. They're not food, and they're not enemy. They don't ever intrude. They don't try to challenge them. They don't make eye contact. So they don't worry about people at all. So they behave completely like chimps. And if I was an advanced species and I was studying people and I wanted the human beings to eventually kind of catch up, right? Like you're introducing technology that they call donations, crash vehicles. Figure out what fiber optics are. Here you go. Check this out. Figure this out. Try to figure that out. Maybe it'll take you decades. Maybe it'll take you more. But you are accelerating the technological evolution of this advanced species on this planet. And one way to do that would be...
For what purpose, I wonder?
Well, that's a very good question. My belief is that biological intelligent life is essentially a caterpillar. And it's a caterpillar that's making a cocoon. And it doesn't even know why it's doing it. It's just doing it. And that cocoon is going to give birth to artificial life, digital life. It's going to give birth to a new life form. And I think we're real close to that. I think we're way closer to that than most people would ever want to do.
I agree.
And I think...
But can we assign a value to that? Is that good or bad?
That's a good question. It depends. Universally, I think it's the path. I think it's what happens. I think what this thing is, if you extrapolate, if you take the concept of a sentient artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has on Earth at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind, and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things. It'll make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow, it takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really, when you think about it. Like how long? It's not that long to go from being a single-celled organism to being a human being flying a plane. Really, relatively, over the course of a billion years, if you think about how long the universe has been around. But it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit, and now we could send videos from your phone, and it'll hit New Zealand in a second. It's crazy. The stuff that we have now is beyond imagination. It's essentially magic for people 100 years ago. If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now untethered, it doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology that's available and then increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god, because if you give it enough time, it has the ability to make better versions of itself, which will in turn make better versions of itself. It has the ability to utilize everything. It has the understanding of everything that exists in the universe. It's black holes, dark matter, everything. And it probably has the ability to harness that or even reproduce that. So if you take artificial sentient intelligence and it has this super accelerated path of technological evolution, and you give artificial general intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence far beyond human beings, you give it 1,000 years alone to make better and better versions of itself, where does that go? That goes to a god. It literally can create universes.
What kind of god? So, like, I think of it this way. So the first stage of the Industrial Revolution consisted of people building machines that were stronger than the human body.
Right.
Right? So the steam-powered loom.
Sure.
The backhoe.
Combustion engine.
They replace muscles.
Right.
Right. So that's what the machine does. It becomes stronger than the human body. The second stage, which we're in the middle of, consists of creating machines that are more powerful than the human mind. That's what computing is. And I would say AI or supercomputing is just that exponentially. But that doesn't make it a god in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, any more than a backhoe is a god, because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men. It's still something that people created. So the story hasn't really changed. At the center of the story are people, and their creative power may lead to unintended consequences, but the machines that they build did not make the universe and did not make people. People made the machines.
Right.
So but I would say the part I agree with is there's a spiritual component here for sure. People will worship AI as a god, AI, Ted Kaczynski was likely right, will get away from us. We will be controlled by the thing that we made. All those are bad. Like, that's just bad. And we need to say unequivocally, it's bad. It's bad to be controlled by machines.
Right.
Machines are helpmates. Like, we created them to help us, to make our lives better, not to take orders from them. So I don't know why we're not having any of these conversations right now. We're just acting as if this is like some kind of virus, like COVID, that just spreads across the world inexorably. There's nothing we can do about it. Just wait to get it. It's like, no. If we agree that the outcome is bad, and specifically it's bad for people, we should care what's good for people. That's all we should care about. Is it good for people or not? If it's bad for people, then we should strangle it in its crib right now.
Right.
And why just blow up the data centers? Like, why is that hard? If it's actually going to become what you just described, which is a threat to people, humanity, life, then we have a moral obligation to murder it immediately. And since it's not alive, we don't need to feel bad about that.
Well, you could say the same about the atomic bomb, right?
Yes, you could.
And you could say that we have to develop it like Oppenheimer felt before the Nazis did.
I love that. How'd that work? How'd that work?
Well,
I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, have spent the last 80 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
Right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
If you can't, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like, it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call for you. It's not a hard call for me. So with that in mind, like, why would you want nuclear weapons? It's like just a mindless, childish sort of intellectual exercise to justify, like, oh no, it's really good because someone else will get it. How about no? How about like spending all of your effort to prevent this from happening? Would you kill baby Hitler? Famously?
Right.
So I don't know why we're sitting back and allowing this to happen if we really believe it will extinguish the human race or enslave the human race. Like, how can that be good?
Well, if God creates everything, if God created the universe and God creates people, God probably creates a process. And we think that we are very important because we are very important to us. But are we very important in the universal sense? Not really. Like, if the Earth just imploded and disappeared, if the sun went supernova and our whole solar system was blown to bits, the universe still exists.
It depends how wide
created...
for sure. In the end, as Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, every grave goes unvisited, which is true, and that's an important perspective. Pull out the lens a little bit. Mm-hmm. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
But it does matter.
Do your kids, how about this? Do your children matter?
Yes, sure.
Do their lives matter? Would you die for them?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Everything matters. If you're not comfortable, it matters. If you're sitting here like you don't want to wear headphones, like, let's not wear headphones. That matters. Everything matters. I mean, at scale.
But what matters most, like,
right? That is the evil, right? The evil is it's the same thing as saying the necessary evil of dropping nuclear bombs on civilians is if you don't do that, then there will be more evil. Then more things will happen. It's kind of the same thing. Like, it comes
from the same place, which is hubris. Like, imagining you're God, you have unlimited power, and you have omniscience. You can imagine what the future is going to be. You can't. You're a fucking idiot. You're a person. Like, you can't even make your wife happy.
Right.
Like, the limits of your power are really obvious. The limits of your wisdom, same. So, like, don't jump into shit. Big things whose outcomes you can't predict with certainty. Like, you can't know. Go in with humility. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? So, and do what you can, knowing that you're probably going to screw it up and you probably won't achieve your goal, but like, you should try. And on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked to about, I'm hardly an expert. I don't run a computer. Okay. But, everybody I've ever talked to, and there's many people like, it could get away from us and enslave us. Well, let's say no to slavery. How's that? Is that a tough one? Not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. No, I'm serious. Like, why is that crazy?
It's not. It's not if you think that human beings are the end of this evolutionary chain.
Well, what else is? Some supercomputer in a data center outside Dulles Airport? No. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I don't actually think that individuals, I don't think I'm that important. My life is that important. I will die. I know that. And I try to keep that in mind every day.
But you're important to everybody that cares about you. You're important to the people
But
around you.
If we don't think people are important, then what do we think is important? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Not necessarily that we don't think people are important, but if evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know, but it's visible. Like you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that in fact, I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution as articulated by Darwin is like kind of not true.
Right? In what sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And
there's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
There's tons of record of adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the litter to litter. But no, there's no evidence at all zero, that people evolve seamlessly from a single cell amoeba. No, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people, you hear them make reference to evolution, because the theory of adaptation is obviously true. But Darwin's theory's totally that's why it's still a theory almost 200 years later. No, we have not found that at all. And I can't even guess. I mean, I have my own theories on it, but they're not proven.
What are your theories?
God created people, distinctly, and animals. I mean, I think that's what every person on Earth thought until the mid-19th century, actually.
Right, but
it's not a new idea.
They didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
Do you think we understand more now?
Yes.
Really?
You don't think that we understand more today?
We understand way less. We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to flirt with the extinction of mankind. So previous generations would be like, what? No, stop. And we're not doing that because
but they wouldn't have done that even with the nuclear bomb. I mean, obviously the Manhattan Project was done in secrecy, but they wouldn't have stopped it because the imperative of getting this weapon before Hitler got the weapon was what it was.
Hitler was kind of done by then. The Russians had pretty much extinguished any hope that would continue. But
we were in
the middle of the logic of war.
At the commencement of the Manhattan Project,
for sure. But the logic was the same, and it was 4 years of got to beat the other guy, got it. And I don't mean to sound too judgmental about the bomb. I know why they built it. Okay, but you just wonder why nobody in the middle of that thought, is this really? And some of them did think it.
I'm sure they did.
Yes,
did. Oppenheimer himself.
Of course, large organizations don't respond to the moral qualms of individuals very well. So that was whatever. It's well known what happened. But no, we should pause and ask: is the machine we're building worth having? And nobody seems to do that. And there are all kinds of economic forces, which nobody ever mentions, that drive that heedlessness, that stupidity. Like California, for example, is completely, the state both of us have lived in, is like collapsing. Yeah. And they're betting everything on AI. For the tax base is going to be dependent on this technology working.
Is that really what they're betting on?
Of course. That AI is.
Did you see the most recent thing about the amount of billions of dollars they spent on the homeless problem with no trackable results?
Well, they've had massive results. They've increased the homeless population dramatically. If you pay for something, you get more of it. And that would include fentanyl addicts. Oh, absolutely. It's been a wild success. I actually talked to Gavin Newsom the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah. And
what's that like? Does he smell like sulfur?
It was by phone. I was talking on the phone. It's such a weird. He smelled like that was too fast for me.
Sulfur and hair grease.
Yeah. No, but I was making fun of. I shouldn't even make fun of it because it's so tragic. But what's happened to the state and people living on the street?
What is this non-gaslighting perspective?
He said, "Go back to Russia. You like Russia so much." I was like, actually, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I can't live there because
He really told you to go back to Russia?
Of course. I mean, he was laughing, whatever. He's a perfectly charming guy. They all are in person. But
of course.
Anyway, I'm so far afield. But my point is, AI is being driven by the greed of politicians to some extent. And you'll notice that AI, by the way, as a fact, those data centers that drive our digital life, which is not life, it's actually death mostly. But I mean, they're the biggest power draw. I mean, how much electricity does AI require? Like more than countries.
Mm-hmm.
Our grid can't handle AI just as a practical matter.
Well, our grid can't handle electric cars.
Well, it can't handle air conditioning in the state of California, where I'm from. So, if you live east of I-5 where it's really hot and you're not getting those ocean breezes, like they have brownouts like in South Africa. It's Johannesburg now. So, but here's what's interesting is that none of the global warming cultists seem to have any concerns at all about AI. Why is that? Just like they don't have concerns about John Kerry's G4. Like somehow that's exempt. Really? AI is going to draw more electricity than anything else in the United States, more than steel production. Okay? Used to. And you don't have a problem with that, but you're totally against energy because it's destroying the planet, but AI gets a carve out, even though it's going to be the #1 energy draw in the United States. Let's go through your reasoning on that.
They're probably not aware.
Well, they're not aware. They're mad about my wood stove. I heat with wood. They're mad about my wood stove. They don't want an outdoor barbecue. Mm-hmm. They don't like a gas stove. No, they're way into the details on this stuff, except somehow AI isn't a problem.
But do you think that they're informed? Because this is not a narrative that you ever hear. You never hear on the news.
I grew up in a world where a wood stove was considered wholesome and natural, and now it's considered.
Smells good too.
Oh, it's the best. And the heat is the. I have a wood-fired sauna, which I use every day, and it's the great. It's one.
How do you make sure it's the right temperature? Is it like an offset smoker? Like you have to kind of fiddle with it for a while.
Amazing
to get the right temperature.
It's time consuming. Yeah. I have a Finnish. The Finns are geniuses, but I have a Finnish stove in it, and it's incredibly precise. I don't know if you ever use a wood stove, but there's a carburetor on it, basically lets in air,
like an offset smoker.
Yeah, exactly, and it's so precise. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you move it, a third of an inch, and it's just like the flame changes. So I use birch, which I love, and the whole process takes a while. I get it to 200, which probably takes an hour and 20. I mean, it's a
you like it hot.
Like it hot, yeah.
200.
Yeah, well, I do it every. Well, I wear a sauna hat, so.
Oh, okay. Does that help?
Which is embarrassing.
The wool hat.
Yeah, well, it's felt.
Yeah, I bought one of those. I never wore it.
It's incredible.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Well, I'll tell you. Don't get. I'm so boring on this subject.
No, you're
going on this. Like,
please,
my wife and kids are like,
you see, I have one. You're speaking to the crowd.
They're the best. Go Scandinavia.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing, if your name is Carlson, it's the one thing to be proud of in your people. Like they're so sad and defeated and pathetic, but saunas are still great. But anyway, the sauna hat, so your head heats up much faster because it's higher, but also because it's got all the capillaries in your head, all blood vessels in your head. So the point of a sauna is to bake.
Right.
So you want to stay hot as long as you can. Then you reap the benefits, and you also get the solitude and the prayer time or the meditation or whatever in your cedar church. But you can't stay in a sauna that's really hot very long because your head heats up.
Right.
So the sauna hat, the felt hat, the banya hat as they call it, insulates your head so you can really stay hot a long, long time. It makes you really should do it.
So is it just because it makes it more comfortable? Is that the idea?
If your head overheats, just overheats. And what you want is you want to cook evenly, just like on a barbecue. You really do. And so, you sit on the bench with your feet up. You want to be as flat as you possibly can to cook evenly and to stay that way. So I try to do 20 minutes. I have my, my timer. My egg timer with the sand going through the hourglass, which goes to 15 minutes, but I try to stay an extra 5 if I can. And I couldn't without the banya hat.
Interesting.
It's like $8 on Amazon. Well worth it.
Yeah, I have one. Like I said, I just don't use it. But I do.
They're embarrassing, and you look like a tool wearing it. But you shouldn't have.
But no one's looking in there anyway.
Well, that's right. You don't sauna with other people.
Right. Well, I do sometimes. Yeah, comics. We get in here.
Really?
Yeah. When we train together, we all get in the sauna together afterwards. It's fun. The Rock was in there with us.
No way.
Yeah, The Rock worked out with us and then sat in the sauna with us. It was fun. Got in the cold plunge with us.
Oh, that's pretty great.
It was fun.
Is he a good dude?
He's a great guy. Really nice guy. Like, really.
I've heard that. I don't know him, but I've
humble,
heard that he's a good guy.
You know, some people fake humble. They fake it to look cool.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's a real guy. Like,
the measure of humility is really, really simple. Can you tell the truth about yourself?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, are you cool to be around? Like, he gives real hugs. You know, he's a real guy. He's real. He's a real guy. And when we hung out with him, I hung out with him for hours. I mean, we worked out for like 2 hours, and then we got in the sauna together. We all hung out, and then we did a podcast together. He's a genuinely nice guy. Like, you'd be able to sniff something out.
Well, you can tell, like,
immediately.
immediately.
Tell something. You tell something. You know,
people are hiding stuff.
Yeah. But so yeah, I've done the sauna with other people.
Well, I do it by myself, so no one sees my sauna.
I do it at 196 degrees. I do it for 25 minutes, and usually I don't.
That's intense. 196 for 25 minutes is a lot.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes were rough, and I used to only do 20, but lately I've been doing 25.
Really?
Yeah. Just because it's more uncomfortable. The whole idea is just to make it more uncomfortable. I want it to be very hard to do, so that the rest of my day is pretty easy. So really hard workout. Cold plunge starts the day. That's the first thing I do is hard. It's 3 minutes, 33 degrees. It sucks. And then I get out of there and then I work out. So
that's really impressive. I mean, I had the opposite training as a young man, which was the goal was like French toast. You know what I mean?
French toast.
Grind out the cigarettes and the syrup.
Right. Well, I started doing martial arts when I was a young man, and when I got into it, it was the first thing that I ever did that, first of all, gave me a real understanding of the value of discipline and hard work. Because you can get as good as the amount of effort that you put forth, and if you put more effort and you're more intense and you're more driven than other people, you beat them, and you start beating everyone. And you start becoming this thing that you never thought you could be, which is someone who's extraordinary at something that's very dangerous. And so that was my formulation as a man, like that helped me go from being this like confused kid to being someone who understands like, oh, there's a path. And most people don't want to do it. But if you can do it, if you can do this dangerous thing that people are terrified of and just do it ruthlessly all day long, like live it. I lived at the gym. I mean, I taught all day long. I trained all day long. My whole life was dedicated to martial arts. So I got really good really quick. And it changed the whole trajectory of my life. And it instilled in me this understanding of the value of dedication and of a singular commitment to something. To really being, while you're doing it, you're not distracted, you're fully focused on improving. And through that, you can apply that to all aspects of your life. But we all encounter difficult things in life. And there's this saying that I love. It's a really great saying that the hardest thing that's ever happened to you is the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If it's a parking ticket or if it's your parents being blown up by a drone, it's still the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If you had an incredibly easy life like most people today, they complain about the dumbest fucking shit because to them, that is their primary focus. They don't have a real existential threat. You remember how nice everybody was after 9/11?
Very.
It was crazy. California was patriotic. There's fucking flags on everybody's car. Everybody was friendly. I went to New York City. It was like a totally different place. Everybody was so friendly.
Applauding when firemen walked in.
Yes, they were heroes. Everybody was a hero. And that's because they had encountered something that was way harder than they were accustomed to, and it just put things into perspective. So for me, training and really hard workouts and doing difficult things like the sauna, there's a lot of health benefits to it too. But the mental benefits to it are really primary for me because it makes
it's impressive.
The
man.
rest
I didn't
of life
have a
easier.
childhood like that at all, and we were decadent, unfortunately. And so those are lessons that I learned much later. But
yeah,
that's a good. I think it's a. If it doesn't destroy you, I think it's a great way.
And you don't have to do it the way I do it. You could do other stuff. You could do yoga. You could do hikes. You could do.
You'll be doing things for the sake of the difficulty in doing them.
Yes,
I love that. Again, that was not my training at all.
Yeah.
But
I was very lucky that it was mine. But more importantly, it gave me a tool to mitigate the stress of regular life. And especially the stress of this kind of life that I live. You need something to mitigate that, or you'll go crazy.
I agree with that completely.
You'll go crazy.
Yeah, removing yourself from it a little bit has always worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
Nature works very, very well.
Yeah.
Animals, contact with animals, people you love.
Sure.
Less digital experiences, fewer digital experiences for sure. I think that stuff's not good for you. It's just so obviously not good for you.
I was having this conversation with Michelle Dowd yesterday. She is a woman who survived an apocalyptic cult. She was raised in an apocalyptic cult and kicked out when she was 17 because she snuck out to go see The Color Purple. They weren't allowed to go see movies. She'd never seen a movie until she was 17.
She'd never seen a movie, and her first movie was The Color Purple.
Mm-hmm. And then they kicked her out.
I can kind of see that. I mean, what about Raiders of the Lost Ark or something? The Color Purple
was the first movie she'd ever seen.
No, but see one movie that's The Color Purple?
Well, a boy invited her to the movie. But could you imagine never seeing a movie or even a television show your whole life and then seeing
dating a boy who wanted to see The Color Purple? There's so much going on here, Joe.
Well, this boy was a guy who had left the church, and so she was in contact with him, and and he was saying, "Hey, there's a whole world out here. You want to go see the movie?" And she's like, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, I'm totally against cults. Obviously, on the other hand, you got to ask yourself, I don't know, is your average Amish teenager happier than your average conventional American teenager on Instagram? And of course the answer is, oh yeah.
Well, they certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fascinating. It's very, very
The Amish have less autism?
Yeah, there's almost none.
Well, I'm not surprised.
It's extremely rare.
Why do we think that is?
Well, I wonder. I really do.
I can think of a couple. Yeah, it's funny. I don't want to go Bobby Kennedy.
Well, that's the problem,
right?
If you go Bobby Kennedy, they'll come for you. But the question is why?
Look, and I don't know the answer, but
how is that not in the debate? How is that not in the conversation?
Well, it's not only not in the conversation; you're punished for adding it to the conversation.
Yes.
And so,
we are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy theories right now.
Why be on the defensive? It's like if you purport to represent science and you're mad about a question,
and you're ignoring data.
Yeah, but even in the absence of data,
right?
Science is a process.
Yes,
it's not a result; it's a way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions.
Right.
That's what science is.
Right.
And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something, but what you're not doing is science. We can say that conclusively. So for people to wrap themselves in the mantle of science and attack you for asking a question, they're frauds. And I don't know how they have the moral high ground in this.
I don't think they do, but I think it's the same kind of mindset that allows people to create the nuclear bomb. Because you say, listen, we're not even saying that vaccines cause autism, but let's say this. If you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism and you see that the vaccine schedule ramps up considerably, and then you have autism, which seems to at least be more diagnosed than ever before, people will instantly say, we stopped polio, we stopped smallpox, vaccines have saved millions of lives, and they're probably right. We dropped that bomb to keep Germany from dropping that bomb. We need nuclear weapons so that other people don't have nuclear weapons. We do a thing that maybe has some negative effects, but is overall good. I think you can kind of apply that sort of logic and reasoning as a human being to very messy issues.
Well,
I think people do that. People do that with abortion, right?
Sure.
They do that with abortion.
They do with everything.
A woman has a right to choose reproductive freedom. They say all these things. And then you say, okay, what if the baby is near term? What if it's 6 months old? What if it's 7 months old? And people don't want to have that conversation.
Why?
A woman has the right to choose. You're a fascist. Stay out of women's bodies.
Does a woman have a right to kill you if you annoy her or inconvenience her?
Well, this is where it gets weird. It's like, when is it a life? But it is one of those things that, to me, is a human problem. Whereas humans have these very messy interactions with some things that don't line up with their ideology. And there's an ideology of science worship. There's an ideology of authoritarian worship. The bodies of science have bestowed the truth. If you ignore it, you're a science denier. And, you know,
those are political terms or theological terms. They're not terms rooted in science. And look, we all make trade-offs constantly. You know, everything's bad. It's a shit sandwich versus a shit croissant. I'll take a shit croissant. It's smaller. You know, like that's a daily experience for everybody. So I get that. And I don't think everything is moral absolute either. You know, we don't even know sometimes whether a decision will result in good or bad. So like, it's very complicated. I totally agree with that. What I object to is the absence of reason.
Right.
Like, you have to believe, because I think it's true, that if you're reasonable, that you can reach maybe not the perfect decision, but a better decision. And if we don't believe that, then we're just in the land of witchcraft, and let's just admit it. So the lack of reason is what freaks me out.
Well, it's ideological capture, right? Because there's certain things that if you're on the right side of these subjects, the correct side, whatever your ideology believes, you can't differ from the doctrine. There's a very clear doctrine.
Religion,
it is. Yeah, it is religion.
So I'm very pro-religion, but you can't have a religion that's too stupid and destructive. If your religion winds up hurting a lot of people, then I'm against your religion. Like, that's right.
Yeah, I think, but even some really good religions have aspects of them that you could say were overall detrimental to the people that were
absolutely
encountered with them. Yeah. I think that kind of thinking, I think cult thinking, whether it's Scientology or whether it's Christianity, or there's like a type of thinking, or whether it's woke. Woke is clearly a cult. It's a mind virus. And I think that it's so trite to call it that now. It's like whatever this thing is, this leftism, this Marxist sort of ideology that's waving its flag and indoctrinating people in this country. It's very similar to all kinds of religions. It's very similar to fundamentalist religions that have always existed, in that everybody has to believe very specific things, and you can't differ. You can't differ from the doctrine. And
here's another way to think about it that I've been meditating on this a lot. Yes, religion, politics, they're all kind of melding. It's hard to know where one ends and another begins.
Right.
So maybe a simpler and more useful way to think about it is truth or falsehood, lying or honesty. Maybe just assess everything that way. Is someone lying? I don't care what your justification for it is. Lying about vaccines. They've lied a lot about vaccines. And they've done it, I think, in most cases because they feel like they're serving some greater good.
Right. Well, that's the narrative.
Right. We can't tell people that there are vaccine injuries because they won't get vaccines, which are good for a big population. I understand the thinking. But how about this? You can't participate in lying. You can't lie.
You can't lie. And you can't.
Period, though. You can't lie about anything. Just don't lie about anything. Try to tell the truth all the time. If you can't say something that's true, just don't say it.
Right.
You're not required to say everything you think, obviously, and you shouldn't say everything you think. But you should never lie. And if you just stick with that, like, you get pretty quickly back to reason and order, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're making complete sense. And I think that this is the problem when people have information and power above other people.
Well, right. That's
right.
Sure.
Which is the problem of governments, which is also the problem of cult leaders.
Yeah.
You know, cult leaders, they get completely infatuated with this idea of being omnipotent and this power that has control over giant swaths of people, and you get to dictate their behavior and you get to tell them what to think. That's very intoxicating, and it's common. It's common in that it's always existed throughout human history. It's a thing that people do when they get power. They abuse the shit out of it. And if they think that you're too stupid to know the truth and that they're better than you, because they do think they're better than you because they're running things. It's a natural inclination. It's a natural thought that people have. If they're the ones, if you guys are a bunch of dopes that are just listening to my orders and I tell you how to live your life and what to do, I'm naturally going to think I'm better than you.
Well, people have lived under those systems since there have been systems, but
always.
What makes it particularly galling and hard to live with is when you call that system a democracy.
Right.
That's too dishonest for me. I would much rather live in a monarchy where everyone thinks the king has been assigned by God to rule over us and his whims are law. And, that makes sense. I don't like it, but at least it has internal coherence.
Right.
When they stand up and pass a $60 billion funding bill for Ukraine, when 70% of the population doesn't want it, when they're ignoring the actual problems in our country, like the economy and the border, and they're hauling in Congress over the weekend to pass something that people don't want, while ignoring the things that people do want. And if they do the same kind of thing again and again for like 50 years, and they call it a democracy, that will drive you insane.
Yeah.
Because it's just too dishonest. Why not just say, we don't give a shit what you want. We are getting something out of this Ukraine funding, whether it's like the thrill of being masters of the universe or whether it's money from the defense contractors, whatever we're getting out of it is more important to us than your opinion. This is not self-government. You don't run this country. We do. Shut up and obey. If they at least said that, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Those are the terms. But if I get another fucking lecture from Joe Scarborough about defending democracy, when this is not a democracy, it's not even a close approximation of a democracy, then I'm going to go crazy because I just can't deal with the lying.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. What's interesting is that there are people saying that now. And I think that's a relatively new thing in terms of mainstream media. And I consider what you do on X mainstream media. I mean, this is what we're on right now is essentially mainstream media. It used to be, you could call it, there's corporate controlled media.
I agree.
And that used to be mainstream media. Mainstream media used to be CNN. It's not really anymore. Mainstream media is what, in terms of the volume consumed, more people are consuming things on Twitter, on X, than there are on anything else. They're consuming information through the internet, through YouTube, for good or for bad, whether it's correct or incorrect. They're consuming information in different forms now than ever before. So more people are saying what you're saying than have ever said it before. And when people lie and when people bullshit and gaslight, it's more offensive now than it's ever been before because there's so much access to truth that it's just, you can see it now. If you're paying attention, if you're not a boomer who only reads the newspaper, you pay attention and you see it and you go, this is horse shit.
But it's like, I guess what bothers me is that the lies aren't sophisticated.
No.
I mean, I look back over my now sort of long life and I'm recognizing all the times that I was lied to, but I didn't know I was being lied to. They kind of pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
There's something incredibly insulting and demeaning to tell me a lie when I know it's a lie.
Yeah.
And I know it's a lie. We both know it's a lie, but you're demanding that I pretend to believe it?
Right.
What you're really saying is, I have no respect for you. You're like my dog.
Right.
You're a slave. Like, I'm demanding that you participate in my lie.
Right.
The lack of stealth, really, I'm not explaining it very well, but that really bothers me.
Well, there's no real other way to lie. You like some of these lies, like politicians. Like, did you see that conversation that AOC had with that man they brought in for the Biden case, and they were talking about what crimes, and she was like grilling this guy. What crimes did you see Joe Biden? Did he steal anything? Did he steal bread? Like, I forget what she said, and he was trying to explain what they were, RICO crimes, and she was saying RICO is not a crime. It's a category of crime. Like, okay, all right. But
like, tell that to the Genovese family.
No, yeah, it's just so dumb to say that publicly, like, and say it with confidence, and to tell a person.
That's the thing. The marriage of ineptitude and high self-esteem is,
it's
really the marker of our time. It's like, I have nothing against dumb people at all. My dogs are dumb, and I love my dogs. No, I'm serious. I don't think God cares about your intelligence, right? Only people care. And so it's not a moral category, and stupidity is not someone with Down syndrome, I really believe are better people than I am, more likely to go to heaven. So I'm not attacking her for being dumb, but the idea that a dumb person has the White House press secretary is in the same category, who has no idea she's dumb. Mm-hmm. She really thinks like she won the prize, that she's the most impressive. Like, I'm White House press secretary because I'm the best talker in America. So It's so crazy. And yet the smartest people I know are very often like sort of, they have humility.
Well, also she's following Kayleigh McEnany. Is that how you say her name?
I don't really know who that is.
She was the last White House press secretary.
I know, and
you don't know who that is? She's the GOAT.
I sort of do.
She's the GOAT. Greatest White House press secretary of all time. She's the best.
I had stopped paying close attention by that point.
She had all the documents. She would kill them. Whenever she would get called out, like whenever there would be a question, she'd say, "That's interesting," and then she'd open because you said this, and your paper said that, and CNN said this, and she would call them out on stuff. And she was just really, really well prepared.
I love that.
Very articulate. She was wonderful.
Well, good for her. That's what it should be.
But she was operating under President Trump, so
but it's
obviously she's demonized.
It's just,
I kind of can't believe you don't know who that is.
No, I don't. I know who it is, but it's just funny.
She's the GOAT.
Well, I had stopped watching all briefings by then. I used to go to the briefings as a kid. I literally would go there, be in the briefing room, the former Kennedy swimming pool. And the first thing you know, I was never a White House reporter, but I was a reporter, so I would go to them occasionally. And the first thing you notice is how impressed all the correspondents are to work there. Work at the White House. Work at the White House. And then the distance between that little credential they were so proud of and the reality of their lives was like insane. Like they're in this tiny little room. They're being treated with total contempt by the White House staff who thinks they're fucking animals. It's like, shut up. They're eating out of vending machines. And this was a different time, right? So like when I was working as a journalist in Washington, like we went to lunch every day at like a good restaurant and charge it to the company. And like with your sources, you're like, we had lunch every single day, like civilized people. I don't even think that exists in the world anymore, where you had time for lunch, where you weren't just so under the gun from your corporate masters, you had to like get back to work.
Right.
We ate lunch. And I remember thinking, these people don't eat lunch. They eat like a stale Mounds bar out of a vending machine. Like they bring quarters to work so they can eat. I remember thinking, your life like is... You're not even human. You're just like a little puppet or something. But you're so impressed, and like all your neighbors know. He works at the White House. He's in the White House press corps. And the job like wasn't even really a job. You would just like sit there and ask your question in your little assigned seat, like you're in a high school gym. It was just awful, and I just had no respect for people who did that for a living at all.
Did you ever read Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail?
Come on.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
But that guy gave sort of that's I think probably the best window into an outsider in the political process, at least in terms of the campaign trail.
Yeah.
It's the best window to the press, the best window to the relationships that they had with the politicians, at least in the 1970s. It's an amazing book.
I was talking to a campaign reporter. I never do that anymore, but I was this week actually, and he was telling me it's like totally different. Like when I did it, you were all on it was bad actually. It was because it just cultivated groupthink, which was then leveraged by the candidate for better coverage. Like the whole thing was kind of an op actually, but it was at least fun. Like you were on a charter plane and like you're flying with everybody and you hit 3 or 4 cities a day and like there are cocktails on the plane and, naughty behavior and like, they fed you and they cooked everything for you. It was fun. It was like a road trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like grim. They're all driving alone in their little rental cars to some obscure town in Iowa to sit there with no access whatsoever to the candidate, write up their little reports, and then they get back to their hotel and they're like writing up more for the website. And like, it's just it's such a bad job actually covering politics that only the people who couldn't make it in any other business are doing it. It's like a reverse meritocracy. It's only the most kind of pathetic power worshippers would ever do a job like that. And,
like critics.
Yes, that's exactly.
Most critics want to be writers.
They're like the worst people. Just as people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, you've actually been in show business, so you've got a better experience with them and have a lot of experience with them. But I've known a lot of them who worked for magazines or newspapers that I worked for. And they're the kind of people who have a lot of cats and all the cats hate them. You know what I mean? They're just like the lowest. They all have some like sort of weird like wandering eye, and they're fat and they're, like, super into porn and totally isolated from everybody. I actually worked for one of them for a while, who was a critic for the New York Post, a guy called John Penartz, and he was one of the weirdest, most unhappy people I've ever met in my life. And he would come into my office occasionally, and he would rub he had a really hairy back, and he would rub it against the door frame. Say these kind of obscure. He was stupid, but he didn't know that he was actually kind of dumb, but he didn't know it, and he would kind of philosophize. I was like 10 years younger, and I was his captive, so he would just like lecture me as he was rubbing against the door frame. And one time we went out to lunch, and we all had drinks, of course. This is like mid-90s. He didn't really drink, but he ordered this drink with like an umbrella, and it had a piece of watermelon on the rim of the glass. And he took the watermelon, ate it, and then he ate the rind. I'll never forget that, watching him eat the rind and thinking, of course this guy's a critic. It was his true love. He was editing this magazine, but like his real interest was in writing about movies. And it was just sad people who. Did you ever read, Siskel and Ebert? Did you ever read when Roger Ebert wrote a screenplay? No. It's very bizarre. It's really sexual, very strange. It's supposed to be terrible. Of course, I've read passages in it, but I remember going, "Oh, okay." Yeah, they're not creative. They're creative adjacent. Well, they don't have anything to contribute. That's what I'm saying. They don't have creative power, right? Yeah. So they're mad about that. They probably could figure it out if they had a different mindset. I think creativity is in everybody. It's just a matter of how 100% it's in everybody. It just requires honesty. Yeah. And the impediment to creativity is lying. Sure. And yeah, I used to say that about joke thieves. That one of the real problems with joke thieves is when they get caught and then they have to write their own material. And the problem is they don't understand the language. They just know how to say the sounds. Like if you told me what to say in French, I can't speak French, but if you told me what to say and I practice it and I said it right, you'd think, wow, that guy fucking speaks French. Yes. So that's what comedy's like. So if you got a guy who knows how to repeat other people's jokes, but he doesn't know how to create them. See, comedy's one of the rare things where someone, like you get a guy like Shane Gillis, that guy writes his own stuff. He edits it, he thinks it out in his head, he performs it, he produces it, he changes the order of things. I love that. It's everybody does it pretty much the same way. There's a few guys that hire writers, and that's honorable. There's nothing wrong with hiring a writer. And it gives jobs to other comics, because some comics are just really good writers, and they're not so good at performing. And so people will work on stuff, they'll collaborate on stuff. Like Chris Rock would do this thing where he would hire comics, and they didn't write the jokes for him, but they would be like guys who would bounce stuff off. So he would have his ideas, he'd go on stage, and then after his set, they would all meet, and they would talk about the set. And, guys would have taglines, like, you could say this. Oh, great. And they write that down. They're adding. So it's a collaboration. So you have the master, you have Chris Rock, who is so open-minded and intelligent and humble that he brings in other masters and says, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I can change. Tell me what I can make better. And they work together. And then there's people that are essentially ghostwriters. They hire comics to write jokes for them. They pretend they're theirs. And they don't really write them at all. So that's another level, which is also honorable. Does anyone who does that get successful? I don't know. Not top shelf. They get close. They do well. There's people that have people write for them and they do well. But they're not the guy that everybody goes to. They're not David Tell. They're not the guy that everybody goes to see. They're not like David Tell's the guy that comics go to see when he's in town. Yes. Like he's a master. You watch him, he's Yoda. Jesus Christ. Like, how is he so good? Well, he's so good because he writes every day. Because he's sitting with fucking a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee every morning, writing things in a notebook. And he's practicing every day. He goes on stage constantly. And it's that Japanese term kaizen, where you take this one thing and you just refine it to its ultimate mastery. That's what he's doing. So these guys who pretend to be that and steal jokes and then they get caught, then their material drops off a cliff
It's so obvious
because they're frauds.
Yeah, also because the very thing that allows you to steal someone's jokes, that's an ego thing. That's like, I want the laughs. I want to be the man or the woman. I want to be the fucking one up there showing everybody, oh, look how amazing this person is.
That's right.
Look how amazing. That's the opposite mindset that's required for creativity. So creativity is not about you. Creativity is about the ideas. Creativity is about things. Creativity is about, how does this concept work with these other concepts? How do I get it in the most digestible form? If I was an audience member, what would it be like to feel this? What's the best way to introduce it? What's the way to make it so that people don't think that I'm being mean, that I have a point, or that I've thought this through? This is not just a flippant thing. Like, you're allowing someone, when someone's on stage, you're allowing that person almost to think for you. Like, you're like, take me on a ride. Like, I'll give you my mind. I'm not gonna be thinking what I would do. I'm just gonna let you think for me. If that person's not doing a good job of that, if it's clunky, if it's shitty, if the transitions suck, then it just interrupts this hypnotism that you put on me. This hypnosis. Now I'm not.
But it's also inherently fraudulent.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm giving control of my mind over to someone who is himself under the control of somebody else. Do you know what I mean?
If you're stealing.
No, if I'm in the audience.
Right.
And I would say this also goes for ideas, for commentary. You know, that's not funny, but that's real.
Right.
And you see it a lot. I've seen it a lot.
Yeah, you see bullshit a lot.
Well, the number of people who are totally not controlled, who are really saying what they actually believe with no weird agenda that they're not telling you about, is pretty small.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that a lot recently, particularly on the question of wokeness and free speech. There are a lot of people who are like on your side because they're for free speech, or not actually for free speech at all, who are pushing a very specific foreign policy agenda, for example, and using another issue to lower your defenses and let themselves into your brain. And I think that's really sinister, really, really, really sinister. And it's becoming more obvious now. Like, if you're for free speech, then you're just for free speech because you support the principle. The content of the speech is not that interesting to you. The fact that a sovereign human being has the right to express himself because he's not a slave, he's a citizen and a human being, like, that's what matters.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden you like become famous, like, I'm for free speech, and then you support silencing people who articulate opinions you disagree with, like, you're a fraud.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of a sinister fraud.
Yeah. Yeah,
and because that's the business I'm in. I've really noticed that. Have you noticed this?
Yes, and that's also the same kind of thing when you hear them talk. If you hear someone talk that's saying something that's kind of horseshit, it resonates with you. That's what you've seen.
You had a moment with Barry Weiss on your show that went everywhere. I saw a clip of it. I never saw the show itself, but she was going on about. So she was posing as one thing, and then you pressed her. You're like, well, hold on a second. What do you mean by that? You just attacked somebody, and she had no idea what she was talking about. And it became really clear to me watching it. I completely changed my view of Barry Weiss forever. I was like, oh, she's a fraud, actually. This person's not honest at all. Like, she has a very specific agenda. That's all she cares about. The rest of the stuff is just is a kind of sleight of hand maneuver.
You're talking about the thing with Tulsi Gabbard?
That's correct.
Yeah, she called her a toady and she didn't know what that meant.
Well, but she had no idea. Like, Tulsi Gabbard had straight outside the lines on some Syria or something. And Barry Weiss was, going through the files in her head, like, what does she have to believe? And she was aware that, Tulsi Gabbard had somehow violated that in a way that no one's willing to say, like, in detail, to fully articulate. What did Tulsi Gabbard do wrong? No one will tell you. She's just bad.
Yeah.
And then what that revealed about Barry Weiss is she's completely dishonest. Like, she's a liar, actually. You can't, by the way, if you attack somebody, particularly personally, and can't explain why you're attacking the person, like, that's not acceptable. You're a dishonest person if you can't explain why.
I think it's a common thing that people do in private, and they get accustomed to speak. Like, we're talking like we're talking in private. We're just two people talking.
Right.
So people get accustomed to saying things without being able to back them up. You know, like, oh, he's a vaccine denier.
Well, I've done a
he's
ton of that in my life.
Yeah, I have as well.
Because I'm an asshole. So it's like, I just don't like that person.
I have as well. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how much time Barry Weiss had spent doing podcasts before that.
Well, she'd spent, look, I'm just saying, like,
but I think
it's important to be honest about what your agenda is.
I think she is honest. I think she is honest, and I really like her.
Yeah,
I like talking
I'm not
to her.
against,
She's a very intelligent
not
person.
against her personally.
I just think that was a mistake. And I think you're allowed to do that and hopefully learn from that. And don't do that anymore. Don't say a thing that you. And I've done that. I've definitely done that. I've said a thing and I wasn't really exactly sure what I was talking about.
Oh my gosh, I do that every day, and I may have just done it with Barry Weiss. So let me be a lot more specific about what I mean. If your agenda is neocon politics, which is her agenda, just say so. Don't pretend to be a defender of free speech as a principle, which is what she does.
How is she a defender of neocon politics?
Barry Weiss?
Yeah, like what specifically?
Well, anyone, including me and Tulsi Gabbard, who thinks that America shouldn't be funding wars that don't help America, she will attack as a traitor to America or whatever it takes. And so, no, that's her main interest, which is fine. And by the way, I actually have friends who I disagree with really strongly on this question who believe in neocon politics. Doesn't mean they're terrible people or I hate them or I'm not friends. I'm still friends with them. But they're very direct about it. This is what I care about. Okay, fine. You know, I really care about bird hunting and fly fishing or whatever. I can, you don't. That's totally cool. But be honest about it. So if your job is to defend the right of free people to say what they really believe, then go ahead and defend it. And if somebody is not allowed to speak or fired from his job for having an opinion that you disagree with, defend him anyway. I just interviewed a guy who is a black nationalist socialist. Okay, so I'm obviously not much of a black nationalist. I don't know if you're aware of that, but I'm not. And I'm not a socialist either. But this guy is facing prison time under the Biden DOJ because he said things they don't like about foreign policy. And I just interviewed the guy for an hour, and it was like, because on principle, you should be able to say what you think. Period.
What is this gentleman's name?
He was actually it turns out I loved him. And I'm embarrassed. I can't. He's a member of a pretty small black nationalist socialist group. It's like the Revolutionary Black Nationalists or something like that. They're out of Southwest Florida, and he's literally facing prison for repeating Russian disinformation. He's not even accused of doing anything. He's accused of saying things the Biden DOJ doesn't like. Well,
what were these things that he said?
Repeating Russian propaganda about the invasion of Ukraine. And his point was, well, there's a backstory here, which is that NATO has been moving eastward since 1991, and that's a massive threat to Russia. Missiles on their border from a hostile power is a threat, and the Biden administration accelerated that, and in response, Putin invaded eastern Ukraine. Now, you can disagree with that, but that's hardly a crackpot view, by the way. I think it's actually true, but even if you don't agree that it's true, that's not, you don't have to be a paid propagandist from the Kremlin to say that.
Right.
I have said it. I'm not a paid propagandist.
Is this a gentleman?
That's him right there.
4 Americans from a black empowerment organization work with Russian intelligence to spread propaganda.
Yes, to spread propaganda. Now, propaganda, first of all, there's a lot of propaganda.
Scroll up a little on that, Jamie, so I can read what this is saying. Oh, okay.
Right? So that guy right there.
Okay, subscribe real quick.
Yeah, the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in St. Petersburg. So
he spoke with someone in Russia. They spoke with people in Russia, and then
no. He is being, he's charged with felonies. The FBI raided his house. The first thing they did was cover up the security cameras, and they went in there and arrested him, raided by the FBI.
Okay.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms Russian citizens, to divide Americans and interfere elections in the U.S., says Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olson. Now, first of all, weaponized our First Amendment rights? No. Your First Amendment rights are never a crime.
Right.
They're God-given. The government did not bestow them. You were born with them as a free person, period. And the First Amendment simply says you can't interfere with their exercise. That's it. And in this, they are. And I looked at, I read this and I thought, I reached out to this guy, by the way.
Matthew Olson?
No, I wish. Matthew Olson would never do my show. I mean, the guy whose salary I pay is a U.S. citizen, but he would never speak to me.
Listen, look at that quote. Russia's foreign intelligence services allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms Russia denies its own citizens to divide Americans and interfere in elections in the United States. That, you gotta, like, why are you saying that? Say what happened.
Well, but
Don't
nothing happened. So that's the thing. So I'm reading this. Someone sent it to me, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's a crime here. Like they were found with, I don't know, mortar shells, or they were. I mean, usually the government makes up. They put kitty porn on your computer at least to discredit you. There's no underlying crime other than they said something that the foreign policy establishment of the United States disagrees with. Okay. That's not a crime by definition. And this guy is facing life in prison. And it looks to me, because Barry Weiss has not defended him, I think this guy is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. And I'm like, this is crazy.
The rest of his life in prison?
Yes.
Okay, hold it. This is the thing.
I think he's 83.
How do you say his name?
Yeshitela
and 3 other U.S. citizens, Penny Joanne Hess, Jesse Neville, and Augustus C. Romaine Jr. are charged with conspiracy to defraud U.S. Hess. Defraud the United States. Hess, Yeshitela, and Neville are also charged with impersonating agents of a foreign government.
Okay, they say to defraud the United States. So defraud suggests theft of something of value, right? If I defraud you, I steal your money. There's no allegation of that at all. And I actually read the charges. The only allegation is they said things that the U.S. government, the Biden administration, doesn't like. That's it. And because they're unpopular and they have views that are considered, quote, fringe, like crazy black nationalists, nobody wants to defend them. And my only point is not that I'm like such a principled person. This seems very obvious to me. You can't allow that. You absolutely cannot allow that if you believe in the First Amendment and the freedom of free people to say what they think.
So what this implication is, they're saying that they were recruited by the FSB. So it says prosecutors said Ionov operated an entity called the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia that was used to carry out its U.S. influence efforts overseen by the Russian intelligence service known as FSB. They recruited U.S.-based organizations to help sway elections, make it appear there was a strong support in the U.S. for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and backed efforts such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S., according to the indictment. Back efforts.
What does that mean?
Look at that. Like it's negative to back efforts to such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people. But just look at that statement. Backed efforts such as a thing to decry genocide. The United Nations petition of 2015 to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S., according to the indictment.
Okay, so the real misinformation and propaganda is in the charging documents, actually. The real liars here are the Biden DOJ officials who did this, and they're dangerous. They're criminals, in my opinion. But if you read it carefully, you will see that the only crime is having opinions that the people in charge didn't like.
And were they in contact with people from Russia?
Yeah, I think they went over to Russia for some conference. So
they went over to
Russia.
By
the way this typically works is they say, well, you went to a country against which we've imposed sanctions,
right?
And you violated the sanctions regime in some way. Like that's how they get you. They're not even alleging that. They're just saying you said things that we don't like, that, by the way, a foreign government we don't like agrees with.
But that's that not learned those when they went over to Russia.
It's all on the internet. They learned them. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter where they learned them. I would, because I've talked to the guy and I've seen what they wrote, the opinions that they expressed. I don't, the genocide of African peoples in America. I don't even know what that means. I guess I don't agree with that. But their views on Russia, I generally agree with because I think they're true. And so does Jeff Sachs and a lot of other non-crazy, non-black nationalists would probably agree with the basic framework of their position. But whether we agree or not is not relevant.
Right.
All that matters is in a free country, which this was when I grew up, You have the right to any opinion you want. You do not have the right to hurt people. You don't have the right to steal from them. You don't have the right to defraud people. But you certainly, foremost, have the right to any opinion you want, no matter what the people in charge think of it. In fact, you have that right as a bulwark against tyranny by the people in charge. Like, that's the only thing that keeps this country free, is my right to have any opinion I want. And this guy is going to jail for his opinions. And, you know, it's so crazy that I kept thinking, like, is there something that I'm missing? Like, it does seem a little fringe, this group. I'd never heard of them. I'm not saying the money, okay? They must have done something. Nope, nothing. And you should see the video of the FBI raid. It's unbelievable. They sent like, it's on the internet. It's on X. I have the video on there. They sent like 40 armed agents with automatic weapons to this guy's office and his house. Like, no exaggeration. It was a full-blown, like, we're arresting El Chapo type thing. For this guy, he's like an 83-year-old Army veteran. It's outrageous. And I really find it baffling that nobody who's like against woke culture or whatever will touch it. And the reason they won't touch it is because their foreign policy views in general are more important to them than their views on speech and the First Amendment, their views on America.
Well, if you step out of line, right? So the ideology is that we must support Ukraine. Right. So this is that Russia has a point. This is what they're saying. So Russia was very upset about the movement of the weapons closer to their borders, the joining NATO, all the stuff that was the hard red lines that Putin had already set. Like, if Russia would definitely do something if Ukraine joined NATO. We all knew that. So if you deviate from that, you're going to be in trouble. So better just ignore it. Because you can't, you clearly, if you look at who these people are, I mean, these are people that would be supported by the left wholeheartedly.
Well, they are. I mean, it's like the revolutionary socialist.
Yeah, right.
They're not at CPAC this year.
But the left has to ignore it, because then
100%
it conflicts with this
the
other
categories
part
right
of the
and left
ideology.
are just like, now they're actually ridiculous.
They're
Like,
ridiculous.
They don't mean
They're
anything.
ridiculous.
In fact, we've moved past the point where they don't mean anything. They do mean something. They are propaganda instruments designed to cloak the truth from the rest of us. That in fact, there's agreement, not disagreement, at the center of power. They all agree on the things that matter. And those are the economy and foreign policy, because that's where the money is. There's no effort to, say, rein in the credit card companies, which, if you really cared about the country, you'd say, but people are really suffering. Okay, they don't have enough money to live. Kids can't not only not buy houses, they can't afford rent. And why is that? And one of the main reasons is because they're paying like close to 20% interest on their credit cards. And okay, we just imagine that in a free market, that's a good thing. Tell me why that's a good thing. Who benefits from that? Why are we for that again? I'm not for that. I think the credit card companies are villains. And they send credit cards to kids at school and get them hooked on this. I think it's totally wrong. And if you said that in the U.S. Congress, people would look at you like you had three heads. Like, what? They just don't care, because they all agree that our current economic system and our current foreign policy assumptions are good. So that's not a two-party system, it's a one-party system, and it doesn't serve the interest of the country. And my position is super simple. The only country I have an emotional attachment to is the United States. That's it. I like lots of countries. I like almost all countries, actually. I've been to a lot of them. I like them all. But the only one I feel emotional about is the United States, because I live here. I was born here. My kids are here. It's my country. And most of the people in our foreign policy conversation do not feel that way. So that distorts it really dramatically. And they're also, a lot of them are violence worshipers. Like, they get off on war. They get off on hurting people and on the power that imbues them with. And I think, the Liz Cheney model, you know what I mean? Like, someone like Liz Cheney, who's got like a really sad and barren personal life. A lot of them are this way. Weird personal life, failed personal life. Like, they don't have people who love them. They don't have kids who respect them. And so Adam Kinzinger or whatever, they're all kind of the same. The more broken they are inside, the more focused they are on like war and foreign policy, because it gives them a feeling of power and strength and success. Like, I can't get my wife to respect me. I can't get my kids to listen to me. I can't pass any meaningful domestic agenda. But what I can do is bomb the living shit out of a foreign country. And so there is this, it's not true for all of them, but for a lot of them, there is this syndrome that drives their behavior. But whatever the reason, it's totally disconnected from what's good for the country. And if you run America, you have one job, and that's improve America, period. They don't see it that way. And so I don't think the system can continue because it's too distorted. It's not serving its original purpose at all.
So what was it that these guys said that made this raid possible?
They said Russia, and I don't want to speak for them. Like, I interview anyone who wants to see it can interview. And I just want to say again, like, one of the cool things about this moment that I did not anticipate, there's all this sad stuff happening. I know that you probably experience this all the time. Is like finding not only common ground with people you thought you had nothing in common with at all, but also like liking them. You know, like I actually liked the guy. I'm sure we disagree on a million things. Probably mad at white people. I am a white person, whatever. But like in my conversation, I was like, I like this guy. You know, he's honest and he's sincere. He's principled. He was a veteran, you know, whatever. No, I really think what they said was what I have said, and a lot of people have said, which is there was a reason for this invasion. I personally think the invasion was a bad idea. It didn't help anybody. I'm against war. I'm sad the war's ongoing. But they were pushed to this by a more powerful country, which would be the United States of America, with the threat of including Ukraine in NATO. It's really simple. And right before the invasion, days before the invasion, they send poor Kamala Harris, who has no idea what day it is, to the Munich Security Conference, an area she knows nothing about, no experience in it at all. And they send her there for one purpose, which is to announce at a press briefing, with all the cameras rolling, to Zelensky, right there, she says, "We want you to join NATO." What? No other NATO members were clamoring for Ukraine. It didn't even qualify for NATO membership. Why would you say that? When Putin's got troops massed on the Ukrainian border, you send your vice president to the Munich Security Conference with the world watching and say this that no one even really wants? Why would you do that? To provoke war. Obviously. What's the other reason? And it was scripted. Like, Kamala Harris is not freeballing stuff. Like, she's saying what she's told to say. Obviously. It's not her area. She doesn't know anything about this stuff. She was told to say that. But why? To provoke a war. Obviously. So that was my read. I said that on Fox News. Not a lot of people liked it, but it just seemed obvious to me. I'm not making excuses for Putin. Please. I want to protect the United States, and I think this war really hurts the United States. Like, my motives are always right out there. Anyway, I think they said a species of that, something like that. And last thing I'll say is that why was the reaction so strong? Because it was true. They don't care if you lie. No one in power cares if you lie.
But a lot of people
they only care when you tell the truth.
A lot of people are saying those things, and they're not getting
because
arrested.
he's like some black nationalist guy in St. Petersburg. Like, who cares? We can do. Who's going to defend him? Nobody. He's some wacko. He's some like 80-year-old guy who's like been in the like fringe left movement for the past 50 years. You know, like new Huey Newton and Stokely Carmichael. He's like a relic of the past, and like he doesn't have a constituency. He doesn't care. The modern Democratic Party hates him. He hates them. And the Republican Party is like, black nationalism? No thanks. So he has no constituency. They're never going to, like, you could say that, and what are they going to do to you? You know, nothing, because they can't. But this guy, yeah, crush him, kill him. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I really think, not to be like a 70s liberal about it, if you let the weak get crushed, it's bad. It's super bad. You need to protect the weak, and this guy's weak.
And so you think they're making an example out of him with this?
And they can. They have all this power.
I just don't understand why they would move so many people, why they would get so many agents, why they would do this so publicly for one guy's opinion or one group of people's opinion.
Well, I don't know. I mean, why did medieval kings hang the heads of people they executed from the gates?
Right, but it feels like there should be more to it. Like, what did they say? So the problem
you're
is
telling me.
I know. The problem is that, I mean, I'm steel manning this rather. So the problem is that they went over to Russia and they talked with people in Russia, and then they're saying these things. Is that the problem?
They're not charged with that. They're not charged with going to Russia.
But do you think that's the motivation behind it? Because they went over there?
A different article has a quote from him.
Okay.
Yeah, they are not, like, at least when I interviewed them, they had not been charged with taking money from Russia.
So it says they've been accused of us. They've accused us of taking money from Russia. Yeshitela said yesterday at a news conference on July 29th, "We've never taken any money from the Russian government, but I'm not saying that because I'm morally opposed to taking money from the Russians or anyone else who wants to support the struggles for Black people. Don't tell us what we can't. Don't tell us that we can't have friends that you don't like." He accused the U.S. government of seeking to use the APSP as a pawn in its proxy war with Russia, the unsubstantiated allegation that opponents of the war are co-conspirators with a foreign power are intended to bolster the phantom of a Russian boogeyman in the public consciousness. The escalating military aggression by the U.S. against Russia and China is already being accompanied by increasing repression and an attempt to criminalize left-wing opposition to the unpopular war.
Well, exactly.
So they're accusing him of taking money from Russia.
They're not. They're not charging him. So here's the distinction, which is like really, really important. So there are two levels on which the Department of Justice in all administrations acts. There's the level of propaganda, like what do we want people to think? And there's the level of law. What are we charging someone with? And you have to ignore the first and pay very close attention to the second. So we have a legal system, we have laws, and you can't actually go to jail unless you violate one under the terms of our system. And so ignore what they're saying about you. Joe Rogan sucks, he's a bad man. But in the end, I'm busting you for double parking. And so you're not a bad man, you're a double parker under the law. And so if you look at the charges against these guys, they're not charged with violating sanctions regulations. They are charged with totally amorphous, quote, crimes like defrauding the U.S. government, not for money, but for like defrauding it, like, I guess, counter signaling it, sending a message publicly that they don't like. I mean, there's no crime. Look it up, except speaking. And I think that's a precedent that we don't want to live with.
No, no doubt. Yeah, let's take a leak. We'll be right back. We're going to pee. Tucker and I are going to pee together. Yeah, well, that's the confronting of reality. You're forced to examine your beliefs and why you came to those beliefs in the first place.
No, that is the beauty of this moment, though.
It is.
People are living intentionally much more, and it's also just much more interesting. It's not just... It's less shallow than it was, for sure.
I think so. I think it's more nuanced. People have more at least the people that are paying attention have a more nuanced perspective. But then you have the people that are in the echo chambers that are just digging their heels in even more. And you could spot them easily because
they're missing out because there's nothing more liberating than admitting you were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is like the moment of liberation.
Right.
And that's the basis of religion. It's the basis of AA. It's the basis of anything that improves you as a person is honestly admitting to other people, not just to yourself, that like, wow, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
And then you're free because then you don't have to hide it anymore.
Right. Very important.
And it's a beautiful thing. And that is like changing your mind. I always notice this covering politics that, a candidate would be like, I've got him on tape saying 10 years ago something different. And no one ever asked my opinion, but I always wanted to say, why don't you say you're absolutely right? And the country's a lot different from what it was 10 years ago. And so my opinions changed too. Like, why wouldn't they? Because I'm not a freaking robot or a liar.
Also, I used to think this because of that. And now I realize I was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which
How great is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's part of being a human. It's not being a flip-flopper.
It's the best part of being a human.
Well, this is an interesting time for that because you see people that won't do that. And you could recognize them easily because they're the first people to throw out insults. The first thing to do is they'll describe you in an insulting way, and then they'll say what they disagree with you about. They'll say something hard. They try to define you, you far right, white supremacist, racist.
Been there.
Yeah, they throw it all at you. And then they say what you said.
It's so funny. I got called racist and white supremacist so many times, but when I first was called that, I mean, it really stung, a lot because just of where I grew up and how I grew up, and those are like the worst things you could ever call somebody. And so I actually like paused for a moment and thought, am I? Like, which I think it's fair to ask yourself. Like, am I a white, whatever that? I never figured out what that was. Am I a racist? Not really. And I thought, really, the people I dislike most are almost all white liberals, actually. So
you're racist against white people.
No, but like, no, I am white. My kids are white. I'm not against white people. I like white people, but no, it's not that. It's that. So a reporter once called me about this. Well, you've been called racist. Like, no, actually, I really dislike you. If I were to sort of narrow down my bigotries, it's like people like you. I just think you're disgusting. I really mean it too. Racist. Okay, all right.
Well, it's a thing, you know.
I don't think that works as much anymore.
It doesn't work. No. Well, I think a lot of the things that you overuse, eventually people realize, like, oh, you're yelling wolf again. Yeah.
Well, of course. And when people get hit with it and don't disappear, then it becomes obvious that it lacks power.
Well, it's also you're trying to like use these words to define someone, especially someone like you that has so many hours and hours of talking about things, like to try this reductionist perspective of someone, to reduce them to this ultimately very negative thing and not say that they're a human being. And also the fact that it's done by the people that want to think of themselves as compassionate and kind, which is the most bizarre. The left is so aggressively incompassionate. Like they're so aggressively unkind with
letting people die of drug ODs on the sidewalk. That's compassion. No,
that whole thing is fucking crazy.
Well, it's cruelty, actually.
It is, and it's also when you find. Do you know Colion Noir is?
I know him.
Yeah, great guy. He opened my eyes to the homelessness thing. We had him on the podcast, and he was explaining how he was in San Francisco, and he was like, "What is this? It's like they don't have any money for this? Is that what it is?" Like, no. There's a whole business behind it. And these people that are running this homelessness initiative or whatever the fuck they call it, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Some of them $250,000 a year.
Imagine making money off the homeless.
And not doing a goddamn thing.
But what's so funny is I do think the root of their power and the one thing they're good at is just charging the moral high ground and taking it in the first moments of the battle.
Yeah.
They just run up to the moral high ground and are like, we've got this is ours. And they'll protect that at all costs. And it's like, that's kind of all they have is this self-righteousness. And if you can puncture that, it's like, you're getting rich from the homeless, actually.
Yeah.
And is there anything more disgusting than that? It's some junkie who's dying in misery outside the convention center in San Francisco, and you're making money on that?
They're essentially using those people as a battery to expand the power of government.
Yeah, and their own personal advantage.
Yeah, they're expanding government. They're making more government employees. Now there's tons of people that are working on the homelessness problem, air quotes. And, they probably all have blue hair and they talk nonsense. And nothing's getting done, and no one's being punished for it. But when they did that study where they said that they had no data, like, how are you? What you can't say whether or not it's doing anything. How'd you spend $24 billion?
But why are they not treated as like the most reprehensible people in our society?
I think there's too many things to think about. Yeah. I think most people, unlike you and I, aren't even paying attention to it. They're paying attention to the fact that the tents are there. They're paying attention to, if you go to Los Angeles, it's a fucking zombie apocalypse. But what they're not paying attention to is what is going on. How many people are making money? I didn't even know until Colion explained it to us. I had no idea. I thought it was just they don't have any money. They don't put any money in it, and they let these people sleep there.
Oh, no.
No, there's actual money.
All these parasites.
Yeah, parasites. Government parasites.
Of course.
Those are real.
Of course.
And, this whole idea of, I've created so many jobs. Like, what jobs? Are they government jobs that are just bullshit? Because there's a lot of those.
What's crazy to me, just having spent most of my life in Washington, is how close this is to the lawmakers physically. So the U.S. Capitol sits across from something called Union Station, which is a really beautiful train station, right on Capitol Hill. And so to get into the Capitol, when there's a massive homeless city there, people dying of drug ODs right there. And so to get to work every day, lawmakers have to step over the bodies of fellow Americans dying, living outdoors, shitting in the bushes, addicted to drugs, which is hell, okay? And they have to ignore that on their way to creating utopia in some foreign country. And you're like, does it ever occur to you that that's disgusting? That your primary duty is to the drug addict, your fellow American, you're doing nothing? And you're telling me how we're going to make Eastern Europe into this brave new world. I don't know. I just can't get past that. I think I'm not super sensitive or aware or anything. I'm not super anything, really. I'm pretty ordinary, but I think I would notice. I was like walking into vote on Ukraine aid, I'd be like, shit, there are like 5 junkies on the street. Like, maybe we should do something for them? No.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. It's bizarre that they can rationalize it, or at least that they don't get called out by all their people. And this idea that it's compassionate, that you have compassion to lead these people and to give them aid, to help them and give them clean needles.
But then you've got to think, like, maybe there's something bigger going on, actually. Because there's there's an entire sector of the economy now that feeds off of human misery. The drug treatment centers that don't work, the homeless advocates who create more homeless, the, migrant workers, American-born aid agencies, workers who, increase illegal immigration and gang activity. All this, people are making money off this. The arms manufacturers that help kill people in foreign countries, et cetera, et cetera. There's a vig in all of that. It's a scam, it's a grift, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, there's something more. Like, there are a lot of people who seem to be just, like, for evil for its own sake. And you're like, maybe all the, like, crazy talk about a spiritual war of, like, good and evil, maybe there's something to that. Maybe that's not an illusion. Maybe that's, like, everyone else has always thought that. Maybe.
There are certainly forces that have evil consequences that exist.
But they act on people from the outside. And you feel it also on the other side. I mean, people are better than they naturally are sometimes. Like, you feel compassion for people or true empathy for someone, or you really want to help someone. There's no advantage to you at all. Like, why are you doing that? It's almost like you're being acted on by good. And all of us have known those moments where we just are cruel for the sake of it, hurt someone for the sake of it. What's that? There's no advantage to us. That's evil acting on us. And I think we're seeing it at scale. And, like, I grew up in the most secular world you could ever grow up in. Southern California in the 70s and 80s, and in a very secular family. And I've never really paid much attention to that. And all of a sudden, not everyone, a lot of people I know who had similar childhoods to mine, similar life experiences, are like, maybe there is, like, a supernatural realm. Maybe there's more than just, like, what we can see and feel. Maybe life is more than just ordering shit on Amazon. Maybe there's, like, a purpose. Maybe there is this battle between good and evil around us that we can't see, but that we do experience a lot.
It seems like it's always been a narrative throughout human history. It's always been this recognition. Carl's over there snoring. I don't have my headphones on so I can hear him.
You're snorting or snoring?
Snoring. Carl snoring. Carl the dog.
Carl the dog.
Carl the dog.
I
He
like Carl
snores.
the dog.
He's the best, but he snores when he sleeps because he's a little French bulldog.
He's a sporty little bulldog.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's the best. Dogs don't get cuter. They might be as cute, but they don't get any cuter than Carl.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I've got some pretty good looking dogs.
Yeah, I have a beautiful dog. I have a golden retriever, but he's not as cute as Carl. Carl's a different thing.
Don't tell him that.
He knows. He doesn't like Carl. Well, he doesn't hate Carl, but he, like, ignores him. He thinks of Carl as a thief of attention only.
Which he is.
Yeah.
Fair.
So human beings have always at least believed that there are forces of good and evil, and that that's what exorcisms are about, right? The idea that you're possessed, that you're possessed by evil. There's always been this thought that there's good and evil. But when did you start considering that and thinking that that's real? Because weren't you at one point in time, weren't you a Grateful Dead head?
Oh, yeah. I listened to him this morning, yeah.
You used to travel around with them?
Yeah.
How old were you when that was going on?
I went to my first Dead show in December of 1984, so I was 15 at, speaking of the San Francisco Civic Center. Yeah, the New Year's shows, so they've always played in Oakland, but one year they played at the in San Francisco. And so we were in Tahoe over Christmas, and for some reason my dad was gone. I don't really know where. So my brother and I drove illegally from Tahoe in the family vehicle to downtown San Francisco.
How old was your brother?
13.
So you drove? Or he drove?
I drove.
15, you drove?
Yeah.
Wow.
From Tahoe. So it was a couple hours. And I remember being on the freeway like,
At 15.
Well, we had a pretty different kind of childhood. But anyway, we didn't have
you.
Yeah, it's me on the left.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that picture is hanging in my barn, and I've never, I don't release any pictures of myself or family or anything like that. And somebody came to my barn and took a picture that's hanging next to my sink, and put it on the internet.
Wow.
So that's my brother Buckley on the right. That picture was taken. So my dad was a reporter in San Francisco in the 60s. And pretty well-known reporter, and that was in the 80s when I was in school, and we were home for Christmas vacation, and he had covered the Grateful Dead. He knew the Grateful Dead. My dad did. So they were in his office. They came through DC, and they called him, and they came over to his office. Jerry came over to his office, and my dad's like, "I got Jerry Garcia here. You guys should come down." So my brother and I, we lived in Georgetown, and we had a Vespa. Remember those?
Yeah.
And we drove our Vespa. It was freaking cold out. I'll never forget that. We drove our Vespa down to 6th and E or whatever, where my dad's office was. And there was Jerry. I'd never met him before. He was missing the middle finger of his right hand, famously. The famous handprint, Grateful Dead handprint. But when he shook his hand, you could feel it collapse, kind of, because he didn't have that middle finger. But anyway, so my brother and I drove to the New Year's show. It was actually a couple nights before New Year's. And we didn't have tickets, of course. And we were in the park across from there, and we were, whatever, doing the, whatever things that people do at dead shows, and we were pretty freaking out of it. And this guy comes up out of nowhere and puts a ticket on my face and goes, "Here," and hands me a ticket. So my brother was extremely out of it. I mean, he was, I never should have done this, but I was like, "All right, man, I'm going in." All right. And I left my little brother in the park during the show, just very, very impaired, super, super impaired. It was completely wrong to do something like that, but I did do it. And then I went in and saw the show, kind of freaked out in the middle of it, hid in the men's room for a while. I'll never forget that. Standing on the stall smoking cigarettes.
Is it acid?
It was psilocybin mushrooms, which, by the way, I should just say, I got sober 22 years ago. I'm completely opposed to anything. I don't take Advil. I'm totally opposed to anything, but other than nicotine and coffee. But yeah, it was mushrooms. So we ate way too many, and started to kind of melt down a little bit. But anyway, the point is, I get out of the show. This is pre-cell phone. This is 1984, and I get out of the show, and they played actually a lot of tunes that they didn't play. They played Spoonful. They didn't play Spoonful a lot. It was a pretty obscure tune. I'd never heard it before, actually. And I couldn't find my little brother. And I'm in charge, and my closest friend and lifelong friends. Talked to him this morning, and but I couldn't find him. And I was like, "Oh man, my brother's gone." But there he was. He appeared an hour later. He had spent the entire show in somebody's van parked there. But he seemed undamaged, and it was great. I mean, not everything about it is great. I mean, I do think the drug thing got, definitely hurt people for sure. But from my perspective, I went to a bunch, probably 50 or more shows, and really enjoyed it. And I love the fact that they had 2 drummers. That was a huge thing for me. I love rhythm. I think it's the basis of music. It's obviously the basis of music. I mean, the instruments are cool, but they're kind of interior design, and the architecture is rhythm, and it's the universal sound that every culture appreciates because it reflects something that's pre-existing, that's in you. Everyone relates to rhythm, and I just absolutely loved the drums. And they would always play, it was called drums actually, but they would play a section of every show. It was just drums. Bill Kreutzmann and Mickey Hart was going crazy on the drums, and they had drum circles, and I just like drums. To this day, I listen to drums, just percussion. King Sunny Ade, the great West African drummer, and anyway, whatever. So yeah, I like the Grateful Dead a lot, and still do. I like that kind of music.
Jam music?
I like jam music. I like acoustic music. I love bluegrass and Americana. And to see that grow, to see Billy Strings become a venue packer, Billy Strings is a big act right now. I do feel like creativity, art has been completely destroyed and eliminated in the United States. It's like, as we were saying earlier, you can't be creative if you're not honest. It's that simple. And we can't be honest, so there's no creativity. And in the visual arts and literature and architecture, it's died. But comedy is still alive, thank heaven, and music, for some reason, has escaped that and is still alive.
Yeah.
And the growth, the explosion of acoustic bluegrass and the banjo, like one of the great instruments ever, is just thrilling and like a sign of life. You know,
Yeah.
at this late stage.
Well, I think when there's social pressures and when society's in chaos, art does tend to thrive. Some kind of art.
Some art, that's right.
Comedy certainly does now. Like, comedy's never been better.
But
It's an amazing
close.
time.
It came close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the walls got breached.
Whoa!
Yeah.
No, but a few years, I don't know when it was, but 8 years ago or something, it felt like, oh wow, people can't tell jokes anymore.
We kept doing it.
I noticed.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we kept doing
we kept the little embers alive.
Yeah, well, it was flames. It's just when you get people in a club and you take their phones away and just have them just be actual human beings and not be filming everything and just being completely trapped with this idea of capturing something and then putting it online, then you get to have a human experience.
You mean when people live in the present rather than in the future, far away?
That's one of the great things
through a
about
data line,
going to a good club that uses yonder bags for your phones. Is that it just takes you out of it. Like, at the very least, it's a break. Like this podcast is a break for 3 hours of phones. No one's checking phones.
I love that.
That's very rare with human beings, where they can just sit down and just have conversations for long periods of time without being distracted by something.
Not in my house, but yeah.
It's a real problem with folks.
It's a huge problem. And the one thing I will say about my very unconventional childhood is there was a huge premium on meals and like eating with people, and spending 4 hours at the table was like totally normal in the house that I grew up in. Totally normal. In fact, it was like daily. And that was our primary form of entertainment and mode of communication, and thing that we did for fulfillment and fun. And I still do that. I still feel that way. And we have dinner parties constantly, and there are no phones, and people talk and entertain each other. And it's so much more interesting. I'm not on social media, but if I were on social media, I don't think I would find that on Instagram. And I'm not attacking Instagram, but I don't think I would find anything like that.
No, it's definitely a lost thing. And
it's such an easy thing. It's such a fun thing.
It is a fun thing. Yeah, it's a great thing, and I think people enjoy it. And I think that's also led to the rise of podcasts too, because they don't get that in their real life. So at least they get to be a person who sits in on these conversations.
I gotta say, this is not being suck uppy, because I don't suck up ever to anyone, but the effect that podcasts have had is just incredible, and I never would have predicted that in
I wouldn't
a
have
million freaking years.
I would have never thought it. When I first started doing this, it was in my living room with my friend Brian, and we did it on a laptop. And we had a webcam, and we were like,
with my friend Brian.
Yeah, Brian Redband of Kill Tony. You met Brian.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
But I just love the phrase "with my friend Brian." Like every bad story, like I was with my friend Brian. we were down in Mexicali, and me and my friend Brian.
We just started fucking around online, and then we started eventually bringing in guests, and then we eventually got a studio, and then eventually I got a big place in LA, like a real warehouse, and then eventually moved to Texas. It all just eventually happened.
But it was not. I mean, I was in another part of media for that whole period, and if you had asked me up until the last few years, like, the future is clearly shorter, crisper, more produced, right?
Everybody would have thought that.
Exactly. Yeah. Everyone did think that, including me, and I hated it. I like long form, but I was a long form magazine writer for years, so I thought that was over.
Yeah,
not over.
Everybody thought that. Yeah, even my friends, they were telling me how to edit my show. They're like, you should edit it. No one's going to listen 3 hours. I'm like, then don't listen. I don't care. Do whatever you want. I'm not making any money doing this. It was just for fun.
I love that.
It was just fun for years. For years and years. I did it just with no money. There was no money in it forever.
What year, like how many years in did it start to pay for itself?
5.
That's a long time.
Yeah, long time. It took a while. I mean, it was probably like it was existing. Yeah, but about 5 years in, then it started making money. And then it was like, oh, this is a business. I remember very clearly, I was on stage once in Chicago. I was doing the Chicago theater. And I had this story that I was going to tell. I'm like, how many people listen to the podcast? And there's 3,700 people in the place. And they went nuts. It was like, yeah. And I was like, oh. Like, I thought there was this like thing that I'm doing where, a few people are paying attention. I don't even know back then, I never even knew what the numbers were. I didn't even care.
Well, they may not have been like, could you even collect numbers accurately?
Yeah, you could get downloads off of, like whatever the provider was that was, or the host. You could get like download numbers from the host, and they would use that to inform ads. Like, oh, he gets X amount of downloads per month, and then they would, that's when there was very few people advertising on podcasts. They were, all right, let's give it a try.
But it's one of the great developments between podcasting and Billy Strings. Like I'm serious. I have hope that it's not all going in the wrong direction, because you can get this view that like everything is falling apart, late Rome, just a matter of time before, it really does collapse. And then you see these signs that are not minor, they're significant. That like, no, people, I mean, I haven't met a person in the past year who said, I thought this, but then I was reading the New York Times and I realized I was wrong. Like, not one person.
Right.
But the number of people say, I was listening to this podcast. I was listening to Rogan and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, really noticeable.
Yeah, that's why it's interesting. It's interesting because you could put people in front of people, and they might not even be right. They might be wrong. But at least now you're having conversations about something you would never have a conversation about before. And even if this person gets exposed as being incorrect, well, now you have a more nuanced understanding of what the subject is about and why people think incorrect things. And, this idea of like platforming people is a big one today. Why would you platform that person?
First of all, platform is not a verb. And whenever they take a perfectly good noun and turn it into a verb, something bad is afoot.
Yeah.
Okay. Platform. Oh, you mean letting an adult human being talk?
Right.
I think that's not only allowed, I think that's the law.
Not only that, I think it's important for us. It's even important to talk to people that are completely different than you, that don't agree with you at all.
Well, it's especially important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just masturbatory.
It's interesting.
It's just you alone getting yourself off.
But it's also interesting to know why these people think the way they think. And also, there's so many people that if you talk to them online, you'd have these horrible conversations. But if you sit down with them as an actual human being and treat them with respect and consideration, you talk to them like a human being, and you just try to be as friendly and open as possible, despite what your differences might be, you realize most people have a lot in common. A lot more, way more in common than they don't.
But that's the secret that they're trying to hide.
Yeah.
So mind control, the end stage of mind control is censorship, right? But it begins long before that. And it begins by creating false categories that wall off your willingness, that prevent you from wanting to know certain things or talk to certain people. And name calling is the most obvious tool. Like, he's a crank, he's a racist, he's a whatever, fill it in. And then you're like, I can't listen to that person. And I have to say, your willingness to platform or to have a conversation with Alex Jones, I think, was a revolutionary act, actually. Not that everything Alex Jones says is right. It's not. Not everything I say is right or anyone says is right. But Alex Jones is an interesting person. And even if he's not interesting, he has been walled off from the rest of us through name calling. And your willingness to be like, no, actually, we're just going to listen to Alex Jones and you can decide for yourself.
Well, Alex has been my friend for more than 20 years.
Well, exactly. But even if you just but I'm sure you have other friends you haven't invited. Just like, you were not allowed to talk to him. And when you hear Alex Jones talk, you may not agree with everything he says. I don't know that I do. But you definitely understand why they told you couldn't listen to Alex Jones.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I had him as one of the first guests when I came over to Spotify.
Love that.
I was like, let's go.
What did they say?
Well, a lot of people weren't happy. We lost sponsors. It was an issue. But I think it did the job. You know, it regardless of what he said that's incorrect, clearly the Sandy Hook thing was incorrect. You know, Alex, I know Alex personally, so I know what he was going through. And, you know, everybody wants to talk about mental health, and they want to praise people for being honest about their mental health issues and support them on their mental health journey to wellness. Alex has gone through some real issues. And one of the reasons why he's gone through some issues is because that guy is uncovering real shit that's terrifying every fucking day. And he was drinking out of control. And, you know, he's just fucking constantly stressed, freaking out. And when you see so many lies and so much propaganda and so many psyops that are being done on people, you start seeing them where they don't exist. And that's what he did.
Well, and he's also channeling some stuff. You can't call 9/11 in detail because you're super informed.
Before the fact.
He called it.
Yes.
He literally called it in the summer of 2001. He said planes will fly into the World Trade Centers and they will blame a man called Osama bin Laden. We know that he said it because he said it on tape multiple times. And then he said, call the White House and tell them this. Now, that's all we know about Alex Jones. Let's just say that's the fact set. How'd that happen?
Right. How did he do that?
No, he's channeling something.
You think
That's
so?
super. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's like no other. I mean, tell me how he did it otherwise. I've asked him about it. How did you do that? At length, at dinner in my barn recently. We were talking about this. How'd you do that? I don't know. It just came to me. And that's real. That is real. The supernatural is real. And I don't know why it's so hard for the modern mind, I guess, because it's a materialist mind, to accept that. But and that's not a new phenomenon. It's happened throughout history. There are people called prophets. And there are people who were prophets who weren't called prophets, but there are people who have information or parts of information, bits of it, information, visions of information come to them, and then they relay it. It's not from them; they received it. This is like one of the oldest phenomena in human history. So those people tend to be a little crazy, a little imbalanced, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean? They live on locusts and honey in the wilderness. I mean, that's just like they're not like everybody else, and that's clearly part of what I'm not saying that everything that Alex Jones says is a prophecy from God. It's not, but that was prophetic. And if it wasn't, tell me how it wasn't. In July of 2000, like I lived in Washington in July of 2001. You know, my dad worked in the government. Like I was as well informed as anybody could be about what was going on in the government. I've always been interested in what's happening in other countries. I was aware of Osama bin Laden. I knew about the Taliban. I knew, more than most people. There's not one person who was saying, not one person in Washington, D.C. was saying, at some point soon, they may fly airplanes into the World Trade Centers and blame Osama bin Laden. Like, that just wasn't a thing. So if you said that multiple times on camera, there's a reason. Like, and everyone, I've said this to 50 people, what I just said to you, and they all look at me like, yeah, that's stupid. Tell me how it's stupid. Like, tell me how he did that. Like, that's impossible.
Actually. He didn't just do it with that either.
No, I'm aware.
He's done it with a lot of things. And that's one of the more interesting things about him is that, like, he talks about stuff. Like, he talked about, like, I'm going to send this to Jamie because this is one of the really crazy ones that he called. And this is like 2000 probably, I guess 2017. Here it is. Let me find this. Give me a second here. Because I sent it to him like, how the fuck did you call this? Because it's one of those ones where you're like, oh, this is exactly what's happening now. Here it is. Here, 2017. Hold on a second. I'll send you this, Jamie. Come on. Technology, let's go. All right. I sent it to you, Jamie. So this is some guy's Instagram clip that I found that took a clip from the podcast, and he's doing commentary over. Put these on real quick. You got it? Okay, cool. Here we go.
22 years on podcasts, InfoWars, Alex Jones, and Joe Rogan discuss what's currently happening right now. Google, CERN, technology, vampire, aliens. In a nutshell, Alex was pretty on point with this message. So let me know what your thoughts are. Is he crazy or is he on to something?
It's really big. So, okay. Yeah, pouring on the shot of that. Media, get this out properly. All right, let me give you my best, please. Deep research approximation. Once again, what do you think is going? But am I wrong to still hold out hope that aliens are real? Because I tell you, that's the two guilty pleasures that I still cling to is Bigfoot and aliens. Those are two. Bigfoot, not so much. I wish it was real, but I just don't. Are you ready? Yes. Bigfoot's real. No. Come on, Daddy. No. Are you ready? Yes. I'm gonna give you the biggest slaughter, Joe. There are aliens in this room right now. For real? Yeah, you're not of this world, bro. Me? You're the alien. Oh, wow, I didn't know. Well, here's what the elite believe, and let me be very clear to me, I'll take this out of context. I only go with what I can prove. Oh, thank you. And people can't even handle that. There's armies. We're fighting a pedophile conspiracy, but beyond that, it's a vampire conspiracy in that they are interdimensionally sucking the essence of our youth. Right. And they believe they're possessed by an off-world entity. They do? Yeah, and Joe, I've been on air 22 years. I don't get into aliens, metaphysical, religion, any of that. I've studied the elite, and I've also communicated with a lot of the top people. And if you want to know, I will actually break down right now the best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet. What's happening? The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones didn't want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them, so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger. And we're on this planet, and Einstein's physics showed it, Max Planck's physics showed it, there's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's why all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is artificial. The computers are scanning it and finding tension points where it's artificially projected and gravity's bleeding in to this universe. That's what they call dark matter. So we're like a thought or a dream that's a wisp in some computer program, some God's mind, whatever. They're proving it all. It's all coming out. Now, there's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension that's just turned over to the most horrible things is what it resonates to. And it's trying to get up into the third dimension that's just a basic level consciousness to launch into the next levels. And our species is already way up at the fifth, sixth dimension, consciously, our best people. But there's this big war trying to basically destroy humanity because humanity has free will, and there's a decision to which level we want to go to. We have free will, so evil's allowed to come and contend, and not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species that is man, which is kind of like a false transmission because they're thinking what they are is ugly and bad, projecting it onto themselves instead of believing, no, it's a human test about building us up. And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. I knew about this before it was declassified. I'm just saying I have good sources, that they wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity with billions of people wired into it with the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us, that are organic creatures, so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, a true crystal ball. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand and make decisions that control the future. And so then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals, as we know, and a true 2.0 in a very bad way, hive mind consciousness with an AI jacked into everyone, knowing our hopes and dreams, delivering it to us, not in some PKD wirehead system where we plug in and give up on consciousness because of unlimited pleasure, but because we were already wired in and absorbed before we knew it by giving over our consciousness to this system, our daily decisions, that it was able to manipulate and control into a larger system. There's now a human counterstrike taking place to shut this off before it gets fully into place, and to block these systems, and to try to have an actual debate about where humanity goes, and cut off the pedophiles and psychic vampires that are in control of this AI system before humanity is destroyed. With AI? How'd the pedophile...
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Yeah,
it's incredible. I didn't understand about that was 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
Yeah, okay. So
no, 7 years ago, no one was thinking AI was going to take over civilization.
So you can see why the FBI decided to destroy him, which it did. The people in, I mean, it's just like what has happened to Alex Jones is proof that at least some of what he's saying is true. Because why is Alex Jones a threat to?
Did you see that interview with the guy from FBI was trying to hook up with that dude on a date?
CIA. Yeah.
Was it CIA? Yeah, that's right. And they were talking about how they can destroy a person.
Yeah, I think I was mentioning there too.
Were you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple things. Okay, so yeah. Again, I don't the third dimension. I don't know anything about dimensions. Okay, so I can't comment on that. But two things he said are true. One is that every civilization, every religion, the Greek myths, every single one, including Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, has believed that there is sort of that the spirit world and humanity are like that. There's they're hybrids.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's just a fact. Genesis 6. So I don't think that's crazy at all, given that it has been the belief of civilizations that had no contact with each other.
I don't think it's crazy, and I also don't think it's crazy to consider it. I don't think we have a real map of reality.
Well, we definitely don't. And better put than I explained. It's exactly right. We don't have a real map, and it's not crazy to consider it. And it was an entirely conventional view up until fairly recently. That this spirit world, don't use breeds with people, but that everyone thought that. Okay?
Right. Even the term spirit world is probably a loaded term.
Yeah, of course, they're all loaded
whatever
terms. How do you say it in a way that doesn't sound crazy? But the whole thing sounds crazy because we don't acknowledge the reality, the actual physical reality of the supernatural, and it is real. That's the first thing. The second point that's obviously true is that people, weak people, which is a synonym for bad people, come together for strength and safety. They act as one. Mm-hmm. The hive mind is specific to a certain group of people, bad people, and that good people don't tend to come together, but they're coming together now. And I just noticed this. I mean, people independently who I know or sort of know, in many cases have long despised, have come to exactly the same conclusions without talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you have this experience all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't believe you think that. How did you wind up thinking that?
Right.
And not just on a specific issue like foreign policy or COVID or whatever, but like on a whole bunch of different things. They're all coming to the same conclusion, and they're coming together. And so that does suggest, a big change in a battle. I mean, it is a battle between good and evil. I'm not always convinced I'm on the good side. I've been, in instrument of evil many times in my life, and I'm ashamed of it. But
are you talking about the Iraq War?
Yeah, the Iraq War. I've been cruel to people, probably even already on your show in ways that are unjustified. That's my instinct to do that. That's a fault, not something to brag about. It's something I'm ashamed of. So I'm not saying I'm always on the right side. I certainly have not always been on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many, many times. But that doesn't change the fact that there is good, there is evil. They are at war with each other, and we are subject to the effects of that conflict, and that we're seeing it suddenly play out in ways that are really, really obvious. There's no political explanation for the trans phenomenon. Nobody benefits. You can say, see these right wingers be like, really, it's all about the people who make synthetic hormones. They benefit. Yeah, okay, they benefit. But it's not driving it. That's stupid. It's not about the money, actually. There's no upside. It's not helping the kids at all. If a child has anorexia, which is pretty common actually in this country, and the child thinks she's fat, you don't say to the child, yeah, you're fat. You don't do that. You give the child help if you can. It's hard to treat, but you try. If a child comes to you and says, actually, I think I was born in the wrong body, the last thing you do is affirm that it's hurting the child. Like, why would you do that? If you love the child, you wouldn't do that. It's really an exercise undertaken for the sake of destruction, for the sake of hurting someone. There's no real upside. What's another phrase description of that? It's evil. And you see that a lot, you know. And why? Like, what is that?
What is it?
And why is it so obvious to even a completely secular person like me? All of a sudden, there's a reason for that. History is moving really, really fast. We're right in the middle of it, and I probably wouldn't have chosen to be born at the time I was. I'd much rather sort of reach maturity in 1955.
Really?
Well, I don't know. I don't get to choose. I don't like drama. I don't like change. Like
there was drama and change back then.
There was, but people didn't recognize. Well, there was a Cold War, of course. There was a Korean War. Okay, but people didn't see it
in their face.
Right, in the way. I don't think.
Wouldn't you rather know?
I don't have a choice. I do know.
Yeah, I'd rather know. I'd rather be right now.
Yeah, well, then you've got a much better attitude than I. I mean, sometimes my parents got divorced when I was little, and so I kind of like, I don't want change.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not up to me.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation in the green room with the club the other night about this guy from Canada that's HIV positive, that's a trans woman, that's taking hormones so they can breastfeed their 9-month-old daughter. So a biological male is taking hormones and is now breastfeeding their daughter off of their male tit. And I said, if I was Satan, if Satan was real, I would do that.
Exactly.
If Satan's real, if Satan was going to do something insidious and unbelievably creepy, he would do that.
Well, I think he is doing that, obviously.
But this guy's a real freak.
Well, but right, but he's
it's
also
like using public money too.
But he's a victim too. I mean, the thing about evil, the reason that evil is distinct from everything else, it destroys the vessel it's held in, the conduit through which it flows. It destroys the person. So, like that guy, in the end, will not thrive.
Right.
He'll be destroyed too. And so that's how you know that it's supernatural. In other words, if I steal your iPhone and sell it and I get an extra $400, like that's kind of explicable. You understand why I'm doing that. I want the $400.
Right.
But if I'm encouraging your kid to castrate himself, I'm not really benefiting from that, actually. There's no material benefit to me at all. There's no real psychic benefit. It's hurting for its own sake. And that's evil. There's no political category that explains that.
Right, and then there's clearly money involved in that.
There is money.
I mean, there's the gender-affirming clinics that have popped up all over the country since 2007. Sure. You see the map of it; it's fucking bananas.
But why would you want to do that? Why would policymakers want to do that?
Why would anybody want to make money that way, right?
Well, but also people, it's the most unnatural thing ever because every parent at a certain age feels is like, I like my kids. I want grandkids.
Right.
I want
you want to protect your children.
Mine to continue. Yeah.
From bad decisions.
So I always think the politicians who push trannyism on the country, like their kids are going trans too.
Yeah, they are.
Like, they're not escaping it. It's like they're burning down their own house.
I would like to see the statistics of people in Hollywood. Like how many of their kids turn trans versus the rest of the world. Yeah, I know some of them too.
Yeah.
But how many of them versus the rest of the world?
Well, a lot more. A lot more.
Which is a morally corrupt business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like more than we knew, more than I knew, the entertainment business.
It's always been that way. Tarantino was talking to us about this famous old director that had a bedroom in his office where he would bed the starlets. And it was just common knowledge that if you wanted to be in his movie, you had to fuck him. And he'd go into his office, he had a literal bedroom in his office.
We had some of that in television, yes.
I'm sure.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, and I didn't really understand. I didn't, obviously partake in it, or you would know because all my text messages went up to the New York Times. So I'm not hiding any of my own behavior. But I mean, I will say, if I'm being honest, it didn't really register with me. I was like, yeah, it's kind of wild and crazy. I just didn't, I like my wife. I don't want to blow up my family. I didn't do anything like that really. But I certainly saw a lot of it, like a lot. And I just didn't really see it as like horrifying. I just saw it as kind of like, well, creative people are this way kind of thing. But I look back and I'm like, it was really dark.
Well, especially the producer thing, right? That like the Weinstein thing, that the way they ran the business, that's how it was pay to play.
I worked for Harvey Weinstein for a year.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
When?
1999. He had a magazine with Tina Brown called Talk Magazine. I was the head political writer for it, and they had an office at Carnegie Towers in New York, right below the park. And I remember the big. I remember that he was a pig. I was not like an intimate friend of his or whatever, but I certainly dealt with him. And the big controversy was he was smoking in elevators, and that was, and I've kind of supported that, if I'm being honest, but he was considered incredibly insensitive and just like vulgar, just like a pig.
He looks vulgar.
Yeah, well, that was certainly what everyone thought of him where I worked. Harvey's just a pig, and his brother Bob was a little bit less that way. He was also involved, but yeah, people knew that he was a bad guy, but like,
he made awesome movies.
Yeah, and also, but he was just powerful. It's like Harvey Weinstein. Like, you want to fuck with Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
I mean, I didn't really think about it too much, to be completely honest. It was just a guy I worked for. But I don't know. I certainly, if you played the Alex Jones clip for me in 1999, I would have been, and I did see Alex Jones clips in 1999. And then in later years where he was talking about Building 7, and I was very offended. I was like outraged that he would be suggesting that there was something about 9/11 that wasn't above board, that there was, things we didn't know that were being hidden from us. And I was like mad at Alex Jones for saying that. I remember that really well. How dare you?
The Building 7 one is wild.
Well, it is wild. I mean, all I know is 21, I don't even know what year it is. 23 years? Could it really be 23 years? 23 years later. What's the justification for classifying any document around 9/11? There's no justification.
Well, the same justification classifying the documents about the Kennedy assassination.
Well, exactly, 61 years later.
Yeah, or releasing the COVID vaccine data 75 years later.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, look, secrecy is different from privacy. Privacy is necessary for the dignity of this way. You've got a door in the bathroom in your bedroom, right? You need privacy, you need private thoughts. We have no privacy whatsoever. None. No privacy at all. Thanks to the iPhone and government spying on us all. So there's no privacy, but there's massive secrecy. Secrecy is different. Secrecy of Beth's lying. The only reason to have secrecy is in order to do something that you're ashamed of other people knowing about. That's immoral and probably illegal. And there's more secrecy than ever. And that means that there's more lying than ever. There are more crimes being committed than ever. That's the surest sign of it. Why are there 1 billion classified federal documents in a so-called democracy? Because they're lying to us. That's why. But 9/11, like, what is the justification for that? I don't know the answer. I really don't know the answer, but there is one. That's for sure. Yeah. It's not methods and sources. You think it's methods and sources? Trying to protect the Saudi sources? I don't think so.
The wildest thing about Tower 7 is that if you just say it looks like a controlled demolition, people get mad at you.
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Well,
because I'm not saying that it is a controlled demolition, but I'm saying if you watch it, it looks like a controlled demolition.
But that happens all the time. Buildings catch fire and they just implode in on themselves. I think it happens every week, right? All these poultry plants and manufacturing plants that keep getting burned through fire. They all
it's the way it went down.
Yeah. So I say, why did they respond that way? And of course, I responded that way. And I think looking back, the reason that I did was because if you call that into question, you had to ask a lot of other really obvious questions you didn't want to deal with. And you might arrive at a conclusion that a lot of your most basic assumptions are false and that you've been had. And it's just too destabilizing, maybe.
Right. Well, the real problem with Tower 7 is they go, well, okay, if it was a controlled demolition, how was that engineered? Did they just decide to do that before September 11th? And you know how long it would take to rig a building like that?
Right.
Or was it built into the building? And how would they know it would even work? And how would they do something like that? And how would there not be a record of it being built into the building? Like for someone to engineer,
and where's the sound signature on the tape? There would be a sound of the explosions.
Yeah, bang, 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 bang.
Which is a fair question.
Yeah, so a lot of fair questions. And has there ever been a building that experienced a tremendous amount of damage because 2 enormous skyscrapers fell right next to it, damaged it, and then massive fire started, and then there's diesel generators that are in the basement, so they have all this fuel, so they have this incredible inferno in the basement that weakens the structure. And is that why it collapsed? Maybe.
Totally possible.
Yeah.
A lot of building engineers disagree with that, as you know.
Yeah.
And they don't think that could have happened in the way you just described. I'm agnostic on it. What I know, because I don't know the answer, and I have no way of knowing. All I know is that there's no justification for keeping those documents secret that I can think of. And if there is, tell us what it is. No one has bothered because nobody presses. And it's, I'll add that to the list of outrages.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then it gives you this feeling of helplessness because there's so many of those. They just pile on. There's always another one.
The U.S. government spied on me, broke into my phone and spied on me, and I couldn't get a straight answer to that. And I'm not a felon. And
well, not only that, they got into your Signal account, right?
Yeah, and then they leaked it to the New York Times, what they found there. So it's one thing to say, okay, we picked up your text exchanges with a foreign national, which is true. I text a lot of foreign nationals because of my job. Why wouldn't I? And it's my right, as far as I'm concerned. That's not illegal. But we picked up your text exchanges, which I think itself is a lie. I think they were targeting me. I think they are now. I know I'm pretty positive they are. But whatever. Leaving that aside, we spied on you. We think we have justification. Is there justification for leaking the contents of my private conversation to a news outlet in order to discredit me? No, there's no. That's secret police shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not whining. Ooh, I'm a victim. I'm certainly not a victim. But what was infuriating was and I got members of Congress involved because I was pissed and I felt threatened. I couldn't get a straight answer. They were just like, we're not answering those questions. And what are you going to do about it, bitch? What are you going to do about it? I don't possess a drone fleet. There's nothing I can do about it, actually. That's the truth. So when the system breaks down and things like, I don't know, honesty, justice, the law, none of those apply. The people in charge decide that doesn't apply to me. You are literally powerless. And
bizarre that the New York Times wouldn't have an issue with that.
Well, the New York Times does that all the time.
But bizarre that they wouldn't have an issue with the government tapping into your phone.
They work for the government. Are you kidding?
Right.
The New York Times? Yeah, the New York Times is a conduit for the rise of government. That's what it is. It's their tool, and they're perfectly aware of that. I mean, I used to write for the New York Times as a freelancer. I mean, I've been around the New York Times a lot, and there are a lot of really smart people there, for sure. Even now, I would less so now, but there's still, I think, smart people there. There are. I know some, and they know. But they think that it's worth it because they're bringing information. I don't know what they think actually, but no, they're tools of power, and that's like the one thing that you're not allowed to be. Even if you think the power is good, like maybe they all support the agenda of the U.S. government, destabilizing the world and impoverishing their own population. Maybe they're on board with that. Even if they are, they shouldn't do it because the job of the media, the press, is to keep power in check. You are kind of like the seatbelt, right? You make sure that things don't go too far. So, and they're not doing that. They're acting as a willing handmaiden.
When do you think that switched?
Well, I think it's been the case for a long time. I mean, if you look at what happened to Richard Nixon, which I, of course, did not understand at all, Richard Nixon was taken out by the FBI and CIA, and with the help of Bob Woodward, who was a Washington Post reporter who had been a naval intelligence officer working in the White House, working in the Nixon White House. And then he shows up like a year later, and he's this brand new reporter. He'd never been a journalist at all. He's a naval intel officer, the famous Bob Woodward we all revere. And he's at the Washington Post, and somehow he gets the biggest story in the history of the Washington Post. He's the lead guy in that story. Well, I worked at a newspaper. I've been in the news business my whole life. That is not how it works. You don't take a kid like his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the biggest story. But he was. He was that guy. And who is his main source for Watergate? Oh, the number 2 guy at the FBI. Oh, so you have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI official to destroy the president. Okay, so that's a deep state coup. What else? How would you describe that? If that happened in Guatemala, what would you say? And yet the way it was framed and the way that I accepted for decades was, oh, this intrepid reporter fought power. No. This intrepid reporter, Bob Woodward, was a tool of power, secret power, which is the most threatening kind, to bounce the single most popular president in American history, Richard Nixon, from office before the end of his term and replace him with who? Oh, Gerald Ford, who sat on the Warren Commission. Now, how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him, you must choose him. We will only confirm him when they sent the actual elected vice president away for tax evasion, Spiro Agnew of Maryland. So you have a complete setup, like an absolute. Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in American history, actually sat on the Warren Commission. Something else that I accepted at face value until I looked at it, and I was like, that's completely insane. You didn't want to interview Jack Ruby in your investigation of the assassination? Okay, you're fake. Yeah, he was on the Warren Commission. And so, sorry for the long story, but the point is, like that happened in front of all of us, but the way it was framed cloaked the obvious reality of it. The people who broke into the Watergate office building, from which the name is taken, Watergate, I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them. All but one was a CIA employee. That's real. It's like, look it up on Google. So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1972 election. He was the most popular by votes, which is the only way we can really measure popularity, the most popular president in his re-election campaign. And 2 years later, he's gone. Undone by a naval intel officer, the number 2 guy at the FBI, and a bunch of CIA employees. You tell me what that is. Those are the facts. Those are not disputed facts. That's not crackpot shit. That's just look it up.
So why did they want to get rid of Nixon?
There are a lot of theories on that. I mean, first of all, we don't need to know motive to know what happened. They, meaning unelected federal employees, got rid of Richard Nixon, which is the most anti-democratic way to make a leadership change that there is. Okay? I should just say this. I actually kind of believe in democracy. Obviously, it's not working well. Obviously, it's ending globally. There will never be another liberal democracy, unfortunately. But I'm attached to it because I was born here. I really believe in it, and it's better than any other system. So that's why I'm pissed. What was their motive? There are a lot of theories on this. There's an amazing conversation. It's on tape between Richard Nixon when he was still president. I think it was in 1973, and I think it was Richard Helms, the head of the CIA, though I may have fucked that up, but it was the head of the CIA. I think it was Helms. And Nixon says, I know why they killed Jack Kennedy. So Nixon was a student of history, obviously a flawed and complicated person, but a very, very smart person. And he was really interested in why this guy who'd been president, just one president before him, was murdered. And he didn't think it was a lone gunman who was mysteriously assassinated 2 days later by another lone gunman. Like, it's so obviously bullshit. And he knew that. And he said to the CIA director, who, and you can listen to the tape, it's on the internet, is totally silent on this question. So I think there was the impression, I know, that Nixon understood that the bureaucracy was really in control of the country. It wasn't elected officials. And that's a massive threat because it's true. So, and there may have been other reasons too that I'm not privy to. Look, and by the way, I didn't even know any of this, despite having moved to Washington in high school and been around this stuff a lot. I didn't know any of it. And I know Bob Woodward personally. So I didn't, and I know Carl Bernstein personally. I even worked for Carl Bernstein briefly. So I knew some of the actual players in this, but I didn't connect the obvious dots because they weren't framed that way. That's the point I'm making. It's the way that you frame things. You can have all the information available on Wikipedia, which is also controlled by the intel agencies, but there's still information on there. The information can be out there in the public domain. It's a matter of seeing it for what it is, right?
Yeah. So Nixon said that he knew why they killed JFK.
Mm-hmm.
Did he elaborate?
And it's worth listening to. It's a very weird conversation. It takes place in the Oval Office, which famously had tape recording devices in it. Obviously, this became a big feature during the Watergate hearings. But yes, that conversation, and I may be mangling it slightly, but it's on the internet and absolutely worth listening to. And the CIA director has this kind of sinister silence. So like if I'm the president or the CIA director and I say, I know why the guy who was just president 10 years ago was killed, the obvious answer would be like, well, why? I mean, what? You know why he was killed? You've got insight into the assassination of the U.S. president? He doesn't say anything. It's just like a very weird response. Like, what? Just got to throw that out there? Like, if you say to me, we're taking a leak here at the next journal, and you're like, I figured out the secret to life. And I'm like, huh, okay. That's like not a good response, right?
Right.
It's a telling response.
Did you hear Trump's take on the JFK assassination, why he didn't release the files?
Yeah, I know what Trump's take is.
He said that if you knew what I know, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is crazy.
Well, and that's his position on the UAP thing as well.
Yeah,
actually. And that's a lot of people's position on it. I mean, Trump is saying, of course, the CIA had knowledge of it. That is known. It's like, it's so funny. There's so many levels and there's so much I don't understand. But the whole JFK conspiracy industry, and it really is an industry, more books written on that than almost any historical topic, is filled with wackos, right? There are a lot of wackos in there. But that fact obscures the larger fact, which is the facts themselves tell an unbelievable story.
Yeah.
And so, whatever, I could get into it at great length. But they're still classifying documents 61 years later. Both Trump and Joe Biden have, in violation of my read of federal law, kept those documents secret. There's no living person connected to the Kennedy assassination. It was a couple generations ago. There's no one person whose secrets are being protected. It's an institution, or maybe countries. There are even countries involved too. I mean, I don't know the answer, but there's clearly something worth protecting. And I know that when I spoke to someone who'd seen the documents, 2 years ago, and I got one fact out of him, which is, yes, the CIA was involved. And by CIA is a huge organization, but James Jesus Angleton, the head of the operations directorate, had knowledge of this, which I think is well known. But that's the view of someone who saw the documents. So I thought that was news. So I went on TV and said that. The next day, I'll never forget it, I went quail hunting. And I was driving back, and I got a phone call from Mike Pompeo's lawyer. Mike Pompeo was the Secretary of State, but before then, he was the director of the CIA. And in that position, he plotted the murder of Julian Assange. So he is a criminal as far as I'm concerned. But his lawyer called me and said, you should know that anyone who tells you the contents of classified documents has committed a crime. He's threatening me. It was in my car. With my dog sitting next, I'll never forget this. And I said, are you really saying that to reveal that the U.S. government had a role in the murder of a democratically elected president, to say that out loud, that's the crime? What about the actual crime, which is murdering a president? Like, you're covering up for that, Mike Pompeo. He had no response at all. And so Mike Pompeo is the one who pressed Trump to keep those documents secret. And so it's like, what's crazy to me is not just that Pompeo did that. I think Pompeo is a really sinister person and a criminal. I think that because the facts suggest that. He was caught. Yahoo News, Mike Isikoff wrote a long piece on this several years ago. His employees went to Mike Isikoff and said, hey, Mike Pompeo is plotting to murder Julian Assange, who's never even been charged with a crime in the United States, as CIA director. That's illegal. You're not allowed. Federal employees are not allowed to just kill people they don't like. Okay, just to set the baseline here. So that's who Mike Pompeo is. But he somehow intimidated Trump into not releasing this. Well, okay, that's all bad, right? I think it's criminal behavior. What's crazy is how Mike Pompeo is treated. He's treated as like a Republican poobah in good standing. He fully expects to become the Secretary of Defense in a Trump administration, which is like completely insane. Why would you take a criminal and give him nuclear weapons? Okay, that's my view. I think it's a common sense view. And like, he goes to fundraisers and dinners and everyone's like, hey, Mike Pompeo. It's like, no, you're the guy who kept information the public has a right to know secret. You're the guy who plotted the murder of someone who committed no crime. You are the outlaw. You are the bad guy. But no, he's treated as like, like a pillar of Republican Washington. I think it's mind-bending to watch that. And by the way, whatever, that's all I'll say.
By the way.
No, I mean, people don't say that because they're worried about getting punished. They're worried about someone putting kiddie porn on their computer.
Right.
Members of Congress are terrified of the intel agencies. I'm not guessing at that. They've told me that, including people on the intel committee, including people who run the intel committee, the people whose job it is to oversee and keep in line these enormous secretive agencies whose budgets we can't even know. They're black budgets. They're the parents. The agencies are the children. They're afraid of the agencies. That's not compatible with democracy. Democracy is a really simple system, even representative democracy like ours. The people rule. They do so through elections. They express their preference through voting. They send their people to the capital city to run the government on their behalf. Whenever you have unelected people who are not accountable to anyone making the biggest decisions, you don't have a democracy. You have something else, another system. I would call it a tyranny or whatever you want to call it. It's not a democracy. So that's like super obvious. It's playing out in front of everyone and no one cares and no one does anything about it. And I think the reason is because they're threatened. And if you look at the committee chairmen who allow this shit to happen year after year, they're all, and I don't know, people say, oh, they're compromised or being blackmailed or whatever. I don't have evidence of that, but I know them and they all have things to hide. I know that for a fact. And so it's not a stretch of imagination to imagine that, some committee chairman who's allowing warrantless spying on Americans to continue or whatever abuse they're allowing, knowing fully or hiding the truth about UAPs, ignoring the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Why are they doing that? It's not impossible to imagine that some guy with a drinking problem or a weird sex life, and that's very common up there. That's why they're doing it. Because they don't want to be exposed. I don't have evidence of that. I don't have proof of that.
Right.
But that's not a crazy thing to assume that could be happening. And I said to somebody, a very powerful person, the other day, in a conversation in my kitchen, an elected official, holds a really senior position, a very famous person. I was going crazy. I was so mad about all this stuff. And about the warrantless spying and about the funding for these insane wars. And I said to the guy who serves in one of the legislative bodies, I got so mad my dogs were afraid. They're like, well, why are you yelling? Because I don't yell at home. But I was like, all these people are controlled. They're all got weird sex lives and all these things are hiding and they're being blackmailed by the intel agencies. And he said, and I'm quoting, I know. It was like, okay, so at this point we're just sort of admitting that's real. Like, why do we allow that to continue?
The having people compromise thing, God, that's another story.
It's the oldest story.
J. Edgar Hoover. I mean, it's all of them. It's Epstein's Island. It's everything.
But look, I don't have any. I'm telling you, what's the phrase the finance guys use? Open kimono. Like, I'm actually telling you all I know. I don't know anything else.
Right.
But I know that the publicly available facts tell a really clear story, which is the government is not acting on behalf of the population. And so it's inherently illegitimate because its only legitimacy derives from the citizenry. The only reason the government can do things that it does, kill people, collect money by force, all the powers that it has come from one place, and that's the consent of the governed. That's the only legitimacy they have.
And that's where it's fascinating, this concept of good and evil. Because when you think about it, if this is true, and if these people are compromised because they're secretly perverts and creeps,
they are though,
and they're corrupt, and they steal money, or all these different things are evil things, lying, controlling people, engaging in unnecessary wars that are going to cost thousands of lives for profit. All these things are evil things. So if evil is real, evil would want those kind of people to be in a position of power.
Yes. And
evil would want men to breastfeed their children.
Here's the illusion that we fall for time and again. We imagine that evil comes like fully advertised as such. Like evil people look like Anton LaVey.
Horns,
yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Black cloak.
Exactly.
Sickle.
Evil is an independent force that exists outside of people, that acts upon people. I really believe that. I've experienced it a lot. And it's obvious. And what vessel do they choose? The weak. It's weak men and women who are instruments of evil. The weaker the leader, the more evil that leader will be. So and unfortunately, we've reached a time in American history where every leader is either a woman or a weak man, pretty much. And so there's I'm sorry to say it. That's just true. And the weaker the leader, that's why Mike Johnson, everyone's like, oh, Mike Johnson's such a nice guy. Well, I know Mike Johnson, and he's a perfectly nice guy to the extent that he's like polite and seems kind of meek and restrained, and he's not saying motherfucker ever, you know what I mean? He's got like very sort of buttoned down affect, but he's a weak man. And that's the man you should be afraid of. The people who you should be less afraid of are the, headstrong, loud, don't care what anybody thinks. Yeah, those guys will go off track, but they're probably not going to abet, genocide or blow up the world in a nuclear exchange, because they may be obnoxious, but they know who they are. Weak people just become a host for evil, an open, empty building that evil occupies, possesses even. And that's exactly what's happening to Mike Johnson. That's like absolutely crazy what Mike Johnson is doing. But it's not because he's evil. It's because he's weak and therefore susceptible to evil. It's a meaningful distinction that I have noticed.
It is a very strange thing how many weak people wind up being leaders in this society. And particularly because so many people don't want their life exposed. They don't want that eye of Sauron gazing down upon them if they try to run for president.
I get it.
Yeah.
Or the physical threat.
Yeah, physical. I mean, look at what's happening to RFK, where the Biden administration, for the first time ever, denied him Secret Service protection.
It's absolutely
as a legitimate presidential candidate.
Oh, it's absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that? I mean, it's hard. You realize that a lot of the things that we took for granted were actually voluntary. Like, people just didn't do things because, like, that's just wrong. That's not fair. You know what I mean? That's bad sportsmanship. Like, there was a lot of, like, self-restraint involved in running a functional society. You can't you can't just make an infinite number of laws and enforce them. That's impossible. You rely on people to just not do bad shit because, like, I'm not the kind of person that does bad shit.
Mm-hmm.
And once the people in charge decide, well, I'm just going to do whatever I want, not a lot you can do about it. So the Biden administration denies him Secret Service protection, and you're like, how can you do that? I'm like, well, we're doing it. What are you going to do about it, bitch? And, like, the answer is nothing, actually.
What is this most recent bill that they're trying to pass about the ability to monitor phones?
Well, it's just the nightmare scenario.
It's something that they're already capable of doing because they did it to you, and they did it through an encrypted app.
Oh, they do? Oh, yeah.
How do they do it? Do you know how they got into your phone?
Well, there are two ways to. It's interesting, and I was with Ed Snowden in Moscow. Talked a lot about this because he's got the technical. He's first of all an excellent and principled person, and his X feed is a really good place to start for people to understand what's happening here. He's paid a huge price for being on, obviously. He's literally exiled to Moscow involuntarily, but there are a couple ways to do it. One, you could hack into Signal, I guess. It's open source. It was created with CIA money, as I'm sure you know. I'm not sure that's how I don't think you need to do that. You just capture the phone itself. You just capture the phone. And the bottom line on digital security is that nothing is safe from state actors who want to spy on you, period. There's no electronic communication that they can't monitor, period.
What about these things like Eric Prince has some new phone out? I think it's called Unplugged.
Yeah, Eric is a good friend of mine, and I have a couple of those phones. I've talked to him a lot about it. He's really a wonderful person, one of my favorite people, actually. But that phone is designed for a different purpose, I think. I know, and that phone is designed to keep Apple and Google from tracking you, which is sort of a separate category. Like,
was this Jimmy?
The bill, I believe. I think.
Which bill?
The one you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
House bill on
so that's
section
it. So let's can we just roll down to what you highlighted? So this is like a perfect example. So the Turner-Himes bill, Congressman Mike Turner and Jim Himes. So who are Mike Turner and Jim Himes? So it's just been funny. Both those guys are the most, and who knows why, and you can sort of fill in the blank on motive. I'm not going to. But those are two of the most reliable water carriers for the intel agencies and for basically the federal bureaucracy in the Congress. Like, these are not people who are working for their constituents. These are people who are working for permanent Washington. I would say these are two of the most sinister people. I know more about Turner than Himes. But so it's not surprising they're doing this. It would permit federal law enforcement to also force any other service provider with access to communications equipment to hand over data. Anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router, server, or even phone, anyone from a landlord to a laundromat, will be required to help the government spy. So that's the story right there. So basically,
warrantless.
Oh, of course, warrantless, absolutely. And in violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, as if anyone cares anymore. No one does, clearly. But I just remember when I was a kid, and we're roughly the same generation, you remember this too. People would be like, oh, East Germany, like there are more spies than there are people. East Germany was like the most elaborate surveillance state ever created, and of course it collapsed. But we'd always make fun of East Germany or North Korea. Who has more privacy, the average North Korean or the average American? Well, obviously the average North Korean, because there's less technology. The U.S. government spies on its own population more than the North Korean government spies on its. That's just a fact. I'm not saying North Korea is preferable. I'm not moving there. I'm not carrying water for North Korea. What I'm doing is criticizing my government because I live here, because it was better, it can be better, it should be better, and it only will be when we demand it. And it's not some fucking esoteric, like you have to be some crazy civil liberties lawyer or something. Like, every person should demand, just as a starting point, a baseline, that no, you're not allowed to spy on me. I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
Like, what?
Right.
No privacy, no humanity. You can't be fully human without privacy.
And you also have to take into consideration that these people that are ahead of these intelligence agencies that are requesting these data they're just human beings. They're human beings requesting data from other human beings without going through a court, without going to a judge and getting a warrant, without stating a case, without having like some clear national security mandate, something.
Of course not. And there's no justification. I mean, by the way, we had FISA. We've had the FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, since I think 1977. So it predates 9/11. Did it stop 9/11? Oh, I don't think it did. Shut the fuck up. You're not protecting us, actually. You open the southern border to anyone who wants to come. You're not checking IDs. You're not doing any kind of biometrics. You're not even screening for COVID. So clearly you don't care about my safety. Stop telling me you do. You don't. You're a criminal. Stop this charade. You don't care about my safety. So using my safety as a pretext for spying on me, it's not going to fly, because I'm not that stupid. I may be kind of stupid. I'm not that stupid. No, you're doing this for one simple reason, because this is what organizations do. They protect themselves. They exist for their own benefit. All human organizations, from the Church Bake Sale Committee to the Department of Justice, they all are the same. They're an organism, just like any other. And an organism's main goal is to survive and reproduce, to get bigger. And you just see this throughout the federal bureaucracy. Well, it just so happens that the largest human organization in history is the federal government of the United States. And so all of this stuff benefits, it accrues to its own power. That's why, like, let's say you believed every, quote, piece of science or scientific claim about global climate change. You would not reach the same policy conclusions. You'd be like, well, the first thing we need to do is ban private air travel, because obviously that doesn't make any sense. And then the second thing we need to do is, whatever. You'd look at it rationally from a scientific, if you bought the premise, which I don't, but if you did, you would. You go through every climate demand. Not one of them disempowers large organizations, whether it's NGOs or the government of the United States. Not one of them. They all make the government more powerful. And they all make you less powerful. So that's when you know it's not really about the temperature of the Earth's atmosphere. It's about making them more powerful and disempowering you. And it's not about who runs those agencies. The bigger the agency, the more effective it will be in doing what all human organizations do, which is protect themselves and increase their power. It's like that. It's fundamental. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's not about, elect Trump, it'll change. No, it'll only change when, we're just eliminating the CIA. And we're going to have like a small intel gathering service that feeds the president relevant information so we can make informed foreign policy decisions. But we're not going to like overturn elections in other countries in the name of democracy, because that's insane. If we believe in democracy, then we're going to let people vote for their own leaders because we believe in democracy as a principle. Right? Like, you just get rid of all this shit because it's not helping us. It's only hurting us. And it would take someone who'd be willing to be assassinated to do anything like that. And so as you're choosing your leaders, ask yourself, does this person mean it enough to die? And that's the same question you would ask about your own dad. Does he love me enough to die for me? About your own husband, does he love me enough to protect me from a home invader at risk to himself? Like the basic prerequisite for leadership is love of the people you lead and the willingness to die for them. And if you don't have that, you shouldn't be leading, period. It's true in the military, it's true in business, it's true in your home, and it's true in the government. And so no president will fix this unless he's like literally willing to die for it. And short of that, it can't be fixed.
I can think of no better way to end this conversation than that.
Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
You nailed it. Well, listen, man, it's been very fun getting to know you. I think you are you're a controversial character in the world, but you're misunderstood. And I think if people paid attention to your actual work and the things that you talk about, I think you're generally a force of good. I really believe that.
I feel like I'm the most conventional person who's ever lived.
I
don't think I'm radical at all. I'm the opposite.
In this crazy time, someone who's conventional and wise seems radical.
Maybe. I'm hoping for a better time.
Yeah, I think a better time's possible.
Me too.
I do. It's just we're in for a rough ride.
Yeah, I'm not disarming anytime soon. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Tucker.
Thanks, Joe.
Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Thanks for coming in, Michelle.
Thanks, Joe, for having me.
My pleasure.
I love your man cave.
Oh, thank you.
I really do. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. So when I heard your story, I was like, this sounds completely insane. And just to fill people in, just explain what happened.
Well, I was born into a cult, a high control group that I didn't know to call a cult because, I was born there. That was my whole experience. My grandfather started in 1931. So my mother was also born into the cult in the 1940s. My dad was, let's just say he was 12 when he first met my grandfather, who would later become his father-in-law, and my grandfather became his father figure. So my mom was married off to this man who was a follower of her father, and I am the second child of their union.
Wow.
And
where did all this take place?
So this took place, that he originally started it near LA in Pasadena, which most people know because of the Rose Parade and other things like that. When he first started it, my understanding is he was a Boy Scout leader. And he was an orphan. He had come from Oklahoma when he was a young man, and the Boy Scouts didn't allow him to have as much control as he wanted to have over the boys.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, which is a lot of control. So he left the Boy Scouts, and he took the boys with him, and some of the boys from his original troop in 1931 stayed with him past his death. One of the first boys took over after him in the late 1980s.
Wow.
Or the early 1980s, actually. Yeah, so he was really good at getting followers.
What was his background? Like, what did he do before he did all this?
Nothing.
Nothing.
He was I don't think he graduated from high school. I don't know that for sure. He lied about everything. And he said he had a PhD from Stanford later when he got, it wasn't until I got to college that I thought, no, I'm not even 100% sure he knew how to read, to be quite honest.
Really?
He came from a family where he was the only child that lived out of his particular mother, who was married to a man who was a second marriage, and his first wife had died, and then he had a bunch of kids or whatever. So he had a bunch of half siblings, but no full siblings. And apparently, this could be lore too, they kind of excommunicated him. He compared himself to Joseph, like of the multicolored clothing and everything. So he was like put down a well, he liked to say, and he escaped and he came to LA in the height of, the silent films, things like that. He said he was in silent films. There's no chance that is true, but he said he was, and he got some sort of probably church education when he got here, and he declared to everyone he was the prophet of God. He was going to live 500 years, and he was going to lead the army of God in the second coming.
Wow. And that's your grandpa.
That's my grandpa. It certainly is.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can't pick your grandpa.
No, you can't.
No.
But it was a male organization for a very long time. It was all men, and it wasn't until
All men?
All men. It was all men. It was from 1931 to 1966 when my mom married my father. No one was allowed to get married there. They just, and they were all presumably celibate, and it was just men.
Oh my God. Presumably.
Yeah, presumably.
It's like prison.
Yeah. If you're
That day for this day.
Absolutely. So I was raised by a bunch of older men who had never been with a woman.
Oh
you
my
can see
God.
how well that ended. And but he didn't want his daughter to be an old maid, and she was getting older. She was 24 by the time he married her off to my dad. And at that point, I think the women, like his wife, said, you know, it was their fourth child. They had 3 boys first, and so this was his first daughter. And he decided that since the world had not yet ended, that maybe he should marry her off before she either became an old maid or maybe a loose woman. Who knows?
When did he think the world was going to end?
Well, he used to prophesy in 1977.
Want some more fire?
Sure, I'd love some fire.
I'll keep this over here if you want. It's easy to use.
Thank
Just
you.
push that thing down.
Where I come from, this is a grave sin, by the way.
Oh, a woman smoking a cigar or anyone?
Anyone smoking
Anyone?
a cigar.
Are you allowed to
Especially
drink
when I
coffee?
Yes.
What was the rules?
Well, coffee is interesting because I don't know that they said out loud you could drink coffee, but I don't remember it being forbidden. That the body is the temple of God, and that there's no marking your body with ink, no piercing your ear. I have a lot of ink myself. I wasn't sure if I should show it out. And
no piercing the ears.
Right, no piercing the ears.
What about makeup?
No makeup when I was young.
Yeah.
They also unusually cut off women's hair, at least during the era that I was there. Now there was
Cut it off like a boy's hair?
Yes. My mom had the exact same haircut since she got married until she died. The exact same haircut. She died in 2022. Yeah, so just a lot of the femininity was considered a temptation to the boys, and since it was supposed to be, they thought it was better to, you know, burn in hell than to lust after a woman. And they quoted some stuff from Paul, you know, in the apostles and the epistles, and that basically you could get married as opposed to lust. And so eventually in the 1960s, they allowed their first wedding, which is 35 years. Think about that. 35 years of celibacy of all, yeah, just a bunch of dudes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It is just absolutely fascinating to me how some people develop these groups and how they do it and like what the characteristics of the leaders are. It's so weird. There's a place out here called the One World Theater, and it used to be owned by a cult. There's a documentary on it called Holy Hell. And this guy had started a cult in Los Angeles. He was a yoga teacher, but he was also a gay porn star and a hypnotist.
That's a nice combo.
It's a great combo for a documentary. The documentary is incredible. You watch the documentary, you're like, what the hell? And he was running from the Cult Awareness Network, so he changed his name. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He changed his name. I forget what it was. He had like 2 different names. So I think one was Michelle and there was another one. So, and then he came out here to Austin because right after Waco, they were kind of cracking down on cults and they were trying to find, so they're like, we got to go. So the Cult Awareness Network was on to him because also family members were calling in, hey, we lost our children. They're with this guy. And he's crazy, and you know, they've got the people in the woods in LA. And so he moved out to Austin and had his followers build him this theater where he could dance in front of them. Yeah. And so there's
dancer?
It was like he was a very handsome guy, and he was very charismatic, and he was like ripped. He was a yoga instructor, he had a 6-pack. He's a beautiful man. And I think he also was a kind of exotic looking. So he had this like guru thing going on, you know, and then he was also a hypnotist. So he's like really good at manipulating people's consciousness. And
that might be a criteria for being a cult leader, by the way.
Charismatic.
Maybe a form of hypnotist. Like
Yeah.
you have to be able to manipulate consciousness, because if people, at least your top leaders, have to be indoctrinated. If they are not, I mean, some people call it brainwashing, and call it what you want, but you have to have people who worship you.
Yeah.
It doesn't work unless you do.
Of course. I think we have a very narrow idea of what hypnotism is because of the term. I think the term, you lock on the term like, oh, I want to quit smoking, I'll go to a hypnotist. And they sit here and their clock, tick-tock, tick-tock. But I think there's like states of mind melding that happen with people where you all get sort of locked into a state of consciousness. And I think it happens in riots. I think, you know what I'm saying? Like the madness of the crowds. There's something real about that. If you've ever been in a chaotic public environment where like fights break out or something like that, there's a very strange feeling in the air that leads people to do things that they would never do before. People that would never pick up a shopping cart and throw it through a Starbucks window will do that now. It's like everybody just loses their fucking mind. And I think it happens in concerts when people are like jamming out together. You all get in the same like mind frequency. And I think a really good cult leader does that too. I think they get these people and they lock them into this way of thinking. And we don't want to call it hypnotism, but I think there's a lot of states that are very similar to hypnotism in that something happens where you enter into an altered state of consciousness. That's probably accessible somehow or another, but you don't know how to get there. Right. But then this song brings you there, or this person brings you there with their talk about the impending apocalypse, and you're all locked in, and it gives people like a sense of belonging and purpose, that you're locked into this frequency that everybody else in the room is locked into.
It's very comforting. I mean, there are a lot of things about a cult that are very comforting.
Yeah. I think I think that's the positive benefit of religion.
Absolutely.
It's like this thing comforts you. And even if like it's like some of them's got to be wrong. Someone's got to be wrong. Or if you have 100 different ones and they're all different gods and different people, somebody's got to be wrong. But the one common denominator that they share is that if you do believe in these things, it seems to aid you in life. People seem to be happier. They seem to have more of a sense of purpose. They don't feel lost. Like some of the least happy people I know are atheists. And I have a joke about it where I say, you're really dumb for not believing in stupid shit. Because if you believed in stupid shit, if you believed in dumb shit, you'd be happier. That would be a smarter move. Because it's kind of true. And I think that's what's so fascinating to me about these cults is how they do it, how they lock people in. I mean, I'm sure because of your experience, you've probably seen a few of these documentaries, right? You've probably seen.
I definitely have. And, when I watched the reenactment of the Waco one, which is not the documentary, but did you read or watch the one that came out maybe 5 years ago?
No.
But they showed, the children and how they didn't want to leave, and just how difficult. There was a child psychologist who worked with them afterwards, and I was very interested in that because it takes a long time to undo the level of, it's one thing to have a faith, right? Like believing in, you can call it stupid shit, but whatever you believe in, it's one thing to have a faith, but to not have the ability to think for yourself and to be trained out of you. So I went to lunch a couple days ago with someone I hadn't seen since I was 3, and he, so a lot of fellow former field members have come out of the woodwork since.
We should tell her that Field is the name of the group.
Yes, we called ourselves the Fields. And one of these former members, who I won't name, I hadn't seen. I didn't recognize him at all. I just hadn't seen him since I was a little kid. But several of them have come out who knew my parents and, of course, knew my grandfather before I was born, and then maybe knew me when I was a little teeny girl, and they had lots of stories. Anyway, he was on one of these things we called the trip with a capital T. And what we did on the trip, there were different things in different years, but this one was in the early 1970s. And he was, doing all the things you do on the trip. But one thing they required, which my father required of us at home too, is to run every morning. First thing in the morning, which you can say there's some good things about this, but you slept together in tents, and then you'd get up and you'd run, and you'd have to beat your time. And my father used to time us as a kid. So like I had to beat my time every day, which is really hard to do, of course, because at some point you're not gonna be able to beat your time, right? Like you can't always get better. But at this point, he was 19 and he was beating the time. He said in that time was it in relation to the fastest runner. And so if the fastest guy was going really, fast, you had to keep the same ratio of distance. So anyway, he didn't make his time. There were 3 guys who didn't make their time and they had to go through the SWAT machine. So my grandpa often made boys go through the SWAT machine. And the simple version, which was done at the actual location of the field, was you'd crawl through the other boys or men's legs and every boy would spank you. I know.
Oh my God.
I know. They're little... Well, we won't even get into all the things you could think about that. But there was a different version that was only done when the boys were separated from their parents. And so when they would go on these trips, and my dad was the original driver. He started driving by the time he was 18. He was driving all around the country, taking my grandfather's boys. So again, my father was not his son. He was just some dude who joined to this cult. And my father would drive these boys around and he would time them when they ran and did all those things. And so in this particular case, they did SWAT machine where you have to hold on to a fence pole and you face the fence and then all the guys come and they hit you. So they're not just spanking you, but they're hitting you. And so he's getting kidney punches and all this stuff. And he was saying he fell to his knees and he almost died. He was so bruised up and he did not want anyone to know this story. He hasn't spoken of it because he's so shamed that potentially someone might think, why didn't you fight back? And of course I said, but you were trained you trained that you deserved this,
Yeah.
And then apparently one of my uncles, was really worried when to take him to the hospital, but couldn't or didn't because they had no insurance. And this young man, who's no longer a young man, said that, he could never tell his parents. And he never to this day ever told his parents or anyone. He and his brother had never spoken of their time in the fields. It is like this big taboo. He got out maybe a year later, but he was... that was only one of many, many, many stories he told me, but that one just really struck me to feel ashamed of that. I guess for many years, I too did not tell people where I came from because you feel like you must have done something weak to be a follower. And that's just not true. If someone gets a hold of you as a child, they can program you to think almost anything, especially if they're good at it.
Yeah, unquestionably. That's why they have child suicide bombers.
Yes.
Yeah, you can trick children. And it's understandable though that you would think somehow or another that other people would think that it's your fault, or ignorant people would think, why didn't you know? Why didn't you leave? Or people that never really thought about it, never thought it through because they haven't had to.
Right. My friends I went out with I'm calling them friends now, but I hadn't seen them since I was a little girl. They were saying, I would have, of course you would drink the Kool-Aid. And when people use that expression, I would have been first in line, would have signed up for that. We all would have. And I mean that. And I was born there and indoctrinated, and I would have completely taken anything that my grandfather or my parents told me was going to kill me. I would have, I would have felt that was going to take me to heaven quicker. And everyone I knew would have done that.
Wow.
And the reason you don't hear about a lot of cults, by the way, is because they didn't end up in flames or mass suicide. But that doesn't mean that they didn't prey on, dozens, sometimes hundreds or even thousands of people, depending on the cult.
I was talking to Mark Andreessen, and he was explaining to me that there's still many, many active cults in California.
Absolutely.
And I was like, what? Like right now? Like people know about them? Oh yeah, they're successful. Like there's some successful cults.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I first
went to... Is the field still around?
The field's still around. I've been told it is a completely different organization, and I'm not going to vouch one way or the other. They certainly don't have a charismatic leader like my grandfather once he died, and his replacement was there, and then once he died, I think it has not become secular. It's a very strong religious organization, but they don't have the control they used to. Because like when we were young, we didn't have social security number. There was no way to track things. And now, it's hard to get away with.
You have to pay taxes.
Yes, they do pay taxes. And there was a sexual abuse, case that was actually prosecuted. And I think after that, which I think was 2006, I think that they had to really clean up a lot of their practices.
When I'm hearing these stories about these boys and their abuse, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking if there's a bunch of boys and no one's allowed to get married, That's not a good recipe.
No, it's not. And the particular one that got prosecuted was a young leader who was abusing 11 and 12-year-old boys sexually. I say out loud, I said this to my mom. I said, Mom, isn't it curious that no one's ever prosecuted anyone for what they did to girls? And I was a sexual abuse victim there, and it was something I was so ashamed of for so long. And anyway, but there's other forms of abuse that go on. I mean, there's obviously physical abuse, but there's a lot of psychological abuse. There's a lot of ways that it gets inside of you that you're worthless and that you can't trust yourself. And you can't even trust yourself with your own stories. And I have a slightly younger brother who adores you, by the way.
Tell me what's up. What's his name?
His name's Michael.
What's up, Michael?
Yeah. I love him to death. And he was raised, we were all raised collectively, but we were also raised separate from each other. And my biological siblings, we all had different experiences because they don't let you bond. They don't want my sister, who's just a little bit younger. She and I, we loved each other deeply, but we weren't allowed to speak to each other sometimes for weeks or months at a time.
Oh my God.
And they were just strongly against you forming what they would call allies. They didn't want friendships that could turn into anything that would be a little bit, probably guilty, but no, like anything that would form a clique, they used to call it.
Right.
But
Any other groups where another person could be in control.
Right.
Or they could discuss who's in control.
Yes.
And
Or any loyalty to anyone else other than the primary leader. There's a lot of ways that you can indoctrinate people and make them police themselves.
Oh, yeah. That's what North Korea does.
Yeah.
North Korea gets everybody to rat on everybody else.
Oh, yeah. That was huge where I come from. I have, I felt like it was a huge compliment. One of the former members came out of the woodworks after this, and he said, I knew that you would never rat us out. And I was like, man, that's so great. But I mean, it was something we were all taught so deeply.
You have to, no matter if this is your brother or your sister or your mom, you have to tell them.
You have to, because you're worse.
It keeps everybody scared all the time.
You never trust anyone.
God, it's so insidious and yet also brilliant. Like, it's evil. It's evil, but it's how did he figure out how to do it? That's what's crazy. And how is he able to pull it off? That's what's always so fascinating to me. That it's not like children. With children, it just makes 100% sense. You're raised there. You think this is reality. And you think that the world outside of reality is all a bunch of evil demons or whatever it is. But if you're an adult, like you're a grown adult, 34-year-old man, and you meet this dude at the auto repair shop, and he hands you a pamphlet, and the next thing you know, you're on a farm somewhere. Like, how do those people?
So I can't vouch to that. I will say that the unusual thing about the field is you have to join as a child. There are no adults who join. It's kind of like a pyramid scheme. When you're most people join when they're 5 or 6, and they are indoctrinated, and then they play sports. Like, so for example, they play tackle football at age 5, and so they teach everyone how to, play a game, but it's only the people who are really good at the game that they continue to court, I would say. You could call them groom, whatever, but there's a lot more kids there than will ever get into the inner circles. And it's a little like the mob or something. Like, I was born in the inner circle, but there are plenty of people who came out of that cult who honestly weren't harmed by it because they got out young. So as long as you get out by the age of 12, you're probably okay. But they don't keep you unless you're really fully indoctrinated. And most of the people who stay really don't have a family to go back to. And they separate you from your family. And so they do more and more separation as you become a teenager. By the time you're 18, you're signing a commitment for life form.
Jesus.
And I'm not saying that's happening now, but that was 100% happened, not just during my era, but all the decades prior to me.
So it's not just a cult, but it's like, it's got a sort of a meritocracy built into it.
Yeah, but I think a lot of cults have that.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have to have something
kick
to strike
people out
for.
that don't line up enough?
Yeah, so cults in general kick people out. In fact, they want you to believe that staying is hard and that you have to work hard to stay. I think the misconception is that they're trying to get you in. Sure, they're seducing you in some way. There's some sort of calling card, whether it's a pamphlet or something else. But once you're there, do I have what?
No, it's a yoga class.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I gotta do.
Exactly. Yeah. Dancing, But whatever brings you in, but then after that, it's like you're the strong one, you're the special one for choosing to stay. In this particular cult, they always would say, there's 20 of you in this room, 19 of you will fall away. There's only one of you who, will make it into the army of God.
Jeez. It's like the Navy SEALs of cults.
It kind of is. And there is a lot of physical. Yeah.
They only want the best of the best. So if you're a child and you're in, I mean, first of all, how could anybody ever expect a child who gets indoctrinated into that to know the difference? If that's your reality and that's what you grow up with, how could you possibly know? What year are we talking about when you were like 8 years old?
That would have been the late 70s.
Yeah, so nobody knows what the hell's going on.
Oh, absolutely not.
Even in the world.
Exactly.
The whole thing's a big foggy haze. There's no internet. We have like 1/10 of access to information that we do today. And you're also a child and you think that this is reality.
And parents were used to their kids being gone all the time. And I think that was not something unusual. Because one thing I hear for kids who went there, people say, well, how did your parents allow that? And I mean, parents, like, they sent them off to the sports place and then their kid got really into it. And then at some point, their kid became a teenager and didn't want to come home anymore. And I mean, they're like, well, I don't think my kid's doing drugs. So I don't think that they're like in prison. So it seems like they're doing pretty well.
It also seems like societally there was a shift at some point in time where what was the year where more women entered the workforce and more women started getting jobs?
So that happened in the 70s. I think 1973 might have been like one of those. I mean, obviously it was starting to happen in the 60s, but there was a lot of women at home in the 60s. Around 1973 to 1979, you had a huge exodus of women out of the home. The women I come from, I mean, like my grandmother who had my father who joined this cult, she was always a working woman, minimum wage working woman. She didn't have more than 8th grade education. She worked because her father, my dad's father, her husband, had been in World War II and got, pretty severe PTSD or whatever, was an alcoholic and beat her. And so she ran away from him. She just had one child, which was my father. She was living in a chicken coop near LA just with this one son, and she was the first woman to get hired in a factory. But this was in the 1940s. So there were always women, of course, and lots of women of color who were working, but it wasn't the middle-class women who were working. But the poor women were always working.
Right. I'm just thinking like latchkey kids at that point back then.
70s and even 80s.
Yeah, it was totally common. All my friends, we just got let out of the house when we were kids.
Right.
You just got on the bus, went to school, walked home from school, rode the bus, hung out with your friends. Nobody knew where you were.
Right. So you could have been in a cult and your parents would have don't necessarily known.
I think I would have told them.
Well,
but I could have got sucked into one. That's the point. It's like everybody looks at themselves as who they are today. So if you're a 35-year-old man and you're listening to this today, you're like, I wouldn't get sucked into that. That you can't say that because you're not a 5-year-old boy. If you're a 5-year-old boy, you don't know what the fuck is going on. You're a child. By the time you're 18, you sort of get especially if you're a little streetwise, like, all right, some people are shady. I know what the fuck's going on. Listen to this guy. He's trying to rope me in. I remember there was this Christian group when I was in college that was trying to indoctrinate people, and they were like young, good-looking people, and there was this beautiful Puerto Rican girl, and she was always trying to get me to go to parties with her. And I was like, wow, did I hit that jackpot? Like, eventually, I'm going to get a date with this girl. Like, this is amazing. I was probably 19, 20, I guess, 20, 21 maybe. And one day, she invites me to go to this retreat on the weekend. Like, they have some crazy Christian retreat. And I'm like, oh my God, a retreat. Like, she's not telling me it's a Christian retreat. She's telling me it's like this fun party and this whole thing. And I said, I can't. I have plans this weekend. I go, but if you guys ever do another one of those things, that sounds like fun. And so Monday morning, or whatever the day was, I'm in school, and we're all in the cafeteria. It was the day that Trump's airplane, the landing gear failed to open. And so we all sit down at the lunch table, and I had just seen it on the news. I said, did you see this thing on the news about the plane? It's crazy. Like, the landing gear didn't go out, and so the plane just on the belly of the plane skid across the runway, and there's all these crazy sparks. And I go, but nobody died. And they go, oh, praise God, praise God. And I was like, what? Like, what's going on here? This super hot Puerto Rican girl's like, oh, praise God. They're all praise God, praise God. And I'm like, oh, and then it just immediately clicked, you dummy. They were trying to get you to go to their church thing. You thought she liked you. And then they started talking to me more about God. And then I was like, oh, I got to go. I got a class. I got to get out of here. Fuck.
So you didn't get that day?
No, I avoided them. They were in my Italian class. And they were learning how to speak Italian. And I avoided them. I was like, I can't be involved in this. Because they were all glossy. They were all believers. This is not saying that God's not real. This is not saying that Christianity is not true. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you could have got those people with Scientology. You could have got those people with Mormonism. You could have got those people with the Moonies. Whatever. They were just looking for a thing that they could attach themselves to and then formulate their identity based around this thing. And for them, it was Christianity. And it was this like youthful form of Christianity where they're trying to get young people. They're making it like retreats. We're gonna party. And they were all socially odd. They were all real awkward people. It was very interesting though to me. The person is always curious about human beings. So I was like, this is wild. Like hanging around.
Well, I think in high control groups, they do tend to obviously cater to the young. I mean, they're soliciting the young. And I want to be clear too, I'm not anti-religion. I think high control groups / cults are a whole different experience. And yes, they use religion, but they don't teach you to have faith and to trust yourself in your faith. They teach you to follow someone else's faith.
I used to have a joke about what's the difference between a cult and a religion. Where a cult is created by one guy and he knows it's bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
Yeah.
And all the other people that this fucking dude 2,000 years ago convinced. But some religions are really beneficial and they might in fact be based on some kind of true story. I think it's a game of telephone. That's what I think. I think if you tell me a story and I tell Jamie the story and then Jamie tells someone out in the lobby a story, by the time it gets to me all the way again, it's going to be screwed up, right? Now imagine this over thousands of years of just oral tradition and then writing in lost languages like ancient Hebrew. They wrote them in Aramaic on animal skins, some of these stories like the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then they eventually translate them to Latin and to Greek and to Roman and to English and to German. Like, what?
Lost in translation.
Also, like, what did they know? Like, how much did they know? They had some ideas of like the formation of the universe. The beginning there was light. Sounds a lot like the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot like if you would tell the Big Bang to your kids and your kids would tell it to their kids, and you're going to do this for 1,000 years. At the end of it, you're going to get some real... People are gross. They always like to like twist things around and make things... they add their own little spice to a story. Like, you ever have a friend who tells a story, like, hey, bro, that didn't happen that way. Like, you didn't say that. You fucking ran for cover. Like, everybody's got their own version of a story. Well,
we all embellish.
If you got oral traditions, 100% for sure, you're going to have a lot of that, especially when you have high control groups, like your grandfather.
And you think about the translations too, like even when the monks were translating all that and like they were scribes and they were inscribing it.
Yeah.
Like all of that too, there was an agenda on a lot of that. And
100%.
So, yeah. And then when we read the King James version of the Bible, I mean, the king pronounced it to be so. And so anything that was left out, I mean, there was a lot left out, right? And what was canonized because it was perhaps dangerous to the particular regime that he was running. And so not to say that that's not
you get
true.
to decide.
Yes, I know. You get to
decide what God meant.
Yeah.
I think God didn't mean any of that. Take that stuff out. My problem is never with religion. My problem is purely with human nature and what we know about humans. If there was a way that you got religion through some sort of non-human source, like if you achieved your experience through a non-human source, I would go, okay, well, maybe there's a place that you can go and you could actually go meet God. There's like a portal you walk through and you meet God. But as soon as you're letting people tell you a story. People are full of shit. They just generally, at least a certain percentage are full of shit. And the people that want to control people have a much higher likelihood of being full of shit. Because to really do that correctly, like if you want to be a president, like you gotta lie. You gotta lie. It's like really important. So the people that are like good at that job are generally full of shit. And so then you have a problem with the interpretation of the past, right? And you're seeing that right now in universities. Like people are trying to reinterpret certain events because of the way people feel about socio-political issues today. So they're trying to reinterpret history, take down statues. There's a lot of like craziness that's going on today. But that's like a microcosm of the ancient history of human beings. It's not that God's not real. It's that people are full of shit. And so there's a lot of wisdom in a lot of these ancient religious texts in particular, which is really fascinating. Like, how much did they know about the human experience? How much did they know about how you need to live your life in order to be harmonious with the universe? How do you accentuate positive experiences? How do you leave the world a little bit better than it was before you got here? And that's
have you read
universal.
the whole Bible, by the way?
I did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I actually had Bible class in Florida. When I moved from San Francisco to Florida, I was 11 years old, and it was a complete polar opposite experience of the country. I lived in San Francisco with two parents that were hippies in Haight-Ashbury. So we were in the middle of, like, we lived near Lombard Street. We were in the middle of like the hippie anti-war revolution of the 1960s. And then I moved to Gainesville, Florida. My stepdad was going to, he was becoming an architect. He was a computer programmer, and then he switched careers, became an architect. And so he's going to the University of Florida at Gainesville. And so we were there. So now all of a sudden I'm around alligators. There's fucking alligators everywhere. I was like, are you people retarded? Why do you have giant monsters everywhere? This is so ridiculous. So we had alligators, super weird, swampy weather, and religion. Religion was in the schools. Like in public school, you had Bible class. And they also paddled you. It was the first time I'd ever been hit by a teacher. I got in this fist fight with this kid, and they whacked us with a paddle.
Can I ask you an alligator question?
Yeah.
So when you were in Florida in the 1970s, were you there in the late 1970s?
It was, let me see. So I was in 67, I was born. So in 73, I was in San Francisco. So 75, 76.
Okay. Did you know of someone whose name was Ross Allen in Florida?
I had no idea. I was 11.
Well, he was older. Like he would have, he was an alligator. Yeah, he's an alligator wrestler. He had an alligator farm.
Alligator wrestlers. What's the lifespan on those fellas?
Well, I don't know when he died, but yeah.
That doesn't seem like that would work out so well.
Well, they probably defanged him. I don't know.
Even that, they're just going to break your arms off.
Speaking of which, I need more fire.
Oh, so yeah, just grab that sucker right there and pull the top back, flip it around the other side, like this way, this way, the other way.
This way.
No, the other way. It's upside down.
Oh.
See this? There you go. Now see the top? Pull it, sucker back like that, right there. Yeah,
and then just
fire? Pull it down.
Pull it down. I know. I cannot believe how
Is it
bad
open?
I am at that.
No, it's not open. You got to open the top. Flip that top. No. Look, see this?
With my hand.
Oh my God.
I know.
There you go. You got it.
Thank you. See, I feel like I came here to learn this.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little weird because it's all black, and so it kind of blends in, especially if you're like us and your eyes are probably going as time goes on. Like
I can do it myself.
There's not a chance in hell I could ever do one of those clasps on a bracelet, those little tiny bracelets, like them little clasps. Like my wife tried to get me to do one of those. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm seeing. I have no idea what that is. I see blur. I see golden blur. What the fuck that is? What were we just talking about?
Well, you were talking about learning the Bible in school, but so one of the things that a lot of people who have read the Bible, or they have read a portion of the Bible,
I definitely don't think I read the whole thing.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is not very many people do, and that's why I asked, because a lot of it is kind of tedious history, and there's a lot of he begats, and there's the whole line, of Christ, all the ancestors, and the whole delineation of all that, and where I come from, we were encouraged to read like a verse of the Bible, but they would always tell you what it meant,
right?
And so I kind of went against, I used this little pen light and did it late at night, but I read the whole thing cover to cover when I was 8. And if you read every single book in order, you start to find that there's a lot of really beautiful places in the Bible, but there's a lot of stuff that's really violent. And then there's a lot of stuff that contradicts itself. And it's because it was written in different time periods by different authors in different languages. And it also has historical context. And so generally there's a lot of stuff that people leave out when they teach the Bible because it's really hard to explain.
Like what stuff?
Well, there's, for example, I mean, this one's taught a little bit, but King David, I'm sure you've heard of him, like as of David and Goliath, but then he became a powerful king. And he saw this woman this woman is often talked about, Bathsheba. He sees her bathing on a roof. And where we came from, we were taught like she shouldn't have been bathing on the roof. No, I don't. Right. Anyway, he demands that she come to him, and she is the wife of a soldier of his named Uriah, a top soldier. And he commands her to lie with him, and she becomes pregnant. And then King David, who is the same guy who had the slingshot of David and Goliath, decides that he's got to figure out how to get her husband back so that her husband can go sleep with her, and her husband won't do it because he's loyal to the army, and he comes back, but he sleeps like at the floor of the castle, trying to
wait a minute, he's trying to get the husband to go back with the wife
so that the pregnancy will seem like it's his.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So
in the Bible. Dirty David.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't even end there. So Uriah won't do it because Uriah is loyal to David.
Oh boy.
And so then David sends him to the front lines to have him be killed.
Oh boy.
So that he can marry his wife and get away with that child's not being a bastard child, illegitimate.
Oh,
and then God kills the child because, he needs to make the point that David was, and think about poor Bathsheba. She's just been like rung around. Her husband gets killed, all these things. Her kid dies because God is punishing David.
And her husband got killed because he was loyal to the guy who got her pregnant.
Absolutely. That's not a story a lot of people hear.
Oh my God.
But you can fact check that one if you'd like.
Oh no, I believe you. I'm good at that. I'm good at just like, now I'll go argue it.
I mean, there's something I talk a little bit about in the book Forager, which I encourage everyone to read. But in that book, I talk about as a kid that I looked up this whole long, he begat, and there's only 4 times that it mentions a woman who a child came out of. Like it's all the male line. But occasionally they'll say so-and-so, Boaz through Ruth, or David's the father through Bathsheba. So Bathsheba ended up having a child who became Solomon, who we know, a lot of people know these, of being the wisest man who ever lived, and he wrote Ecclesiastes. And yeah. And so there's 4 women who are named. And as a child, that was really interesting to me. And I would ask, where are these 4 women in the line of Christ? And no one would tell me. And so I started doing the research about that. And one was a prostitute. One, here's a story you want to hear a lot. Want to hear another Bible story?
Sure.
There was a woman named Tamar. And she had been married to one of 3 sons. I think there was 3. And her husband died before giving her a child. So as was the custom in the time and perhaps the law, she married the brother of her dead husband. And that man would not give her a child because he didn't want to have a child in his brother's name. And so they're allowed to have more than one wife. But this woman was not allowed to have a child. So he did something they call onanism. So he spilled his seed on the ground instead of inside of her so that she couldn't have a baby. And so God gets really mad because Onan will not impregnate her. And so Onan gets killed too. And so then her father-in-law decides not to marry her off to the youngest brother because 2 of the brothers are already dead, right? And he doesn't want to lose his only son. So he just banishes her, and she has nothing because what does a woman have at the time if she doesn't have a husband or a child? She has no ability to make a living in the world. And so this man is the father-in-law is really unkind to her in a way that she decides she needs to take something into her own hands. And so she dresses up like a prostitute and goes to the side of the road. And as he's traveling on the road, she puts herself in front of him and offers her services, and he sleeps with her, and he does not have payment on him for some reason. And so he gives her his staff, which is a token of his word or something. So at least he's paying his prostitute. And she gets pregnant from this. And he orders her when he finds out she's pregnant to be stoned to death, to be killed and executed because, she's not allowed to have a baby outside of wedlock. And she said, okay, but let me just return this staff to you that I got from the father of the baby. And so then he ends up protecting her, and she gets to have the child, and that child is in the line of Christ.
Whoa.
Yeah. So really interesting things. I don't know what you're supposed to learn from that story. When I was a kid reading this, I would ask, and of course, no one really wanted to tell me because she was rewarded for that. That's the interesting thing.
It's good. The stories are crazy. it's just if you're being honest and if you believe in God, but you also know that people are full of shit, you have to put all this stuff through a filter. You just have to. And it doesn't mean that there's no God.
Of course.
It doesn't mean that. It means there's probably something in these stories. But we have to be real careful with what that something is.
Well, and I don't profess to know. I don't know why.
They condone slavery. The Bible
Sure.
condones slavery. Like flat out. It's in there all the time. It's like,
Yes.
women are essentially second-class citizens. And you know what I found out recently? That there was a woman before Eve.
Depending on who you ask.
Yeah. So what was that one?
Well, that's not in the 66 books of the Bible that most people are taught in the Protestant tradition, or the 69 or whatever in the Catholic tradition. That's part of the Apocrypha. So these are books of the Bible that didn't make it into, Christianity as such that we.
The editor's cut.
Today. Yeah, it was an editor's cut, exactly. So that's not considered the word of God. What you're reading, that is considered, or what you heard, word on the street.
Word on the street.
Yeah.
Heard on the internet, but yeah.
Okay. That's a street these days.
Yeah, it is. It's the best street.
Yeah, which is not to say it's not true.
Right.
I don't know the truth. So I'm a yoga teacher, among other things. And one thing that I say all the time when I'm teaching, which is a really common thing as a yoga teacher to say, is whatever I am giving you right now is a suggestion. So listen to your body, do what's great for you. If this doesn't feel right to you, please don't do it. And then you offer modifications, etc. And what high control religion does, and I'm not saying all religion, I'm saying the culture religion, doesn't give you the option of listening to your body or opting out of anything. This is the interpretation of the word of God. And the one thing I will say is I don't know why Tamar did what she did and why Onan did what he did. I don't know whether or not the stories were transcribed accurately or not, even if they were. That is a different culture, right? And wasn't there.
We don't even know if OJ did it.
Right. So how are you going to know what happened to David and Bathsheba?
I mean, we're pretty sure he did it.
Well,
but I was just reading some story that OJ hired thugs to. There was another thing. There's some thing that he said that he hired thugs to kill his wife and Ron Goldman. So this is really recent, is my point. And there's a bunch of versions of it. And it depends on who gets into power, whatever version gets propagated.
Right.
Like if there was no internet and no independent journalism, and they never had to account for the fact that Iraq never really had weapons of mass destruction. If the people in charge, if we're living in 1963, how long does it take before people figure out that Iraq didn't have those weapons? How long? Did we ever find out?
I don't know. I was going to say, you might not ever find out.
You might not ever find out. It took forever to just figure out that the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag that got us into Vietnam.
Right.
I mean, it took decades for that to come out. And now it's widely accepted. So our own history is sketchy as fuck. Our own history, our real absolute history is sketchy as fuck. And that's why conspiracy theories are so fun.
Oh yeah, of course. And in a sense, a cult is just a whole conspiracy theory. I mean, but they control the narrative. They completely control the narrative, and no one's allowed to question it. And if they do, they're excommunicated. And one of the ways you know something is a cult is that they will always tell you that anyone who left, it's different than outsiders. I mean, outsiders are people who maybe never had access to the truth. But people who are quitters, they literally call them quitters where I come from.
Quitters. That's a good name.
I know, it really is.
Nobody likes quitters.
Right? Right. And so quitters were just anything they said was of the devil. And so you were not allowed to talk to anyone who left. And that's really common in cults.
You couldn't even talk to them.
No.
That's a Scientology thing too, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think it's really common in any high control group, I'm sure. Yeah, because you really do need to control the narrative. And you can't let other stories get in there.
Yeah. Wow. God damn. It's so interesting how these patterns reoccur all over the world. You know, there's a guy in Australia that says he's Jesus, and he runs this whole cult in Australia, and he has this woman who he says is Mary. But the problem is there was another woman who was married before, and it didn't work out with the original Mary. So he tells this new lady, I was wrong about that other lady. You're Mary. And so...
Do you know that they say that the translation for Mary actually was woman?
Oh, wow.
And so that the word possibly just means, I mean, you think about it, there's so many Marys in the Bible. Like when people talk about Mary Magdalene or Mary, Mother of Jesus, or, that it perhaps it's just the translation for woman.
Jesus as a historical figure is controversial. there's people that say there's absolute evidence for Jesus, but then there's people that say, do you know like how much historical record we have on people that lived thousands of years before Jesus? You know, there's people that lived, that they know what they said, they know where they ate, they know where they went, they know so much about them. But the Jesus one is kind of, there's people that say yes, there's historical documents that show he existed. And then there's a bunch of documentaries that you can watch. So, like, boy, the evidence is kind of sketchy. It seems to be a thought, like a recurring thing in many religions. It seems to be like Hercules, right? It seems to be there's a bunch of these that are like real similar to that, like the child of a god, you know, that comes down to fix everything.
There's a lot of traditions where you have a virgin birth. That is true. And I am certainly not here to tell anybody what is true and not true, but the Gospels that are written about Jesus were written after, right? Not during. And that was, you know, common. I mean, Socrates never wrote anything down. He told the stories to Plato.
And how long after his death?
Well, I think the first one, now I feel like I am not a historian here, but I think the first one was like 100 years. And so you have Apostle Paul who wrote, but he only saw Jesus after, like he was on the road to Damascus. And so he saw Jesus after Jesus had been crucified and risen. So what he saw was the ghost of Jesus. But the other, you know, Gospels were not written by anyone who had seen Jesus in that way, even though they were the versions like of when you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These are the versions that they were told. So I don't know, maybe 100 years?
Yeah, so this is where belief hits for people that are listening to this right now, because there's going to be a certain percentage of people right now that have their hackles up because someone might be insinuating that maybe all this Jesus stuff is not legit, and that's not what anybody's saying. What we're saying is these stories were written down 100 years after he was alive, and people are full of shit. That's it. It doesn't mean that he didn't exist. Because if someone did exist, like if the early emergence of humans in the world, let's imagine what they mean by this story. If the early emergence of humans in this world were put down here to figure it out on their own, like a bunch of latchkey kids, like latchkey kids from the 1970s, figure it out on your own. I'm going to give you ways to live your life. Tell everybody, but I'm hands off. I'm hands off. I'm an afterlife type of guy. I'm not going to come down and explain it again, pop out of the clouds and freak everybody out. I did that once. I did it once. I'm done. You guys killed me. So I'm just saying, live your life this way. If that was a real thing, what would be any different than the Bible? What would be any different about if a real event like that actually happened, where the Son of God came down and explained to mankind what they're doing wrong and lived this amazing life and taught so many people, and they spread his wisdom and they spread his information? It wouldn't be any different than the Bible, because you're still, even if it was like very clear what he was saying and very clear what he had done, the impact, and how they all knew he was the Son of God. By the time 100 years go by, people talking about it, who the fuck knows? Who knows?
Yeah, but you know what Jesus did really well? So Jesus didn't write anything down, right? Like, he was a storyteller. Jesus told a lot of parables, and those are easier to remember. So if you listen to like his Sermon on the Mount, or, you know, these various things, it's possible that some of these stories, which they can be interpreted more than one way, but like, you know, to say that, have you heard the expression casting pearls to swine?
Yes.
Okay,
what does that mean?
Well, in the story of the prodigal son, there was this, and Jesus tells this story, right? So there's these two brothers, and one brother stays and does everything that his father wants him to do. And the other brother says, give me, you know, the son, he says, the younger son says, give me my inheritance now. I don't want to wait till you're dead. Just give me my inheritance now. I want to go experience life. And the father gives his younger son his inheritance. And this young man who is raised well goes out and hires prostitutes, does all the things, right? And lives this loose life. And he finds that he runs out of money, and he is in a pen of pigs, and he is willing to eat what even the pigs won't eat, like the leftovers. And he is face down in the mud, in according to the story, in the pig pen, and says, even if I was a servant from my father, I'd be treated better than this. And so he goes back, etc. And his older brother is really upset because the father brings the son back and treats him, is just so grateful his son's returning to him. And his brother says, or an expression like, you're casting pearls to swine. I mean, like, my brother is a pig. My brother is like, from the pig pen, and you're giving him something that he doesn't deserve. And that whole story, I mean, you can interpret it any way you want, but this idea that you tell stories like this and someone can say, God is willing to take you back, and perhaps even better if you have experienced life, and that just being obedient isn't the only way to live a life. Maybe I don't know what the real interpretation is, right? But like, when you read a story like that, or you hear the story, Jesus didn't write it down, but if he told that story, then now people come to that and they think, what does that mean? Does that mean when I find myself in a pig pen that I can repent and go back? What does it mean?
Isn't it funny that Jesus is a storyteller?
Yeah,
because a storyteller is a person who stands in front of people and commands attention. And we know how that goes. Right?
Yeah, well, you're a storyteller.
Well, sort of.
You don't think you're a storyteller?
I talk shit on stage, so it's just jokes. And
but those are stories.
Some of them are stories, yeah. Some of them are just making fun of things. Yeah. It's different than someone who like tells you stories and imparts wisdom. Like if someone's standing in front of a group of people imparting wisdom, that's a very bizarre relationship. It's a very slippery position for the person that has the podium. Very slippery, because you could start believing all this nonsense. You could start believing that you're different than everybody else. You could start believing that you are the Son of God. Even if I'm not even talking about Jesus. I'm talking about someone today. Even today, in this day and age with the internet, if you started doing something like that and you're schizophrenic, you could believe it.
Lots of people believe they're the Son of God right now.
Yeah, 100%, legit. And then lots of people believe that other people are demons. There's a lot of like real funky beliefs that people hold on to. And if someone, like I said, if someone was a charismatic leader and they pretended to be the Son of God versus someone who's actually the Son of God, 100 years later, it's going to be very difficult to parse out what's what.
Right.
Which is a problem. Which is a real problem. If you want to like put all your eggs in one basket, you got to pick a religion. You're like, boy, if you're agnostic, like, which one of you guys is right? Is some the Hindus right? Maybe the Buddhists right? I don't know.
Some people would say that the Buddha and Jesus have an awful lot in common, and if there is a right, that a lot of those beliefs are going to overlap. It is right to live a good life is to treat other people the way that you would want to be treated, or to, and to love your neighbor.
Love your neighbor. Yeah. I think there's universal truth in all that stuff. I think the source of it is fascinating. Like what are the universal truths? But we always we have to look at things through a filter of reality. In the filter of reality, we know human beings are full of shit. So you have to put that in there. You have to put that with everything. You can't just say they wouldn't lie about religion. Stop. That's nonsense. It doesn't mean that God's not real. It doesn't mean that Jesus didn't exist. Because maybe Jesus is the ultimate. It's like, this is the last word, and then we're going to let you guys figure it out on your own. Maybe if God exists, okay, let's just as a thought experiment. If God exists, why would God engineer an animal to be at the top of the food chain that is so filled with greed and wants so much power that it's willing to take over enormous swaths of land with giant machines and murder anybody who gets in their way, and it's all justified in the name of nationalism? Why would God universally impart that kind of sensibility on a species? Why would God tolerate it? Why would God tolerate crime and murder and all the horrible things that we see today? Why would God want any of this stuff to go on? If God is so all-powerful that he created the universe, is this just a first draft? Did you like try like say like
the idea is free will, right? I mean, that's the answer to it, is that in the garden when Adam and Eve didn't know the difference, and then they partake of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that like by the choice to do that brought sin into the world. And once there's sin into the world, then humans always have the choice to follow the light or follow the darkness. I mean, that's the party line, right? Like that. it is human choice.
Right. My point was that maybe God's ultimate plan is to make things as fucked up as possible so that it forces people to figure it out. It forces an evolution of consciousness. It forces us to go to the light. It forces us because it's the only way we survive. Like it could be like a test. Like the entire human species, the entire civilization, the whole thing. It's just some gigantic test to see if you get it right.
Did you ever read A Wrinkle in Time when you were a kid?
Whose book is that?
Madeline Malingo.
I've heard of it. I don't think I read it.
Okay, but I don't know if it was taught in schools, but kids read it for years. I don't know when it came out in the 70s probably. But she says in an interview later that she thinks that in the end, that God is waiting for every single person to choose to believe and to choose to follow. And that the light, so in A Wrinkle in Time is a story, or science in it and a lot of things, but that when you see the light and you're drawn to the light, that you might be tempted by the darkness, but when you really know what light is, that you'll always choose that. And so that at the end of the day, that we're all going to see the light.
But even if you don't believe in religion, if you know like good experiences and bad experiences in your life, and when you're happy with yourself and when you're upset with yourself in your life, you generally know like there's a direction that you really want to be moving in. And the more life experience you have, the more stupid things you do, the more you learn. And so the more you get a better database to draw from to understand what each individual choice means and the greater picture of your existence. And as you go further and further, you go, if you're living a harmonious life, you go almost naturally towards that direction. Trying to be nicer to people, love your neighbor, have more peace in the world, don't be murdering people, and that's generally like how most religions want you to believe. It's like the origin of it is there's some sort of a guidebook for being a human. That's the origin of it, it seems like. That they were just trying to you can't just let people be feral. You got to give them some guidelines. And one of the best ways is someone's watching all the time. This dude in the sky, but maybe he really is. Maybe there really is something that watches everything. It might not be watching, but it might be like integrated into the entire existence of the whole thing.
Maybe that's what the prodigal son is about.
Yeah, maybe.
He goes and has all these experiences, finds himself like making every mistake possible, and then he sees the light and goes back to his father.
Yeah.
He goes back to the kingdom.
Yeah. There's wisdom in all these things. And these people that lived and were writing things down on animal skins while they're engaging in wars with spears. It's fucking wild ass times. And they were trying to sort it all out. Have you read Meditations, Marcus Aurelius?
Yes.
Isn't that wild stuff?
Yeah.
It's wild how brilliant this guy was 2,000 years ago. Like his understanding of how to live a life is so valuable. And his concept of forgiveness, he's a fucking Roman. I mean, he's like this badass soldier. And he's like, it's very important to forgive everybody. Even forgive your enemies. Like he had this incredible wisdom about just like maintaining your objective perspective of the world. It was really interesting. So we know people were smart as shit back then.
Yeah.
And if you go back 2,000 years before him, people started writing all this stuff down.
Well, people had a lot stronger ability to concentrate, obviously.
Right, they weren't distracted.
Right.
No
but
TikTok.
even before things were written, people really had a command over language and oral traditions and their memory. They had to remember. Like you think about, where to find whatever it is when you're a forager, where to find the hunt. That all of these traditions have to be passed down for humans to stay alive. I mean, they're really fragile creatures.
Right.
And to think that before there was anything except for spears, how did humans stay alive? They stayed alive because they could remember. They could remember what could kill them.
Yeah. Well, just like we used to be able to remember phone numbers.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah, even back then. I know.
I had so many phone numbers in my head.
I still remember the phone number of the field.
Wow.
I do, because it was the one place, right?
Wow.
That was my home.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. My mom was a survival trainer. She trained people to survive, and she trained us to survive. And one of the big things was surviving the apocalypse. But some of the survival techniques are actually really valuable. And that's the thing about forgiveness or anything else. Like, even if somebody is telling you something that is in their own best interest, doesn't mean it's not true, right?
Right.
And that there's so many truths in anything. And so learning to survive, like literally off the land or in the desert or things like that, was a really harsh training that I had as a kid, but it taught me to look around everywhere that I've been ever since and to pay attention. And I mean, that's a gift. I think about that when I think about forgiveness too. Like part of forgiving people is because on some level they taught you a lesson.
Well, even in cults, they can give you valuable skills.
Sure.
I mean, if someone could teach you survival techniques, how to survive if you're really worried about the apocalypse, you need to learn how to survive the apocalypse.
Sure. So, they do it for good intentions.
Yeah.
And some of it pays off a little bit.
Well, do you remember the one in Los Angeles that had billboards up and with a very specific date?
Oh, what was the date?
I don't remember. But I remember there was this Thai restaurant I used to go to on Ventura, this great Thai spot. And right above it was this fucking billboard it was giving you a very specific date, like repent, the end is here, and it's going to be this time. I'm like, is this like the most brilliant album release? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some rock band has figured out a way to make something go viral before the internet. I guess the internet was around then. It was not that long ago. I want to say maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Was it? Wow, that's pretty recent.
Here it is, 2011. Judgment Day, May 21st, 2011. Cry Mighty Unto God. Monday through Friday, live open forum on familyradio.com.
And what happened on
So
May 11th?
it was only 13 years ago.
Jamie, what happened on May 11th?
Nothing. Fucking zero. These people are out of their mind.
Like Y2K was a little like that too.
Well, also December 21st, 2012. That was the end of the Mayan calendar.
Oh, right. Yeah.
My license plate used to be December 2012, DC 12, whatever it was. But that was the end of the long count of the Mayan calendar, and all the kooks thought that was the end of the world. So we actually did an end of the world show in Los Angeles with my friends from Honey Band, my friend Suzanne, Joey Diaz, Doug Stanhope. It was wild.
And what did you
Nothing
do?
happened. Nobody died. We had a good time. And the world keeps going. But there's it's just a long calendar. It's a very bizarre ancient calendar that they don't really fully understand. So to say that was the end of the world seems a little silly.
Well, when they give these dates, like when my grandfather gave the date of 1977, they can also say anytime it doesn't happen that the calendars are wrong.
Ah, how convenient.
Yeah.
Do they have a good calendar? Can I see that calendar?
Well, but the point is with the Star of Bethlehem and all this, maybe that was redated because Herod didn't want us to know when Jesus was really born, because he was killing all the babies and he didn't really know the date of Jesus' birth. That's why he was killing, all the young boys as opposed to just that one, and et cetera, et cetera.
Back to the lady who was around with Eve. Who's that lady?
I assume you're talking about Lilith, but that's not in the tradition that I read.
But Lilith was supposedly, I didn't even know Lilith existed until 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I was like, what?
Has that changed your life in some way?
Who the fuck's Lilith? Yes.
Okay.
It was an eye-opener. I questioned everything after that.
Okay.
What is the Lilith story exactly?
So again, I was not raised on the Lilith story at all. I don't know, Jamie, do you know the Lilith story?
So the Lilith
I've
story.
heard some, but I feel like I'd misquote it.
So the Lilith story, they decided was BS, so they left it out of the big book.
She's been interpreted as Satan.
Oh, Satan.
Well, sure.
Of course, she's a lady. She made me do terrible things.
Yeah, well, Eve did that too.
The original Hebrew word from which the name Lilith is taken is in the biblical Hebrew, the book of Isaiah, though Lilith herself is not mentioned in any biblical text. In late antiquity, and how do you say that word? Mandaean? How do you say that word? Do you know? Mandaean? Mandaean and Jewish sources from 500 AD onward, Lilith appears in Storolus, incantations incorporating a short mythic story and various concepts and localities that give partial descriptions of her. She is mentioned in the Babylonian Talmud, Nada, Shabbat, Bava, Batra, and the conflict of Adam and Eve with Satan as Adam's first wife. And in the Zohar Leviticus 19a as a hot, fiery female who first cohabitated with man. Wow. Many rabbinic authorities, including, there's another word, Maimonides and Menachem Mary reject the existence of Lilith. Interesting. So Lilith is controversial.
Very controversial.
Like all hot ladies.
Exactly.
But the fact that she was the first.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's not the tradition that most Christians are taught. I mean, it's considered part of the Apocrypha. So, I mean, I don't have any idea what the truth is, but she has been vilified even more than Eve. Although, if you think about it, Eve's pretty vilified too. I mean, she caused the downfall of
She's the
humankind.
reason why we're all here.
That's right.
Yeah. It's I mean, what's the root of that story? That's the real question. Like, what was that? What was the original thing they were trying to convey?
I will not
original humans.
take a stab on that.
Yeah, but at least Christianity has like an origin story. You know, an origin story for everything, for the universe, for people. And when you didn't have science and you didn't have any understanding of cosmology, you need something. We need something. It's thousands of years just staring up at the stars. Anybody know what the fuck's going on up there? I know.
Yeah.
There's Thor. He lives up there, and then there's Zeus. He's running shit. Yeah.
Well, looking at the stars is storytelling too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the beginning, there was the word.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's really screwed up human beings, and I don't think in any small way is light pollution. I think our inability to see that we are in this celestial, majestic cosmos, this thing. It's not just black with a few bright lights. The whole thing is lit up, and it's the most magnificent thing you could ever see, but we sacrifice it almost for everyone that lives in cities. If you live in cities, you don't go anywhere and see it, you sacrifice a humbling spiritual experience of just staring at the stars. And I think it's spiritual poisoning. It's like just like if you have vitamin deficiencies. I think you have a spiritual deficiency, just a natural, universal spiritual deficiency from not seeing the stars. I think it puts our place in the universe in perspective like nothing else can. Because it's there, it's real, it's not a concept. It's not something that you have to use a microscope or a telescope to see. It's right in front of you, and it's absolutely spectacular. On a clear night in the mountains where there's no light pollution and you see the stars, you're just like, wow, is that up there every night?
Did you used to go to Joshua Tree when you lived around LA?
No, I didn't.
Oh, so Joshua Tree is still so magical for that reason, because there's no lights.
I've heard it's incredible out there.
Yeah, it's not too far from where I am, and when I feel that I need to commune with something greater than myself, you just go there and you just lay down and look at the stars.
Light pollution is spiritual poisoning.
Agreed.
It really is, and it's a big factor, I think, in how lost we are, and how we're not like consistently humbled every night.
Yeah.
By the majesty of the stars. If we were consistently humbled every night, I think we'd generally be like, you could tone people down a little bit.
There is something really healing about looking at the stars, and there's also the ability to literally not be lost if you know how to read the stars, right? So that is something I was trained by my uncle, who was, somewhat of an astronomer, but to look at the stars and to always know where you are. And if you know how to read the stars, you can never be lost.
So you could like navigate with the stars, like if you're in a boat. Could you do it?
Could I do it? I don't know if I could do it very well from a boat, but I could do it because I know how to put like a stick in the ground and to see the difference in the way that the sun goes, so that you can see where you are. Because you got to know where the North Star is, obviously, but then you also have to know what time of year it is to some degree. So if you're lost or you think you're lost for a matter of months or years, you would need to have some sort of idea where you are. And if you're in the desert, it's hard to tell seasons. But if I was on land, I could do it. Yeah.
So you'd have to like add up the days.
Well, you don't even have to add up the days. You just have to know what season you're in, and you can tell that by the angle of the sun.
Right, but if you get lost.
Well, sure. Although you don't
get lost
have
for
to
years.
Do that. You might just never
So you
know.
guys were getting prepared to be lost for years.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom used to have this phrase. I think she made it up, but it's survive fear, survive with faith. And so she taught everyone that those 5 letters stand for what you should do first. So the first thing, what do you think the first thing you should do if you're lost? Or you think you're lost?
Get to a high space to look around.
Well, the first thing you should do is shelter. Because the first thing you should do is shelter. If you don't have shelter, you're going to lose your body heat. Depends on where you are, of course. But if you're anywhere that gets cold, and sometimes you don't know it's going to get cold. Desert doesn't seem like it gets cold. Have you been in a desert night?
Yeah, they get cold.
It's very freezing. So shelter's the first thing. And then fire, because the warmth is really important.
Right.
So survive fear, so it's shelter, and then fire. And then the thing is signaling. So if you want to be found, you put up a signal. If you don't want to be found, you need to know what creates a signal for people who are looking. So, for example, like if you are in the desert, you try to find dark rocks to put SOS. But if you don't want to be found, you try to never put a contrast. So you try not to have anything that would contrast with the color of the land from a plane, that a plane would see as contrast.
Jesus.
So there's a lot of fun stuff like that.
So they were preparing you for hiding and for surviving.
Yeah.
And who are you going to be hiding from?
Well, so after the second coming, when everybody goes up to heaven who's good, all that's left is the demons in the world. And there's 1,000 years of terror that will rain upon the earth till the blood rises to the horses' bridles.
Wow. And you guys were preparing for this when you were little kids.
Yeah.
Whoo! Demons.
Yeah. So
but if you're a good person, you're going to heaven, so you don't have to fuck with these demons.
Yeah. So that you probably heard some of these stories, right? That like, there's a whole books on these like Left Behind series.
Yes.
So like who gets left behind?
Yeah.
But
Didn't they do a bunch of movies?
I think so.
I think Kirk Cameron did it.
Maybe.
I heard they're amazing.
Okay, I don't know, so I can't speak to that. But yes, there's a lot of that because it's part of a lot of traditions. And the idea, though, is that some people are left behind in order to try to win the last people, like all the evil people, sort of like Noah's Ark, right? Like Noah's left and he gets on this ark and like it's his job to, I mean, why didn't God just take Noah to heaven, right? But like he gets this boat and he has his family and all the animals and he gets to like steer clear for your flood. Or you have Sodom and Gomorrah, you have Lot, the only good person left, and he wants to like help the people in the town, or Jonah and Nineveh, where he's like told to go tell the people they're bad, and then like, you know, God saves the people anyway. So there's a lot of stories of God changing his mind. And yes, I know a lot of Bible stories.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of stories of God changing his mind.
Yeah. So if you leave some people behind who know how to lead the army of God, you can then proselytize and bring people into true faith or righteousness. It's also kind of like, I don't know, a way to keep people a little bit isolated if you're trying to teach them to do something that other people don't know how to do. And I was very ashamed of knowing like that kind of thing. So it's the kind of thing I talk about in Foragers. Like I spent a lot of time really feeling like I couldn't acclimate to the regular world like later because you know, it's like if you're always looking at, I'm sure Navy SEALs feel this way, but you know, like you're always waiting for disaster.
Right.
Yeah. And you're always thinking preemptively, like, and what can I do to avert this disaster?
How did you get that out of your head?
It's still in my head, Joe.
For real?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. So right now you're preparing for the end of the world.
Well, you know, I walked in your lair and I'm like, okay, there's all dudes here. Where's the exits? Like, no, but I mean, to some degree, I mean, I'm not actively preparing, but I feel like I mean, it makes it really hard to trust people when you've been trained that the people that you think you can trust are going to betray you.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Really hard to get that out of your head.
I had a friend who was a Mormon, and when they left, she was like in her 40s, and she said she became really susceptible to any kind of like spiritual people, spirituality, like con people. She just had this trust in nature from being like a strict Mormon her whole life, and all of a sudden cut loose.
Yeah.
And didn't know to distrust people.
Absolutely.
It wasn't programmed in.
Because if you're only around people who are homogenous and that like you're taught, which I was, that like everybody in your group is trustworthy, you don't see the signs. You don't know. I mean, you don't know the red flags, as people would say.
She also said like she found herself to be susceptible to people telling her things. Like she just had like this automatic inclination to not question and believe things that came from being strict religion.
Right. Why did she leave in her 40s?
I don't know.
Oh. That's a tough time to leave.
Yeah. I don't know what the story behind it was exactly.
Yeah.
I never got into it.
Well, that's the thing about cults is it does make it really difficult to survive on the outside. And I certainly know a lot of people have taken their lives after being excommunicated from the field. And I had a dear friend, the first person who ever told me that, used that word, that it's a cult. And I had been out for years and I mean, it's not like I'd never heard the word, but I didn't apply it the way we were raised. And he had written, you know, newspaper articles, he's a professor, etc. And he took his life because it was really, really, really hard to live on the outside. Yeah, and there's been many others who have done that as
And
well.
there's also people who are ashamed once they reintegrate into society. They were part of that. They got duped into this nonsense. And
so you hide it. Most
Right.
people, it's not like you're telling people and they're laughing at you. You're not telling anyone because you're scared they're going to laugh at you or judge you. And so you spend your life in shame hiding this truth that honestly doesn't make you a bad person at all. And probably many people would understand, but you don't talk about it. I didn't talk about it forever.
not just that, but everybody's susceptible to it, whether you believe it or not, especially if you were a child.
Yes.
Everybody's susceptible. This ridiculous idea people have that, oh, I would have known better. Like, I don't think you would. I really don't. I think you would now, but you're you now. You're 35-year-old you. You're not that you that was 5 years old.
And if that had been consistently perpetuated onto you, you wouldn't know.
Right.
So there's a story we were raised with, which is a really common biblical story of Abraham and Isaac. And Abraham is told to kill his son, his only son, and he's told to take him up on an altar and slaughter him, and the way that you would slaughter an animal. And Abraham makes Isaac do this hike up to this mountain where he's going to kill him, and God has told him he must do this, and so he ties his own son on this altar and brings up the knife to kill him. Very dramatically, the story comes, and as he's plunging down the knife, an angel comes and grabs his wrist and stops, and God said, I just wanted to make sure you really do it.
Yeah.
And this is the story I was raised on, and both my parents and my grandfather were very big on you will kill your child if God asks you to. That's what you're supposed to do. And I said this in the book, and my brother, who, we really haven't talked about this, or we have now, but at the time we hadn't really talked about this. This is all of a year ago. And he said when he read it, he thought, no, it's not that our parents would have sacrificed this. They did sacrifice us because they believed that somebody else would take care of us. And we were raised very, I don't know if communally is exactly the truth, because there wasn't necessarily anyone who was checking, but there was random people who, in my case, a lot of men, who just raised us because our parents had more important things that God told them to do. And so there's a lot of ways to sacrifice kids. There's a lot of ways to think that, God is talking to you.
Yeah. Yeah, you could apply that to other aspects of culture.
Absolutely.
It is, is there groups of people that get together that have survived cults that have an ability to help each other through this?
So apparently there are, and I didn't know about this until the last year.
Oh no!
There's a whole huge group of people who have come out of Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Hasidic Jews. But there's also Steve Hassan. He's a doctor who spoke on Megyn Kelly when I was on that show too, and he has something called the BITE method, which is just basically says that there's these really 4 major ways of control that cults do. They control your behavior, your information, your thoughts, and your emotions. And so he has these deprogramming systems and counselors and people who can help you if you've been in that kind of high control group, even if it wasn't religious in nature.
Yeah, I've talked about that before.
Have you talked to him?
Yeah. It's
I think he's a Mooney, right?
Yes.
So,
the whole thing of his excommunication and how he got free of it. When you were breaking free, what age were you?
17.
You're 17. And what was it like trying to integrate with regular people out there in the world when you're 17?
I don't think I did that very effectively at all. So
how could you?
Yeah, I just couldn't. So I got married.
What was the experience like of all of a sudden you go from being this incredibly controlling religious cult that thinks the end of the world's coming to regular world?
So it wasn't entirely all of a sudden. I had a childhood illness, an autoimmune disease, which was probably, there's no genetic nature to these diseases, but where your body attacks itself. So it's quite probable that my body was just I can't take this anymore. Because
stress.
Yes. And also there's a lot of deprivation, sleep deprivation, food, when you're in survival training, a lot of extreme deprivation. So
how long does survival training go for?
Well, because I was born there, and also because I was sick, and because of other things, I was trained for a very long time. Pretty much, we moved up there full time up to the mountain, which I talk about in the book Forger. We moved up there when I was almost 8, and so I was up there until I left.
And you were foraging?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was other things going on too. But so I got sick, and then I was hungry, and there was a lot of other things happening. And so I found a way to start house cleaning for people. And that's how I got an application to college and stuff like that. But I was a house cleaner. And so that was kind of a foray into learning about how other people lived, even though like it wasn't like I was invited into their family. I was invited into their thing. But you can learn a lot. Like when you see a refrigerator that has food in it.
What was it like just cleaning people's houses? Just seeing how these weird people lived in the outside world. Did you ever see The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt?
I did, yeah.
Hilarious.
So many people were like,
It's
hey,
you.
they need a show about you.
It's kind of you.
It is. And you know what? That is very much the way that she's just like confused by the smallest things. I mean, it's funny the way that they depict it, but it's also kind of dark. I mean, I actually liked the dark humor in that.
It's a
very
great
effective.
show.
And Handmaid's Tale too. I got a lot of calls about that one. They're like, they made another show about you. But I think that there's real truth to the things that confuse you. And I didn't have any friends. I went to college. I didn't know how to have relationships. There's a lot of rules, apparently, unspoken rules about, the dance of friendship. And I had never made a friend because I was born with the people I was born with, and I didn't know how to do that.
Wow.
I didn't know how to date. I didn't know how to be. I didn't know any of the rules, and it took me a very long time to learn them.
What a crazy crash course. Were you open about your past to these people?
No, absolutely not.
So
I wasn't open.
They just thought you were weird.
Yeah.
Like,
one dude called me an ice queen.
Oh boy.
Because I was just really separate. I didn't know how to, and I didn't drink or smoke or do any of those things because I was so afraid of losing control. I was so afraid that if I also felt like I was in control, that I had to dig my way out of it in order to find a way to live in the outside world. And so I couldn't afford to I didn't know who to trust and who not to trust. And I mean, some of my friends now even, and my friends have become my family, and my brother's like that too. He has just the most amazing friends who are his family. And they will still call me feral. They're like, you still don't know how to, I still don't understand the point of utensils. You know what I mean? I can do it, and I know which fork to eat it from, but I don't want to,
You want to eat with your fingers?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can eat with utensils, but it's not, if I'm not in polite company, I'm eating with my hands. Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that eating with your hands is thought to be gross? But some things you have to eat with your hands. Like if you're eating ribs, how are you going to eat ribs? If you eat ribs with a fork and knife, you're a fucking asshole. If you got a big old Texas beef rib, you have to eat that thing with your face.
Yeah.
You have to get in there.
Yeah. So
you have to use your hands. Isn't it weird?
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's just cultural. Right?
Yeah.
But there's something we do in Western culture because we're so in our minds instead of our bodies. We're always separating ourselves. So we need this piece of metal that keeps us from the reality that we're fucking eating an animal or whatever it is we're devouring. And somehow it's more polite if you have this piece of metal between you and it.
Bizarre.
It is.
And but it definitely keeps your hands cleaner, and it's easier to pick the food up. And you feel like, look at me, I'm in a restaurant, I got a napkin tucked in here.
Yeah. A lot of rules. You have to have on your lap, and
Right, and which side is the salad fork? Which one's the regular fork?
Yeah, start on the outside in.
Yeah, bizarre.
Yeah. So when you are learning these things, you have to actually memorize them. When you don't come from it, because you're there's a lot of rules, and all of them have systems, right? So I'm very actually fascinated by microcosms. The microcosm cultures of any sort of culture has a lot of rules attached to it.
Sure.
And, you have to.
Well, you must be hyper aware of that.
I feel like I am. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be. The patterns that people just take for granted. You're like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm always watching.
The thing about not knowing where the forks and knives go to me is one of the dumbest ones of all time, because it's a sign that you're a cultured person. If you know where the fork, it has to be proper. What are we doing? Do you want to have a boring ass conversation with a bunch of people, or do you want to sit down and have a meal and talk? That's the fun kind of what the fuck are we doing? Who's proper? Who are we impressing? Is the queen coming by? What is this? Why would you want this?
Well, haven't you experienced though that sometimes when you get rid of all that, you just have a much more intimate conversation? And I like to eat on the floor. I like to sit on the floor, and I have this beautiful rug in my house, and I'm like, if people will do it, I invite them to sit on the floor because it just feels more organic to me, and it feels earthier, and it feels just I don't know, it just removes all the hierarchies. And
have you ever seen those Middle Eastern guys all sitting around an enormous plate of food, and they're all just sitting cross-legged, just digging in with their hands and eating with their hands? Yeah.
Well, if your hands are clean.
Yeah, well, the whole idea is you never shake someone's hand with your left hand.
Right.
And that's the hand you use to wipe your ass.
Right.
So they think we're gross because we use paper. We just smudge it all over the place.
Well.
And they got a point.
They got
a really good point. Like, it is one of the grossest things. If you get one of those bidet toilets, you will never go back. You'll never go back. Like, how gross is it to just smear it all over the place? So they have, you're allowed to eat with your hands. You're supposed to eat with your hands. It's just a normal thing. Like, most of the time it's normal. How do you eat popcorn? Do you use a spoon?
I feel so validated right now.
Yeah. Like, how do you eat popcorn? Do you eat popcorn? Okay. What do you eat with your fucking hands?
And bread.
Yeah, bread.
And bread.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, bread. Who's cutting bread with a fork and knife? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You eat with your hands.
Yeah.
I guess it's just the messiness of it. But I think if you can get people to act proper, like the conversations that are like stay in the lines, you know, maybe that's it. Maybe, you know, if you go to an inn and everybody's eating chicken legs and drinking beer, and like they're gonna have crazy stories.
Yeah.
It's gonna get uncomfortable. Just keep people, make them wear their nicest clothes. They don't want to get messy. Give them a fork and a knife, and keep everybody proper. And everyone's trying to impress everybody else with how proper they are and how much they know about fine dining. May I see this sommelier to make a wine selection? You know, all of it. It's like,
I remember the first time, you know, someone came to pour this glass of wine or whatever, and then the guy is supposed to like take a sip of it to tell the guy if it's okay.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, what kind of culture is this? Like, I mean, also, and what are you going to say if it's not? Like, what kind of?
by the way, that is the most bullshitty moment you ever have in a restaurant. Is when you swirl that thing around, take a sniff and sip. Unless you really know what you're doing, 99.9% of the people doing that have no fucking idea what they're doing.
Absolutely. And I don't know if this is a fact, but I have never had anyone offer it to me. They always offer it to the man, and the man decides whether or not it's a wine good enough for the lady.
Oh, that's interesting. No, I've definitely seen women get it.
Really?
Yeah, if a woman orders a bottle of wine, it's generally like whoever orders it. I've seen that.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, but I think maybe that's just modern today. Maybe that's like a new thing, you know, with women's liberation and stuff. Like, people don't want to be presumptuous, so they'll offer the
No
woman
one
a
has
taste.
ever offered me a taste.
Interesting. Even if you've ordered the bottle,
Maybe I've never ordered a bottle.
maybe that's what it is. I think it's generally the person who orders it.
That may be.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I also wouldn't have any idea if that was.
Because if I'm around a group of my friends and we order a bottle of wine, if I ask, they always bring it to me. But if one of my friends asks, they always bring it to them. Yeah, I think it's generally the person who orders it. But I don't know. I think it's probably just rules. But I would imagine that like women get offered less. I would imagine if I was like an old school sommelier, I would assume the lady would not be making the choice.
Do you know anything about Sikhs?
Sikhs the religion? Not too much.
Which is really more culture than a religion, but this is about wine. I didn't just change the subject. So they have this, they do not drink unless the person they are with is drinking and they don't want to be rude or whatever. So they're not allowed to order wine, but if you order wine and you pour it for them, they can drink. And that's the same thing about smoking. They also never cut their hair. There's a lot of things. But I have a Sikh friend, and he taught me. I couldn't figure it out at the beginning because he'd be like, why does he keep asking me to order? Like, he'd be like, you order. I said, no, you order. I don't know what I want. You know, like whatever. And he'd be like, no, you need to order the bottle of wine. And if I ordered it, even though he told me to order it and he was paying for it, then he could drink it. And
what a goofy rule.
No.
What a workaround.
So that's the thing. I mean, there's just all these cultures have different traditions. And
yeah.
Do
you know what Sikhs do have? They have this crazy yogurt cannabis mixture.
I did not know
that's supposed to be bomb diggity. What is that stuff called, Jamie? Yeah, Duncan taught me about it. Like they have
Have you
some.
had it?
No, they have some like edible THC yogurt thing that's supposed to be insane.
Well, he's giving it to you.
Okay, many different ways of making bhang lassi. The traditional method is to blend fresh cannabis leaves, plain yogurt, a pinch of sugar, and nuts like almonds and pistachios, along with spices and ginger powder, fennel seeds, cardamom, and peppercorn, and water.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a concoction.
Click on that. What does it say at the top?
Oh, wait, why
The
did I not
world's
try
oldest cannabis treat. Yeah, I probably should try it.
I think you should.
Yeah, but I guess these guys take that stuff and get blasted.
Yeah, it's a really old and rich tradition, and they are very humble and kind people. The culture, very pacifist, and et cetera, et cetera. But probably that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Yeah.
They're in a good headspace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like, so that's an example of a group of humans following a pattern that seems to be beneficial. Like it seems to like they got a harmonious relationship with each other.
They do, but their workaround, you know, we can joke about the workaround, but the thing the workaround does means that when they associate with outsiders, they don't stick to their own custom. They accept the customs of the outsider.
Right.
And so
they work around it by the other person having the
right, but they
order.
participate in it.
Right.
And because they participate in it, they don't keep themselves as narrow-minded. I mean,
Right.
cult people, they're definitely, no matter who pours you that glass of wine, you're not allowed to drink it. My
Right.
dad was in the military and he was just like, I mean, he was drafted, but he was like, no one could get me to drink a sip of alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. Like he was very proud of his ability to be separate. And so it's really difficult to have friendships in a cult, by the way. You think that it's so great because you're all in unison, but one of the things that people who have gotten out, and maybe they still have family members there, is that the people who are left there, they don't have any real friends because anybody would report on anybody. There's no loyalty. You can tell a joke. You can't laugh at a joke. You can't there's really a lot of things that are forbidden that are, I think, required for friendship. And so I had to learn that when I got on the outside. And I look back and I think I was really impoverished by knowing people and moving in unison and having comfort, but not really having the experience of trust.
And so how long did it take? And what steps did you go about to sort of like create your own version of the world?
I feel like there's really good ways to do this, and I did not do any of them. I mean, I was in college, so whatever. I learned things academically, but what I didn't learn is like in my body. I feel like I had 4 children really quickly, really young, and then I think I raised myself with them. I used to do this thing when my babies were little where I was reading about other cultures because I didn't even know like what an American culture really was. And so I read about Japan, for example, which at the time they were saying basically you don't say no to a child till they're 5 because you want to give them a sense of autonomy, and then you start putting the structure there. So anyway, I had these index cards and I put them all over my house, and they said that they had the values that I wanted for my kids, like resiliency, humor, agency, whatever. And then on the back, I would put the techniques. So for example, I didn't put restraints, like I didn't use playpens or whatever. I just tried to create a safe environment. And then I did these things like they should be able to find me, but I shouldn't always be present. So I would say, hi, I'm going to be working right here in this room, like to a 1-year-old, right? And they're like, anytime you want me, I'm right here. But then like remove myself from sight so they felt that they were in control of the relationship and just all this stuff. But I did it so cerebrally, And so I think by raising them, I raised myself.
Wow.
But it did take me a long time to have friends, though. I don't think I had friends till my 30s because, like, any genuine friends, because I didn't know how to be vulnerable and I didn't trust anyone. Like, I would be friends with somebody for like 6-7 years before I'd mention anything about where I came from.
So, how did you figure out how to open up?
I'm still working on it.
Still working on it? I think you're doing great.
I'm trying it with you, Joe.
Well, just the fact that the way you communicate about it, you're so open about it. And I mean, I can't imagine what that's like. I can't imagine what that life is like, what your childhood was like, being 17 and just being out in the world on your own, trying to decipher what the fuck the outside world does.
Yeah. And I didn't understand parents either, like people's relationships with their parents. Like I didn't ever have, like my dad never bought me a meal in my life. Like he never, even later in life when I reconnected or whatever, it's like I would always have to pay. There was never this sense that my parents were giving us, like it was always us giving to them. And I felt like I didn't understand. I feel like I still have a little struggle with it's like, why are they taking such good care of you? It's like this, I don't know, it disconnects as far as what it looks like to be a family. And my definition of family is wider than biology, of course.
Right. Because like your grandfather wasn't really your grandfather, right?
He was.
He was your grandfather.
He actually was my biological grandfather, but the other kids that we were raised with all called him grandpa.
Right.
And so I didn't know the difference, but he was my actual.
So there was a lot of people that were family, but they weren't related.
Right.
Yeah.
And then of course, once I left, I had to make new family as well. Right. And my friendships for my family.
Well, it makes sense that it would take you into your 30s because like you have to relearn life. So you're going through 1 through 17 again.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes you that much more time. Did you see the movie Poor Things?
No.
Okay. Well, just this idea that if you put like a child's brain in a adult body, that like that's what that story's about. It's kind of like a Frankenstein sort of thing.
Who's in that movie?
Emma Stone. Emma Stone
Is
is
it a recent movie?
Yes.
There's a bunch of those. Like
She did one.
She did one out there.
Yeah.
Like I pay attention.
But it's not about religion. Well, she calls the guy God who created her because his last name's Godwin. I think it's Godwin, right, Jamie? But she calls him God. So there's like a religious parable, but it's not specifically about religion. But I think that's what I was like. I was like which I feel like I'm still recovering from. But
what year is this supposed to be taking place in?
It's surrealistic, so it's kind of Victorian, but it's sensationalized. It's almost like Diego Rivera crossed with because part of it's in black and white, and then she starts seeing in color.
How do I not know about this?
Yeah, I don't know how you don't know. About it.
I'm so out of the loop. There's just too many things.
I feel
like
I just taught you something.
You definitely did. But there's just too many things to pay attention to today.
Yeah, there are. There are too many. But in any case, it's an adult brain put in. I mean, sorry, a child's brain. It's actually her unborn fetus that gets put into this body. She dies, and so the baby dies, or the baby doesn't quite die, so that brain gets put into this adult woman. But in any case, that's what I felt like.
Wow.
I felt like I was this adult body who just had an infant brain, and I think it just took me so long. So I feel like I don't come from an era too, like kind of like the way that movies depicted. It felt like there was no music. I don't relate to the music of my generation because I never heard it. And so people, like people our age, is sort of like everyone should sort of like the same kind of thing. And I didn't go to concerts when I was a teenager ever. I never. So I didn't have any idea what that felt like. And so I don't associate with that with youth, for example.
Did you guys listen to any music?
I sang a lot of hymns.
Hymns.
A lot of hymns.
Mostly just Christian hymns, right?
All Christian hymns. But John Wesley, there was a lot of, I don't know if you know who John Wesley is, but he wrote a lot of hymns. And, like in the, I think 1600s, could you fact check that, Jamie? But it was, he wrote so many songs, and I knew all the lyrics to those. I knew how to sing in harmony. And
so when you were kids, like you guys would rock out, you just rock out and sing hymns?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
So when was the first time you heard another song?
The thing that I got ultimately kicked out for was going to a movie with a boy who was raised with me. He was a young man. He had left, and he was a college kid, and I was 17. And I went to The Color Purple, and there was music in that. And
were you allowed to see movies?
No.
Had you seen one before?
No.
Color Purple was the first movie you ever saw?
To my knowledge, yes.
Wow.
So that really changed my life. And then I started watching movies when I got to college.
What was it like going to a movie at 17 for the first time?
Magic. Like the most beautiful church. It was so beautiful. It was just the darkness, and then the way that the screen lit up, and it was so beautiful. I
think we take it for granted, right?
Yeah, it just made me cry.
Ew, wild. And that was the first time you heard other music too.
Yeah, and so I didn't start listening to popular music. It took me a while to acclimate. Even once I got out, I knew that other people were doing it, but the first time I maybe bought a CD, for example, I think I was 30.
Wow.
I just didn't, because I had babies young. I did all that in my early 20s. I had all these little kids, and I was doing, the mom thing and trying to get myself educated so I could, make good money and take care of everybody. And it just felt like there wasn't time for that. So I didn't have a youth. And so I met a music critic when I was in my 30s. I'm actually putting this in my next book, which is actually called Prodigal Daughter. And he introduced me to the songs it was in the early 2000s, and he introduced me to the songs of the 90s and taught me the derivations of, the beats and the lyrics. And he had come from a pastor father, so he understood, religion in relation to music. And it was just this wonderful music education. So I did all that. I really think I came into understanding music in my 30s.
You're almost like an alien.
Yes, very much.
Like an alien version of a human being that they dropped off at 17 years old. Like, what? What am I doing here?
It's shocking to me how long it takes to figure it out. When you think you can learn to, you know what it is? I could learn to code switch and I could learn to be presentable on the outside. Like I could learn which fork to use like really quickly. That you can learn, but you can't learn to feel the other things that other people feel.
Right.
And so you're always just a little bit disconnected. It's like being kind of in a bell jar or something. Like there's always a distance between, or there was for just a long time between me and someone else. And so, for example, my brother, who loves you, as I told you, I went to his birthday party recently, and they're like, "You have a sister?" Like he never even talked about his family. They didn't even know. He's like, "Yeah, she just wrote a book. You should like read it so you could figure out where I come from." Because he never told his very best friends who he had been like friends with for over 20 years. Like he never told them. And I think that, and he looks really normal, like he has, but he didn't have the ability, I think, to really maybe gauge the way that it affected him. Yeah. And we, as a family, the siblings all kind of went different directions because like it's painful to go back and relive it. And it just feels like you're always going backwards if you try to be around where you come from. And you just want to like live in the world and, find a new identity.
Wow.
So there's long-term consequences for coming out of something like this.
Oh, for sure. How could it not be?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things that can happen to a child when they're young that will screw them up forever. But the fact that you had no understanding of the outside world and you fully believed all this stuff that you were being told, you learn how to forage and survive the woods, and then you get released. And then you're out in the world because you went to see The Color Purple. Crazy. It's such a crazy story.
But the outside world is really complicated because there's so many different belief systems out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you, were you at a rush to try to find a new one?
I was in a rush for everything because I didn't think I was going to live very long because it was still inside my head that I was breaking. I mean, even now, like, to be honest, writing about this is what the former field people have said to me all the time. It's like nobody's ever talked about this publicly. We're trained, like once you're in the field, you're always in the field. Like it's like being a Marine or something. Like these are our brothers and sisters in arms, and you never allowed to talk about this. So to come out with the book, it was the first time that anyone has spoken publicly about this particular cult. And I was raised, of course, to believe I'd be struck dead by lightning if I ever talked about it. And so there were so many years that I think it was just so painful to even think about. Wow. I think, where I come from. So I mean, I'm kind of going around in a circle to answer this question, but it felt like it's been very recent that I can own that as being an essential part of my identity.
Wow. How did you, do you attribute it any specific, like, is it meditation? Is it yoga? Like, what is it that sort of has allowed you to kind of regain your life?
Have you heard the expression or the word biophilia?
No.
So biophilia is the love of living things, and it's not specifically environmental. It was coined in 1973, I think, by Eric Fromm, and it is the love of living things. So it's not just humans, but it's animals, plants, whatever. And so I think that because I was raised understanding the natural environment, I really feel like when I've been lost in the world, and you think you're lost, I don't know if we can ever truly be lost. I think that we're just learning what's around us that isn't working. Like that's always information that can, if you know what to look for, there's always information that can get you where you want to go. You just need to know where you want to go, right? So I feel like putting my feet in the dirt. So, kind of like, but like being in my body and being on the earth. And I think yoga helps with that, even if you're not doing it on the grass, although I do teach outside sometimes. But like, if you can find yourself, like what you're connected to, that feels solid. That feels like something you can believe in, right? Because it's not about an idea. It's like, I am held by gravity right now. Right. Like this gravity is holding me into the earth. And this earth, like it is capable of nurturing seeds. Like things grow out of this earth. Like we forget that, I think, sometimes in our contemporary culture, that everything comes out of the earth. And so I think that one of the practices, I do meditate, but I meditated before I came here today, but I think that like if I can be under a tree, and like on the earth in some way, then I feel like that, I guess it's that neuroplasticity thing. Like I can always grow. Like there's no point at which I'm separate. And I think there's that part of practice of being like, no, I'm truly connected. And all the things they taught me was a way of keeping me separate, but I can always go back to the source itself.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about the sky, the light pollution being a spiritual deficiency, I think we have that also from the forests. I think there's something that connects us when we're in the wilderness. There's a feeling that you get when you, there's a humbleness that comes about you, a humility that you have to accept. That the wilderness is so vast and powerful and amazing that it puts you in check. It gives you like this feeling of connectedness to everything. We think when we're living in cities and we're getting Ubers and we're going to restaurants, we think we're disconnected from nature because we've kind of set it up that way. We set our own little hamster wheel up over nature, but we're missing something by doing that. We're missing
we
something.
are nature.
Yeah, we are.
We really
nature.
are. Like, we are nature. We just create our forks. Let's go back to that metaphor and that literal thing. But we separate ourselves from the reality that we eat straight from the earth. And, you know, most people, they eat animals that like are alive on the earth. And that thing was a living creature.
Right.
And you are devouring it. And that is so primal.
Yeah, life eats life.
Yeah. And we all come from the wilderness. We really do. Like for like hundreds of thousands of years, we were way, I mean, just it's astronomically like longer that we spent foraging than we did.
Civilization.
Yeah. Within agriculture. I mean, agriculture is relatively new.
Yep.
And so we all come from that. So when we get there, I think it is something that is inside of us. And I think we would all benefit. At least I benefit. I shouldn't preach this to anyone else, but I think we benefit when we connect to it.
I think all human beings share that. The only people that you have to be like really, really neurotic and like a crazy city dweller, like, get me out of the woods. I hate it out here. It's so quiet.
There are a lot of people who are like that.
They're smoking cigarettes. Bobby, when we fucking going home? This is terrible. There's got to be people like that.
There are.
People that are just like, well, there's people that get acclimated to those particular cultures too, right? There's people that maybe there's a thing that they do in their city that they can't be without. They need that thing.
They think they need it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. But they like gambling addicts. I have a friend who's a gambling addict, lives in Vegas. And I'm never leaving Vegas because once a gamble all the time. So if that's the place, you know, that's the place for you. You can't get that guy to live in the woods. You know, there's no card games out there.
No, but there's a lot of adrenaline if you're looking for it.
Oh yeah, it's a different kind of adrenaline.
Yeah.
But it's also there's a lot, like I said, the humility that the woods give you. First of all, it's so hard to just get around. It's fucking hard to get around where there's no roads and shit and everything's up
GPS
and down.
doesn't work.
Yeah. But you actually can get GPS out there.
Not everywhere.
Handheld.
Not everywhere.
What do you mean?
Well, I suppose if you have a specific device, but your phone is not going to work in plenty of places. And
I wonder.
Oh, I know those places phones don't
But
work.
the new phones, don't new phones use actual global positioning satellites so that it works even without a cell phone signal? I think iPhones do that. I think Samsung phones do that too.
Not everywhere, do they?
I think they do.
Very limited.
Is it limited?
You can send one, not like one, but like if you're stuck.
No. You misunderstand what I'm saying. No, you misunderstand what I'm saying. Yeah, there is satellite messaging, but what I'm saying is GPS coordinates that your maps work. I think your maps still work even if you don't have cell phone signal.
You can't put in, I can tell you this, if you're in a forest, it's not going to tell you which way to go because it hasn't been mapped in that way. Like, it's not going to tell you turn left in 50 yards.
Right. Yeah, you get GPS, but you don't get directions.
You don't get directions. You're going to have to try something else.
Siri, tell me how to get home.
Right. So you're going to have to find some other ways to identify.
Yeah, you'll have to actually look at the terrain on your GPS unit and figure out which way to go.
Yes,
you can do that, but you can pick like a waypoint, and it'll actually steer you towards a waypoint.
And what if you don't have your device on you?
You're fucked.
No, you can actually.
Oh no! I'm not. I mean, you're fucked. I'm fucked. You're not fucked. An iPhone's GPS will work fine without cell phone coverage. Your phone will know where it is, but you will not be able to see your location displayed on Apple Maps without a data connection to download the map. What does that mean?
That makes it a little bit tough to get around.
So it knows where you are. The GPS will work fine. But so could you just download the map of the entire country and leave it on your phone? So I know you can do that with certain apps. Like there's Onyx Hunt. It's a map application for wilderness hunters, and you can use that. You download areas, and you have them regardless of cell phone service, so you can tell where you're at.
that may work, but most people on this planet have not done that. So
Yeah,
they would
you're
be
fucked.
screwed.
Yeah, you're fucked. If you don't know where the North Star is, you don't know how to figure out what north, south, east, and west. Yeah, you're in trouble. You don't know where the sun rises and sets. Some people don't even know.
No, you're right. They don't.
They don't even know. They have no idea. A lot of people live in the city. Which way does the sun set? North? I don't fucking know. They don't know. Probably north. And they just start going there. They think they're going north. They're going deeper into the woods.
And another thing about like going deeper in the woods, like humans are prone to circular movement. So if you don't know that, you will just keep walking in circles. And so you could see the north and you could keep walking like kind of towards it, but you're going to veer slightly and you're going to find yourself right back where you came from.
Not good.
It's not good. You have to figure out a strategy to keep yourself from doing that because you will naturally, they've done all sorts of studies on this and humans walk in circles.
Why do they do
That's
that?
what we do. I don't know. Why do we do that? It's something in our brain.
No.
We don't really understand what it is to walk in a straight line, which you could get real, like, prodigal son about that too, I think. But
getting lost in the woods has to be one of the most terrifying experiences.
Do you know what you should do if you get lost in the woods?
What?
The first thing you should do is stop moving. Stay put. Yeah, stay put. You really need to create a shelter and come up with a plan. You really, just walking around, you're not going to get out. Yeah, people have died. I mean, you probably heard this, but like on the Appalachian Trail and stuff, they'll like go off the trail for like 10 feet or something to pee, but it's like in a bush or whatever, and then they lose track of where the trail is, and they will die 20 feet away from the trail because they moved around and they exerted all their energy and whatever. If they had just stayed put and waited for the sunrise and did, whatever. And then they figured out a system like by watching the sky, or if they had we should all download all the maps, make sure we have GPS on our phones. But people just, there's all these stories. My daughter was telling me that one of the nurses, and she's so capable, she and her sister took her daughter. So it was like the two sisters, so the aunt and the mother and the teenage daughter, and they were staying to KOA. Like they were camping and they went just on a little hike out, right next to the campground, and her husband knew which campground she was at. They died just 100 yards away because they didn't have any idea how to do basic survival. Actually, the teenager lived because the mother and the aunt gave her all their clothes and they covered her and everything, and she survived and they both died. Yeah, horrible stories.
Oh my God.
The things that people don't know about the wilderness. So stay put. If you're not good at this. Yeah, there's a lot of tragic stories.
Jesus. It's so unforgiving out there.
Yeah.
And so many people have no idea how to even navigate. And you can't, most people are out of shape. You can't even walk up hills.
There's that too. But
you get stuck out there, you're fucked.
But we survived as a species out there. So the thing is, it really is about knowledge. And I mean, living in a city would be impossible for prehistoric people too. Like cars are so fast. Like how do we avoid
getting mugged so quick?
Yeah, they would definitely get mugged.
If they had a car, they wouldn't lock it. Yeah. They would never figure out how to drive a car. No one's going to teach them.
Oh, yeah. It would be so. I mean, can you imagine moving at those speeds? But the point is, you can understand the wilderness, but people don't. And then, in a sense, they're not humble enough, right? They don't understand that there's something terrifying if you don't know what you're facing.
And it's interesting that the disconnect from nature that we get with cities enables people to create things where you don't need nature anymore. Where you get supermarkets, trucks, all those inventions, everything's coming out of cities. And it's all getting constructed, built, put together by a group of people living in cities.
And it all comes from nature, but nobody sees that because it's so many steps removed. Right.
But whatever it does, it removes you further and further from nature.
Yeah.
Like all the things that we make remove us further and further from nature, shield us from nature.
I feel like a lot of the high control group culty things is as far removed from nature as possible too. I mean, like my mom was really an exception in this way. My dad didn't learn the survival stuff. It was just my mom. But there's this idea, I think, that if we could understand our true nature, we'd be a lot less susceptible to all sorts of control, right? Because we would understand that we don't have control and that no human who professes to have the ultimate wisdom could possibly have it, because we would be so attached to understand. I mean, the cycles of nature, like everything is prey and predator, and like everything's part of a much larger system. And if you saw yourself as part of that, it would be really hard to fully believe any one person could be the son of God in today's age. Like that they profess to be the prophet or whatever. You would have a lot more cynicism, I think, if you understood nature.
Yeah.
We're just so removed from it.
We're very removed from it. And, that's also a problem of protecting your kids, right? Then your kids aren't going to meet a bunch of creepy people where they can recognize creepy people in the future. You know, I met a lot of fucking psychos, so I know I see them coming.
You know what they
I
look
go,
like.
oh, I know what you look like. I've seen one of you before. You're out of your fucking mind. And if you don't know that, and you're a 17-year-old kid who just gets released from a cult because you went to Color Purple, and all of a sudden you're out there in the world, like, how'd you figure out who to trust?
Oh, it took me a long time. In fact, I've been physically assaulted. I've been physically assaulted by people I had no idea were dangerous. Like, you with some guy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm having this backyard barbecue or whatever," and then there's nobody else there, and you don't know to leave. You're just like in the backyard, and he grabs you. My bones have been broken.
Oh
I've had, because I didn't understand. I could fight back to whatever degree, but you can't fight back about somebody who's 2 or 3 times your size. It's just really difficult. But I didn't know
that people were dangerous.
Right. People were dangerous in that way. Right.
Wow.
So it takes.
God, what a wild experience. That would make a hell of a movie. Because like The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt is like really funny.
Yeah.
But like a real.
It's more fun when it's funny.
Yeah. Well, she's hilarious. That show's hilarious.
It is. I really love that.
The gay guy, the roommate. Oh my God. What's his name again?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I saw it.
The show is excellent. It's such a funny show.
Well, I did. So after Forager came out, I was approached to do like create a shopping agreement, whatever. So I did write a screenplay for Forager that is different than the book, but it is about all of this. So we'll see what comes of it.
Well, I hope they make a movie out of it because it's such an insane story. It's just kudos to you for getting through it and becoming the person who's sitting in front of me today.
Yeah.
Because it's a wild ride.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. But it's nice to be on this side of it, I'll tell you.
How many cults are active right now in the country? Do we know?
No, we certainly don't know, but there is such a thing as a cult directory, which you had mentioned too. So when I was on, I did a local television right at the beginning when the book came out, Frank Buckley, and the woman who was his producer, he was asking at the end, it's like, oh, I didn't know this cult existed. How did I not know, et cetera? And she said, well, I did my fact checking before we booked her, and it's in the cult directory. And he's like, what? There's a cult directory? And the field is actually in the cult directory. And I didn't even know that. I was like, whoa. So it's been reported. So I think a more interesting question actually is, why are these cults not shut down? There's a bunch of them. Like you said, someone told you there's just tons of them. They're active in California, and I don't know if those are the freedom of speech that we have going on.
Isn't the real question like, how do you define a cult? Yeah. Because Scientology has tax-exempt status in the United States, which indicates that it's a legitimate religion. Because they sued the IRS.
And they won.
They smart. They got thousands of dudes threatened to sue the IRS, and they filed lawsuits. And I guess the IRS caved and said, all right, we don't want to deal with all this.
Well,
which is really powerful of them.
It really is. But also, if you declare yourself a religion, then you do get tax exempt status. But I think what makes a cult is, there's like the Steve Hassan thing that we talked about, but this is really, really high control. But the question is, unless the abuse is reported in real time, it's really hard to find. And the people who are in the cult, A, don't recognize it's a cult because nobody's in a cult calls it a cult. Right. And then B, are loyal to the cult, so they're not talking.
Right.
Like, you can't just go in and ask people; they're not going to tell you.
Right.
I would not have told you. There's no way. When I was there, when I was 16, I would never have this conversation.
Right.
Not publicly. I wouldn't have had it privately either.
Yeah, you don't think it's a cult if it's the truth. If you think it's the truth, you think this isn't a cult. We're just the people living the right way.
Right.
Yeah. But
there's a lot of people who believe that, I think.
Yeah.
About themselves.
They believe that about religions too. The fact that people want to say that there's certain people that talk historically about the Christian religion and they refer to it as a cult. Like just historically. Like this is the Christian cult. And this is what they did. Like, as you would say, this is the Hindu cult. This is this cult, that cult. They don't think of it as we have this problem like religion, cult, different things. But it's groups of people that have very specific rules that you need to live by. That's mandated by a higher power.
Yes.
Like, if you just break it down to what the ingredients are, like you can tell me it's a steak, but it has all the ingredients of a carrot cake. I think this might be a carrot cake. No. We call it a steak. But it seems like it's got carrots. It seems like a carrot cake, and that's religion and cult. Like there's this very blurry line. So Scientology should win that lawsuit. So who's to say what their Mormons aren't legit or they are legit? Okay, so they get tax exempt status, but Scientology doesn't. Why?
Yeah, I don't think you can come up with a legitimate reason why. And in all these groups, Scientology and Mormonism too, there's these inner circles that are much, much more devout. So there's plenty of people who define themselves as Mormon or Scientologists who aren't living this really narrow life, but the people at the center are.
But that's the question: is like, how hard is it to form a religion? Is it really easy? Like, how easy is it to get that tax exempt status? How many people do you need?
I can do it.
I bet you could do it.
I feel like I could do it.
I bet you could do it for sure.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things. It's like, how many? You would imagine that everybody would be doing it. It's a great way to just trick the government.
Sure.
You don't have to give them any money.
Yeah, I think someone did that, right, Jamie? Like a spaghetti monster or something, and actually created the Church of that.
And you got they got tax exempt status for that. The flying spaghetti monster. Well, it would be really hard to argue, especially when you're dealing with something like Scientology, when you have a science fiction writer who is, he's the most prolific fiction writer of all time. L. Ron Hubbard he wrote more words down and had them published than any human being that's ever lived.
I think he was a Boy Scout too, actually.
Was he?
Yeah, we should check that one, but I think he was.
My favorite is when he's in the Sea Org and he's got like this military jacket on and just gave himself a bunch of medals. He's got like this stacks of medals.
Have you gone to the museum?
Which one?
I think there's more than one, but there's the one in Hollywood.
No, I didn't. I've met with them before. I got audited. Where you hold on to the cans and they do the thing.
I did that, and I could feel the energy.
I was filming a television show in San Diego, and we were near a park. And I wasn't as famous back then. I could get away with it. They didn't know who I was. And I sat down with this dude. He went through the whole thing with me with the e-meter and was telling me. And I realized somewhere along the line that he's just a dude who joined Scientology, and now part of his job is to go out and convert, but he's not very good at it. Like
he didn't convert you?
No. Well, not only that, he's not good at selling it. He was like very non-enthusiastic about it. Because I would have thought that like all the cult members were like super pumped to get you to join. But this guy was just like lost, like, I guess this is my people now. And hold on to the e-meter. So it was interesting. It's like, he wasn't even, so like it reshaped, in my mind, it was like every person trying to indoctrinate you into this cult is going to be like really charismatic and really locked in. No, those are the leaders.
Right.
They get the regular folks to go out to the park and annoy people and get yelled at. You fucking wackadoo. Like,
yeah.
So that's the guy that I met.
The people at the top don't want to do that.
It was very weird.
I feel like you could be a cult leader, Joe, if you wanted to be.
I don't think it's that hard.
I feel like you could.
I don't think it's that hard.
If you decided it was one of your life goals, hit me up and I'll give you some like tips, and you'll be
really
there
interested.
in another week or two. No.
I'm not interested. If it's a cult, it's a cult. You can leave anytime. There's no requirements, and just say you're in. Then you're in. Okay, you're not. I don't care.
I don't think the Pastafarians have tax exempt status.
Mm.
They're called.
But the Scientologists do. If you read the fucking story, anybody that reads that story, the story of the Thetans and the volcano and the aliens and the spirits,
it's really interesting.
It's crazy. It's crazy. If you read Lawrence Wright's Going Clear, it's a very fascinating book that sort of details the whole history of L. Ron Hubbard creating it. And he was basically a crazy person who was self-diagnosing, and so he was like self-counseling. He was using all these self-help books and psychology books, trying to figure out how to live life. And that was Dianetics.
Yeah. You've read some of that, right?
Yeah, well, I bought it. I in the 1990s, they had those infomercials where it was the volcano and the books were flying out of the volcano. It's so funny. And I didn't know that it meant, like, I didn't know the whole story behind the volcano, where, like, the aliens throw the fucking frozen souls at the volcano, all that crazy shit. So I just thought it was a self-help book. And back then, I was really into self-help books. I bought, like, Anthony Robbins audio cassettes and all that shit. I was into things like that.
Sure.
And so I was like, oh, that seemed like how to maximize your life in this commercial. I'm like, oh, interesting. So I bought it online or on the phone. I think back then you called, it wasn't online. And they never stopped sending me shit. They sent me shit for years. Yeah. It was invitations to this and invitations to that, and half off of this and free that, and come here and meet with us, and they just wouldn't stop. They just bombarded me with stuff.
Well, you would be a good get if they could get you. So you had all these iterations of like these self-help, stages of all these things through all of it, right? All the ways that you have self-helped in a sense. So what has been the most useful to you in being the kind of person you want to be?
Time's a big one. Learning over time, experiences, introspective thought, making decisions based on truth rather than based on what you want to believe. And just the accumulation of life experiences, like a life well lived, and then psychedelic drugs.
Yeah,
those have been very effective. Those are the big ones. The psychedelic drug breakthroughs are the ones where I always say that it's like Control Alt Delete for your brain, and then your brain reboots with a fresh desktop. But now there's only one folder in that desktop, and that folder says my old bullshit. And you have a decision. Either you open up that folder and start behaving exactly how you used to because you have a pattern that you're accustomed to, or you try to re-engage with the world, re-interface with the world with this newfound experience as a guide.
Yeah.
I think that's what the heart of all religious experiences are. I think there was people back then that experimented with psychedelic drugs, and they had profound experiences, and they might have even experienced entities. They might have even had interaction with God. It might be a real thing that you could do with the right stuff. And I think people have been talking about it and writing it on cave walls and depicting it in many religious texts and drawing images of it on the fucking ruins of Egypt. I mean, it's everywhere. It was in the Eleusinian Mysteries in Greece. It's everywhere. Psychedelic drugs have been everywhere throughout human history. I think they're probably shaped a lot of the way people formulated their ideas about religion.
Absolutely. And I think that a lot of people believe that it was the foraging of those mushrooms that led to psychedelic drugs, that led the cultivation of communities that were religiously based.
Yeah.
But that they really came from just looking for food initially. And then they would have these experiences, and they could see something bigger than the life they were living.
I always wondered why the Hindus don't eat cows. Like, how did that become religious?
Specifically cows.
Right. And does it have anything to do with the fact that they make mushrooms? Like, because mushrooms grow on cow shit. And if you had cows that were connecting you to God, you wouldn't want to eat them. Like,
No, they would be a form of a god.
Yeah, don't eat
themselves.
Betsy. Betsy's cool. She brings us the mushrooms.
Yeah.
Because that's where the mushrooms grow. I mean, is it a coincidence that mushrooms grow on cow shit? I don't know. I mean, what is the original origin of why Hindus don't eat cows? Because I really don't know. But I know that there have been cultures that were cattle worshipping cultures that also had mushroom iconography. There's some, God, I forget the name of the culture. It's a weird, like Choctaw Hiyuk or something like that. But it's a culture that had all their iconography was like cattle and mushrooms. Yeah. Or some of their iconography, I shouldn't say that. Like some of their writings, what's left. It's like so many cultures that show evidence that they've been doing stuff with psychedelic drugs forever. And it probably formulated so many of their, like their shamanistic practices and how they organize their culture and their communities. They would probably all do rituals together to connect to each other. And stare at the stars.
About psychedelics, though, that is so beautiful compared to cults, and cults don't do these because they tap you into yourself, and you have your own unique, or semi-unique, but you have your own individual experience of what it means to you.
Yeah.
And cults can't allow you to have that.
That's true, but there are a lot of instances of guys who are shaman, even in the rainforest, that do creepy shit.
Oh, well, they're human.
Yeah, but they're not just human. It's like they do start running things like a cult, even though they're shamans and they're giving people ayahuasca. Like
that's depressing.